System notice. This is the ultimate survival journey across races, nations, and universes. Whoever you used to be, right now you have a vehicle of your own. Drive it ever forward, gather supplies, upgrade your ride, and stay alive on this highway of death. Remember, never look back. The fog behind you is chasing, and it's only getting faster. Anything it swallows dies. The cold mechanical voice rang out inside my skull just as I opened my eyes. What I saw wasn't my office desk. It was a massive control console studded with levers and buttons. I looked up and realized I was sitting inside an unfamiliar vehicle, and the vantage point was absurdly high, at least 10 meters off the ground. Outside the window stretched endless golden dunes, a broken silver guideline running along the 4-lane road all the way to the horizon. Highway survival? I muttered. Honestly, I wasn't the least bit rattled. Blue Star was, after all, the headquarters of the entire transmigration industry. Every year, trillions of people got dispatched on business trips to other worlds. Someone like me, suddenly yanked into a survival instance, was nothing remarkable. Reflexively, I looked the cab over. The central screen had lit up, and lines of text I'd never seen yet could read at a glance floated into view. Notes. 1. Simply think it silently to open the system panel. Only you can see it. 2. Defeat the monsters along the road, and use their drops to upgrade your vehicle. 3. Most monsters are uncanny. Mind your sanity, and beware of losing your mind. 4. Your vehicle and supplies are your only lifeline. You may sign a collaboration contract with other survivors to travel as a team, sharing rights and responsibilities. 5. The fog behind you has already set out. Leave your spawn point as soon as possible. Open panel. Personal info name, Jiang Qingyun race. Human sex. Male strength 8, constitution 7, agility 8, spirit 10. Human starting cap 10. Talent, diligent toil. The quality and quantity of supplies produced by your own vehicle are increased by 100%. The stats weren't bad. Then again, sitting around at home all day was never going to build much. But this talent, was it telling me to farm on a truck? I pulled up the vehicle info too. Vehicle, XCMG XD 440 mining dump truck, LV.1. Dimensions 15 by 10 by 8 m, curb weight 250t, durability 100%, fuel consumption 225 L/100 km, fuel remaining 100 L, top speed 60 km per hour, physical defense 100, can block level 1, monster clawing, sustained attacks, erode durability. Magic defense 0, interior space 40 cubic meters, cab 10 plus rear compartment 30. I stared at that string of numbers and my heart sank. 225 liters per 100 kilometers, and they'd handed me a measly 100. Do the math, that's 40-some kilometers tops, maybe 40 minutes of driving before this thing died on me. Talk about a rough start. This was absurd, opening the door for even more absurd. Just then the mechanical voice came again. Zone 015424 announcement. The fog behind you is spreading. It is now less than 10 kilometers from the spawn point, advancing at 10 kilometers per hour and accelerating. Start your vehicle and move forward at once. To be engulfed is to die. A chill ran down my back. This gas guzzler would run dry in under an hour, and running dry meant feeding myself to the fog. I quickly opened the red, flashing regional channel. It was already in chaos. Turkey crisps. Oh, come on. I just got my dream model car, and now you drop me into this? Old Joe. Recruiting teammates. I've got a 4-person sightseeing pedal bike. 2 of us already. 2 more, and we'll be zero emission, running 24/7. We'll leave the fog 800 miles in the dust. Bowl of soy milk. Where's the guy with the ox cart? Drop your coordinates. I'll come get you, but I want half the ox. Still asleep. I figure this is some variety show pulling a prank. Let me go home before my mom calls the cops. Can't shut up. Get real. Everybody's only got enough fuel for one stretch. Just pick up the boxes along the way like the rest of us. Wang Chuan. Do not get out of your vehicle. There are monsters out here. Ah, don't bite me. Aya. I slid my finger off that scream. Looked like nobody was having a good time. And I still had no idea whether the ox cart guy actually had an ox. No good. I had to push forward and find supplies. Sitting here was a dead end. But the instant I reached for the keys, a gentle female voice burst inside my head. Mother Blue Star has detected your transmigration and sent you a special cheat. Civilization Reconstruction Assistance System, binding successful. Each system mission completed grants one designated unique sequence vehicle component times 1 die. Starter pack, chaos, unique sequence vehicle component installed. Please check your vehicle info. I flipped the panel open in a hurry. The fuel remaining 100L line had turned into a giant infinity. Chaos, unique sequence vehicle component provides near infinite power to the vehicle and its internal machinery. Automatically dropped if the vehicle is destroyed. My heart hammered a couple of beats and I nearly laughed out loud. In a desert where everyone was short on fuel, gas was life itself. Other people would be scrimping and counting kilometers. I just got infinite range. Pair that with the double output talent. As long as this 250-ton steel behemoth could move, anything was possible. Thank you, Mother Blue Star. She really did love me. In the rearview mirror, a wall of white fog connecting earth to sky was slowly bearing down. I didn't hesitate. I welded the gas pedal to the floor. Vroom. The engine roared like thunder, and the beast began to gather speed. 10, 20, 60. In under 10 seconds, the 250-ton monster had maxed out its top speed. The dunes outside flew backward, and bit by bit, I threw the fog behind me. Meanwhile, the channel was still full of people wailing and carrying on. Lace pullover. Anyone near coordinates 121.142? My scooter wants to hitch a ride. I'll give you a barely worn pair of Air Jordans. Tonsils. Toss out your seats and anything useless. You'll save a ton of fuel. Ever-changing Sakura. Will somebody come get me? I'm scared half to death. Guy behind old Sakura. Anyone recruiting? I'll sign a collaboration contract. I can work, I can stand watch. Smash it open, get real. Right now staying alive is the problem. Who can afford to feed dead weight? See, that's the apocalypse for you. 1 second it's all for one, the next everybody's running their own ledger. My behemoth hogged 2+ lanes, leaving only half a lane on either side. Just enough for a motorbike to squeeze past. A kilometer ahead, a little red sedan was puttering along at 30, windows wide open, not even running the AC. Clearly someone who knew how to pinch a penny. That girl suddenly caught the thunderous roar behind her and whipped her head to the mirror. What the hell is that? A rust-caked steel monster 3 or 4 stories tall, kicking up rolling clouds of yellow sand, was bearing down on her, dead steady, leaving only enough room for a motorbike. Get rolled over and you're done on the spot. She fumbled on her left blinker and floored it. The little sedan shrieked up to 100 and kept accelerating. Watching from behind, basking in my AC, I was baffled. This little car's got some nerve, racing me? If my top speed weren't capped, I'd take you on, no question. I shifted my attention back to the info bar at the top of the channel. Zone 0154248 2423 degrees Celsius online 999, 985/1, 000 fog, 25 kilometers behind you. A million people in my zone with me. The dozen plus missing, chewed up by monsters, or caught by the fog. I didn't dare dwell on it. Just then, a glinting point of light by the roadside caught my eye. A metal box lay quietly at the edge of the road, its smooth surface catching the sun, jarringly out of place in the wasteland. An iron treasure chest. I'd picked up a pile of wooden ones since, but this was my first iron. I confirmed there were no monsters around and stomped the brakes. 250 tons of inertia shoved the truck several meters forward before it came to rest right beside the box. I hopped down, dragged it back up to the cab, and opened it. An army green fuel drum materialized out of thin air, with a green glowing blueprint lying beside it. Universal fuel, green usable as fuel for any fuel-burning vehicle. 1 unit runs 500 kilometers. 2-stage water condenser, crafting blueprint. Green produces over 100 L of fresh water per day. Requires plastic times 10, rubber times 5, iron ingot times 10, copper ingot times 5, basic electronic component times 1. Green tier loot, no less. Fuel was useless to a guy with infinite range, so I'd trade it for materials. I was already plotting a trip to the trade market when the female voice spoke again. Issued Civilization Reconstruction Mission 1. Upgrade your vehicle to level 2. Reward, +1, unique sequence vehicle component. Upon use, permanently raises vehicle level by 1, allowing you to break the world level cap. automatically dropped if the vehicle is destroyed. I stared at the mission and felt like the literal chosen one. This system couldn't fight monsters for me or one-shot anyone, but what it handed out was genuinely sweet. +1. While everyone else started with a level 1 vehicle, I'd be rolling out a level 3 behemoth. Who could possibly stand against that? I'll admit it, in that moment I got a little carried away. The engine roared back to life. As I drove, I pulled up the trade market, hoping to swap green fuel for the full set of condenser materials. But one look at the listings and my brow furrowed. Rolex, 80% new, for one 550 milliliters bottle of mineral water. A lot of good a watch does when you're running for your life. 1 million in cash for 1 unit of universal fuel. I'm honestly curious how you even brought that cash through. 1 genuine designer leather bag for 1 loaf of bread. The screen was wall-to-wall Blue Star luxury junk, basic supplies scarce and priced like clickbait. Out here in the desert, a Rolex was worth less than half a bottle of water. At the end of the day, the apocalypse forces everyone to recalculate what's useful and what's just scrap metal. Since the channel had nothing I wanted, I just posted my own listing. Shrimp no blink, selling universal fuel times 13. DM if interested. The moment that went up, the channel, which had just quieted down, exploded again. Turkey crisps. What? Someone's dumping fuel? Did this boss clean out a whole gas station? Lace pullover. At Shrimp No Blink boss, can I run errands, stand watch, clean out your truck bed in exchange for 1 drum of fuel? Smash it open. Figure out what you've got to trade first. Nobody's got the resources to feed freeloaders. I, the big talker, had no time for them. My DMs were already flooded. I was in no rush to take any deals. All morning I hadn't run into a single living soul. Come afternoon, I picked up over a dozen boxes. All wooden, unfortunately. Mineral water times 12, compressed biscuits times 5, cola times 3, turkey crisps times 1, instant noodles times 1 tub, ham sausage times 7, electric kettle times 1, power strip times 1, tire times 2, white fuel times 12 drums, wood times 63, plastic times 5, rubber times 6, iron ingot times 6, basic electronic component times 1. The wood and iron ingots came from breaking down the empty boxes. Looking at the rear compartment piled high with supplies, I couldn't keep the corners of my mouth from creeping up. In a desert short on fuel and water, a haul like this was enough to make anyone green with envy. Used sparingly, it'd keep me alive for 10 days, maybe 2 weeks. The only annoyance, the system didn't even give me a backpack, so I had to lug 20 to 30-pound fuel drums up and down, which wore out my out-of-shape self something fierce. And one thing baffled me. I'd clearly run into that little red car in the morning, yet all afternoon I hadn't met another survivor. Had I split off onto a different road, or were we each parceled into separate zones? Forget it. The most pressing thing now was gathering materials and building the condenser. Once it was up, with my talents doubling effect, I'd get 200 liters of fresh water for free every day. In this desert, that was no less than drum after drum of liquid gold. I got down to serious trading. Green and white fuel were hard currency in this fuel-starved moment, and after 2+ hours I'd traded back copper ingots, iron ingots, and rubber, and topped off the plastic I was short. I even scored a stun gun on the side. It only ran 3 minutes on a full charge and was a pain to recharge, which was why the survivor was willing to part with it. But that was nothing to me. I had chaos for power, and I could run a line off the truck with the power strip and charge it whenever I liked. The folks trading labor or supplies for fuel, I closed deals with whoever showed enough good faith. The ones who opened with, "Give me something for free," I skipped every time. The apocalypse runs on credit, not on pity. With the materials assembled, I pulled out the green blueprint. Consume materials to craft the 2-stage water condenser? Confirm. The blueprint dissolved into motes of light, and the system asked me to pick an installation spot. I scanned the cab and decisively tapped the ceiling. After a flash of blinding green light, a transparent tank took shape against the roof, fresh water already condensing inside drop by drop, a hose with a spigot running off the side. 2-stage water condenser, green, water output 0.01/500L talent bonus, 200L/data. Satisfied, I laid out the power strip and plugged in the electric kettle. After a full day of work, my stomach was clawing at my backbone. Tonight, I was treating myself to a tub of instant noodles loaded with ham sausage. At noon, I'd gnawed a compressed biscuit washed down with mineral water. Was that stuff even fit for human consumption? Which made this evening's bowl of hot noodles with ham sausage feel all the more urgent. I poured 2 bottles of mineral water into the electric kettle and flipped the switch. Soon I heard it come to a boil. An ordinary player would never dare be this extravagant. A vehicle battery couldn't take the abuse of boiling water. One kettle and the battery would quit. But for me, none of that mattered. With chaos feeding me infinite power, this electricity was basically free. Going forward, I could run a home AC unit if I wanted. The sky slowly darkened, and I bumped the cab's AC up a few degrees. Why was it still chilly in here? I rolled the window down. The temperature outside had dropped to something unreasonable, a whole other world from the skin-cracking, venomous sun of the afternoon. A faint, fishy wind gusted in, and I rolled the window right back up. I decided to eat before moving on. I dropped 2 ham sausages into the noodles, heaped on the seasoning, and poured the boiling water over. White steam billowed up, fogging the windows with a thin film that quickly cleared. While the noodles steeped, I opened the regional channel to pass the time. Reddest but, ugh, which animal is driving ahead of me? I followed for 100+ kilometers and didn't catch a single box. Good thing I cut down a side road at the fork, or I'd have died right here today. 2 bars left. Anyone got water? I'm so thirsty I'm hallucinating. Have a heart, spare me half a bottle. I'll work for it. My matey. Folks, don't you think the temperature's dropping way too fast? My place is right on the edge of the desert. Day-night swings are big, sure, but not this extreme. Mute mouth, right? It's only 7:30 and already down to 11 degrees Celsius. Won't it be below freezing by midnight? Sticky Phlegm, selling 1 pair of long johns. Highest bidder takes it. I slurped a mouthful of noodles. A full day with no hot food. That first bite went down and my stomach went warm and cozy. Bliss. I picked up a clue from the channel. Supplies on the same road don't seem to respawn. No wonder I'd been able to scoop up so many boxes in one stretch up front. Everyone was crawling along at a steady, fuel-saving pace. Nobody but me, probably, could just open up the throttle and floor it. So it made sense I hadn't run into another living soul all the way. One more detail caught my attention. Earlier in the afternoon, someone had pulled a pair of fleece-lined nude-look leggings out of a box. The fact that the system was tucking that into daytime boxes meant it had foreshadowed tonight's sudden cold snap. Looked like the survivors out there were in for a rough night. But what did that have to do with me? Flip on the cab AC and the low temps were a non-issue. I was destined to sleep like a baby tonight. Zone 01542, 41945 10 degrees Celsius online 991, 052/1, 000 fog, 956 kilometers behind you. Even if I sat right here without moving, the fog would need nearly 4 days to reach me. So comfy. This wasn't survival. This was a wellness retreat. After draining the last mouthful of hot broth, I spread the 4-piece bedding set I'd traded for onto the open floor behind the driver's seat. The market didn't have beds for sale yet, and even if it did, I'd have nowhere to put one. I sure wasn't going to sleep in the truck bed, where there was no climate-controlled AC. Confirming the stun gun was fully charged, I lay down and closed my eyes, planning to rest for a bit. A full day at the wheel will wear anyone out. My eyelids drooped, and I dropped off fast. Screech. Late in the night, a piercing metallic scrape jolted me awake. On instinct, I grabbed the fully charged stun gun by my pillow and swept the windows on guard. Under the moonlight, my mining dump truck sat alone in the middle of the road, glinting silver, and this dead silence was being torn open by waves of scratching. Gripping the gun, I stepped out onto the iron platform outside and looked toward the ladder. A human figure was pacing back and forth at its base, letting out low growls now and then. By the dim moonlight, I could just make it out. Ash gray, withered skin clinging to a thick, hulking frame, like it had been drained of blood, dressed in tattered rags. As if it sensed someone watching, it snapped its head up. The flesh of its mouth was long gone, exposing tooth roots smeared with black slime. Its ghastly pale eyeballs locked dead on me. Its 2 claws raked the truck's body, the sound making my scalp crawl. Monster detected. Strength type zombie. Level 1 elite. Strength 50 constitution, 30 agility, 10 intelligence, 0. Can easily rip open small vehicle doors. Beware of infection. A zombie, strength a full 50, over 5 times mine, and its agility was about even with me too. Its only weakness was that it was brainless. Watching it just circle below, it clearly had no idea it could climb the ladder up to me. I squeezed the stun gun and swallowed. I had no intention of getting close, and no confidence the gun would even work on a zombie. One scratch, and I'd turn into something like that thing too. Roar. It seemed to lose patience. Both scythe-like claws came smashing down on the truck's body, landing square on one of the round rungs of the ladder, snapping a steel pipe wrung half a palm thick clean in two. The break was as clean as if cut by hydraulic shears. I sucked in a sharp breath. That was steel pipe. Warning. Vehicle under attack. Durability minus 0.5%, remaining 99.5%. This 250-ton mining truck had 100 physical defense, and the thing had punched right through it. I had to deal with it fast. I backed into the warm cab and fired up the beast. Rumble. The engine's roar shredded the night's quiet. The clawing zombie visibly froze, its pale eyeballs swiveling toward the engine, as if it couldn't figure out where such a huge commotion was coming from. But its hunger for flesh quickly overrode the confusion, and it went back to frantically clawing at the broken rung. Got the nerve to bark at me now? Wait a little longer, and you'll be riding on my head. I'll flatten you. I floored the gas. The engine cracked like thunder, the 4 giant wheels let out an ear-splitting screech, and a sharp rubber stink rose up from where they ground in place. We'll spin. Had the ground iced over? Realizing the truck was spinning in place, I quickly eased off the gas and switched to a slow, steady press instead. 2,500 horsepower nudged the steel behemoth forward. The zombie's claws were already sunk deep into the truck's body, and the enormous power dragged it along. Like a passenger who'd bought a standing room ticket and still griped the seat was too low, its shriveled feet scraping endlessly against the ground. The truck picked up speed, and the flesh on the soles of its feet was ground clean off, bearing stark white bone. I watched the overhead rearview mirror. Strange, there was no sign of it in the taillights at all. My plan to just crush it flat had stalled at step 1. Stop and go check? What if it had already climbed the ladder? I killed that thought instantly. I remembered a truck this big had to be rigged with full surveillance, and quickly opened the side control panel. Sure enough, 7 or 8 camera feeds popped up, one of them aimed right at the ladder. A black shape clung to it for dear life, sparks flying where it scraped against the ground. Oh ho, impressive, skipping the ticket and just hitching a ride? Then let's see whose strength runs out first, or whose fuel runs dry first. And my fuel was infinite. Once I'd pinned down its location, I wasn't worried in the slightest. As long as I didn't stop, it couldn't touch me. I slowed down, sped up, slowed down again, having a grand old time. After 7 or 8 rounds, the zombie's claws finally gave out. Snap, they broke off. With its feet ground flat, it slammed to the ground, the rear wheel rolling right over it, mashing it into a flat 2D zombie pancake. Huh, finally dead. Let's go see what good stuff it dropped. I just shifted into reverse when an electronic announcement detonated in everyone's mind. Congratulations to survivor Jiang Qingyun for the first monster kill. Reward, silver treasure chest ×1. Every monster kill yields handsome loot. The regional channel, which had just gone quiet, exploded all over again. Turkey crisps. At Jiang Qingyun boss, take me along, I can work. Brother G. Holy crap, one of my tires got clawed open and I bolted. If I'd known killing zombies came with rewards, I'd have risked it all and gone for it. Turd stir. Wait. Agility-type zombies have over 50 agility. They run like cheetahs. How'd this boss kill one? Does he have a firearm? Pluck the chrysanthemum. You're behind, friend. People ran into zombies in broad daylight today. Meet an agility type and you're basically toast. Strength types aren't so bad. Most people can outrun them in a vehicle. The boss probably killed a strength type. Rice overflow. Mommy help. I've got 7 or 8 zombies surrounding me. Agility and strength both. And these animals actually coordinate. One just ambushed me from behind a treasure chest. Cramps, sis. Somebody have a heart and spare me some fuel so I can run the AC, or even just a thick jacket. My whole period's about to freeze solid. The channel at 10 p.m. was rowdy as anything. Unfortunately, The culprit had no time for that little red glow. I stared at the silver treasure chest at my feet and swallowed. About the same size as the earlier iron and wooden ones, but the sheen on its surface was a good deal classier. I fought down the urge to crack it open on the spot and checked the truck's cameras first. Beside that smear of 2D flesh, two items lay alone, one of them a test tube holding a pale green glowing liquid. That looks like zombie serum. I pulled the handbrake and pushed the door open. A wave of dry, cold air slammed into my face, jolting me into a shiver, goosebumps springing up across my arms instantly. The temperature out there had definitely dropped into the single digits. Gritting my teeth, breath fogging white, I took the stun gun over to the ladder and first kicked the severed claw still embedded in the truck's body free with two stomps. One scratch from that thing could mean infection. Lucky the three-pipe ladder had only lost one rung, or I'd have had to jump down from a meter-high platform. After sweeping the area for other monsters and finding none, I sprinted at 100-meter dash speed to grab the two items off the ground, then shut the door and finally drew in a deep breath of warm air. It really was no place for a human out there. X serum. White cures zombie virus infection. Ineffective if infected more than 2 hours or already turned. Maybe taken orally or injected. Basic special steel, white advanced material. Upgrading your vehicle with it grants stronger defense and bonus attributes. Whoa, this zombie dropped nothing but good stuff. A vial of serum and an upgrade material. Just gotta figure out how to upgrade the vehicle. That phone-sized slab of pitch-black metal was the basic special steel. Without checking its stats, anyone would write it off as scrap. The X serum came in a glass tube plugged with a rubber stopper. I went to stow it carefully, only to find that my earlier wooden and iron boxes had already been broken down into base materials by the system. So I tore open that plastic-wrapped pair of nude-look leggings and wrapped the serum up snugly. Nothing matched the value of that serum. It could save my life at the critical moment. Next, the silver treasure chest. Open. Give me something I can use right now. A flash of silver light, and two gold-tinged coins, and a silver glowing blueprint lay inside. Survival coin times 2. Special currency usable to purchase advanced goods and upgrade blueprints from traveling merchants and native shops. Basic metal refining furnace, blueprint. Silver refines ordinary iron ingots into basic special steel. Daily output limited. Requires a dedicated attendant. Consumes 50 kilowatt hours per hour while running. Requires basic special steel times 5, silver ingot times 5, copper ingot times 20, iron ingot times 10, basic electronic component times 1. My hands were practically trembling. This blueprint might as well have been tailor-made for me. 5 silver ingots could come straight from breaking down this silver treasure chest, leaving me short only 4 basic special steel and 1 electronic component. As for the power, with chaos around, electricity and energy consumption were neither here nor there. A condenser overhead, and now at a refining furnace. I could already picture the day I ruled this highway. But 2 things weighed on my mind. One was the mission to upgrade the vehicle to level 2. Strangely, I still hadn't seen the corresponding upgrade blueprint anywhere. The other was recruiting teammates. Once the furnace was built, I couldn't very well babysit it day in and day out. I'd need someone to watch it for me. On the safety front, I'd thought it through pretty thoroughly. Over dinner, I'd heard on the channel about a talent called Contract Master, capable of drawing up all kinds of contracts protected by this world. Once in effect, no one could renege, a bit like Blue Star's lawyers. The trade market also sold ready-made collaboration contracts, and cheaply at that. A small portion of food or half a bottle of water would do. The only catch was they only lasted a week. Probably the talent's level was too low to sustain them longer. But here was the problem. Where do you recruit new teammates? Frowning, I gazed out at the endless dark beyond the window and sank into thought. At dawn, the sun climbed over the horizon, driving off the last trace of darkness, and the whole desert brightened. A ruler-straight asphalt road split the gold down the middle, my mining truck parked quietly in the center of it, the AC's warm air fogging the windows with a white film. I wiped at the glass a couple of times, revealing a slightly haggard face. Oh hey, the sun's out. I quickly rolled the window down, fresh air pouring in, the fog slowly retreating. Zone 01542, 4759 15 degrees Celsius online 865, For 23/1/000/000 fog 1,016 kilometers behind you. I thought I'd misread and rubbed my eyes hard. Whoa, over 100,000 people died in a single day yesterday. That elimination rate is brutal. After taking out that zombie last night, I'd driven another 3 hours. But the roadsides didn't seem to respawn boxes in the dark. And apart from the one that had ruined my sleep, I hadn't run into a second monster, so I'd stopped to rest properly. Now I twisted my stiff old back, my bones cracked, grabbed a ham sausage from the corner, and gnawed it down with some mineral water. Suddenly, a massive electronic synthesized voice detonated in everyone's mind. Congratulations on surviving the first night. We now announce a hidden rule. The number of survivors is counted at 8 a.m. daily. The fog speed will increase by a survivor count divided by initial count. For example, if 50% of people remain today, the fog speed becomes 10 times 1.5 is equal to 15 kilometers per hour. Grow stronger quickly, lest you be caught. Current survival ratio, 86% of yesterday. Today's fog speed, 18.6 kilometers per hour. The whole channel erupted at once. 2 bars left. Mommy, don't scare me. I barely survived the zombies, and now the fog's speeding up? I'm starving and parched. Someone spare me some fuel. My sword and shield. The rule spells it out. Every day they count against the previous day's number and add the fog speed by survival ratio. Except for Superman, who can survive this. Turkey crisps. I'm done, just nuke it all. Last night dropped to 3 degrees Celsius at the coldest. Me and a buddy survived by holding each other. You have any idea how I made it through? Stay true to the path, calling on all my fellow people to band together. I've started a mutual aid convoy. Contact me to join and let's survive together. Xiaoyao, the Wild Wolf Guild, is recruiting strong, ambitious survivors. If you want to live, look this way. I stared at the ceaselessly scrolling channel, lost in thought for a moment. This world was clearly out to grind us into the dirt. Never mind the absurdly strong zombies. This single escalating rule alone was enough to kill the vast majority. No, given enough time, even an immortal would get caught. My truck's top speed was only 60, and at this rate, 3 more days of increases and the fog would catch me. A chill crawled up my spine. I had to admit, this rule was viciously designed. It forced everyone toward the same answer. Against an unsolvable speed scales with survival ratio rule kill, the single most effective tactic was to wipe out enough survivors. The more people culled each day, the slower the fog grew the next. It was a move anyone with a normal IQ could figure out. And as for what awaited this crowd across the entire zone, well, I don't need to spell it out. No good. I couldn't just sit and wait. I dropped right back into the driver's seat and started turning around. I'd drive back the way I came. Nobody else could keep pace with me, so they had to be lagging behind. All of them. I'd passed several merge junctions without running into a single living soul. This was the only explanation that held up. The massive mining dump truck began the laborious work of turning around. Lucky this was an 8-lane road, the surface wide enough. Relying on the truck's full set of exterior cameras, I just barely got the behemoth swung around. I floored the gas, and with a roar the mining truck tore off toward that wall of white fog on the horizon. I opened the regional channel and posted a buy order. Shrimp no blink, looking to buy any item or method that can upgrade a vehicle to level 2. Also buying basic special steel and basic electronic components. We'll trade water, food, or survival coins. The instant it went up, it got buried in the flood. Then I opened the trade market. I needed to buy up enough collaboration contracts. The way to survive was already laid out plain. Upgrade the vehicle, drive forward non-stop 24/7, and protect myself. Counting on the goodwill of "we're all in this together" was unreliable. Black and white contracts were the hardest guarantee the apocalypse had to offer. Nobody could promise that the teammate you slept beside last night wouldn't sell you out this morning just to slow the fog down. The moment the system dropped that escalating rule, a shadow fell over everyone's heart. In my DMs, someone called Lonely Me sent a message. Boss, as far as I know, there are only 2 ways to upgrade a vehicle. One is finding an upgrade blueprint, but those only come out of iron treasure chests. Nobody's ever pulled one from a wooden box. The other is having someone with the mechanic talent upgrade it for you. From yesterday to now, Hardly any players have opened iron chests. I've only heard of one. A friend of mine happened to pull a level 2 upgrade blueprint, but he traded it away for fuel and food. Sad to say. That said, there are plenty of people with the mechanic talent. Boss, you could recruit one. I mulled it over and passed him a bottle of mineral water. Shrimp no blink. Thanks. Hit me up anytime you hear about a blueprint, and I'll throw you a consulting fee too. Come on, providing a little basic info gets you a bottle of mineral water. Any normal person would want to get on my good side. Right now, water and fuel were what everyone lacked most. Looking at the 120 liters of fresh water already pooled in the condenser overhead, I figured that once I recruited teammates, I'd convert these resources into the supplies I actually wanted first thing. Otherwise, once everyone in the whole zone was dead, clutching all this would do me no good. I opened up the person listing collaboration contracts for sale. Shrimp no blink. Hi, I want a large batch of collaboration contracts. Any discount. Bunny no sweets. Hi boss, how many do you want? I can give you a discount. Shrimp no blink. How many do you have? I'd meant to just reply all of them, but I tacked on one more question. Putting on airs before you've gotten established is a good way to wreck yourself. Bunny no sweets. About 70 left. For all of them, 20% off works out to 5.6 bottles of mineral water. Let me round it for you. 6 bottles, okay? Oh, come on. Since when does rounding go up? I couldn't stand getting fleeced like that. I was about to fire back when something suddenly occurred to me. Shrimp no blink. You sure you only want 6 bottles of water? I have to break in here. I only learned the other side of the story later. A few hundred kilometers away on another road, inside a pink Audi A6, a fresh-faced young girl was counting on her fingers, working out the math. 1 times 6 is 6, 2 times 7 is 14, 7 eighths are 56, a little over 5 bottles. I'll charge him 6, guaranteed profit. Having figured it out, Chu Kurson returned to the DM window and confirmed the deal. She called toward the driver's seat. Bro, I sold all the contracts you made today. Pretty great, huh? The short-haired man at the wheel glanced back at the few bottles of water in the back seat and frowned. Where are the resources you traded for? Right here, bro. 6 whole bottles of water. Enough for the 2 of us to drink all day. The corner of the man's mouth started twitching. One contract was worth at least half a bottle of water, and his sister, who'd never once passed a math test, had somehow turned over 70-plus contracts for just 6 bottles. If she weren't his own flesh and blood, he'd have honestly wanted to toss her out. Kurson, from now on check with me before trading. His sister nodded, none the wiser. Back to my side. The moment the deal success prompt popped, the corners of my mouth curled up. Didn't expect Zone 015424 to have so many decent folks. Sold them to me this cheap. Normal price, you couldn't touch these for under 30 bottles of water. I had no clue I was dealing with a clueless sweetheart and pocketed the stack of contracts with a clear conscience. Temporary collaboration contract. 7 days wide. A temporary binding is established between 2 parties. The bound party must obey the master's arrangements and cannot rebel. Due to the maker's weak spirit, the effect lasts only 1 week. With these, I could recruit teammates without worry. Right now, I urgently needed 2 people, one to help me drive and one to watch over the refining furnace I was about to build. The mining truck soon reached a merge junction, the spot I'd passed around 5 p.m. the day before, where 10 4-lane roads converged into a single 8-lane. I parked the truck straight across the middle of the road. The 15-meter body lay across the 20-some-meter wide surface, leaving only a gap on either side barely wide enough for a small car. Anything bigger, even an RV, couldn't get through. My plan was simple: lie in wait. With the strength I had on display, recruiting a few teammates would be easy. As for getting people to sign the contract willingly, that came down to personal charm. Replying to DMs while keeping an eye on the road ahead, I couldn't help griping. What the hell? It's nearly 1 in the afternoon. What's that crowd dawdling about back there? My humble bragging completely missed that I was the one running up front who'd scooped up all the boxes, and the people behind didn't have my infinite range, so naturally they were way slower. Just then, a ragged figure staggered into view far down the 4-lane road. I spotted it instantly, and that wobbling gait overlapped with the shape of last night's zombie. Is that a zombie? In the desert, the blazing sun had all but melted the guideline, the temperature at 35 degrees. heat waves shimmering off the distant road surface. That figure bundled up head to toe walked along all crooked. A car cover pulled over its head, long sleeves and long pants in this heat. Lips cracked, face pale, steps unsteady. Clearly severely dehydrated and badly heat-struck. Xia Zhixin felt as if both legs were weighed down with 1,000 pounds of iron, every step draining the last of her willpower. Suddenly, a wall lay across the road ahead. It took her a sluggish dozen seconds to register. A huge vehicle, parked sideways in the middle of the road. Saved. The thought had barely surfaced when her breathing went ragged, and the next second everything went black. Thud. She pitched straight forward and collapsed. Basking in the AC, I watched the figure ahead drop, baffled. Did the zombie faint from hunger? Walking along, and then flopping down, getting ready to play dead? I squinted at it for 7 or 8 seconds. Then it hit me, and I floored the gas. That looks like a person. Waited forever for a live one to finally show up. Don't you dare kick the bucket. The mining truck drove over, and the closer I got the clearer it became. The one sprawled on the ground really was a person, and by the build, a woman. I stopped the truck, grabbed the stun gun, and hopped onto the scorching asphalt, the heat slamming into my face. I nudged the person lying in the truck's shadow with my foot. Hey, you okay? No response. I first did a quick check for weapons on her, confirmed it was safe, then crouched and rolled her over. A woman, just as I'd thought, bundled up tight, an old car cover over her head, obviously to block the sun. Her face was a waxy gray, lips cracked and purple, skin so dry there wasn't a drop of sweat. Forehead and nose tip burned red by the road, eye sockets sunken, a trace of white foam at the corner of her mouth. Whoa, this is heatstroke, right? Any more sun, and it'd progress to heatstroke proper. I tucked the stun gun into my pocket and bent to lift her, then remembered something and quickly pulled the gun out and set it on the truck. I had no intention of becoming Highway Survival's first tasered boy. Whoa, she's pretty heavy. Anyone who's carried an unconscious person knows that someone completely out cold is uniquely hard to lift, even at 80 pounds. I summoned every ounce of strength to drag her back to the cab, then doubled back for the stun gun. Looking at the unconscious woman, I quickly set to peeling off her outer layers. Bundled up this tight, she had to shed heat and cool down, or this would turn into full heat stroke. I opened both cab doors, kept the interior chill at a temperature that wouldn't freeze her, dampened her shed clothes with a little water, wiped the foam from the corner of her mouth, and peeled back an eyelid for a look. Pupils weren't dilated, not too serious. Worn out, I sat off to the side and downed half a bottle of water. Doing manual labor in this godforsaken weather was murder. A few minutes outside, and I was drenched in sweat. With her outer clothes off, she was down to her undergarments. My peripheral vision caught it, and I quickly looked away. A person needs principles. You never take advantage in someone's hour of weakness. I'm a human, not an animal. I splashed some water on my face to calm down, gently rested her head on my leg, and brought the remaining half bottle of water to her cracked lips. The cool water trickled in through the gaps, and her throat instinctively swallowed. There was a response. I increased the flow a bit. Soon her tightly shut lashes gave a faint flutter. Xia Zhixin slowly opened her eyes and saw a clean-cut man's face. Not exactly handsome, but easy on the eyes when he smiled. The memory of collapsing on the road slowly came back. "Thank you for saving me," she said, voice hoarse. "Good that you're awake. Want some more?" I shook the water bottle in my hand. "No need. I'm much better. But your gun's pressing into me." At that, her face went crimson. Keeping a straight face, I shifted that gun to a different spot. Don't sweat the small stuff. By the way, how'd you end up collapsed in the middle of the road? I don't see any zombie bite marks on you. Ah. Xia Zhixin suddenly snapped to and pushed herself up to grab the clothes that had been stripped off, pulling them back on. Why didn't you cry out or yell? I'm the one who took those clothes off you. I know heatstroke first aid means ventilation and cooling. Thank you for not taking the chance to do anything else. Head lowered, her voice soft but sincere. This woman was sensible, someone I could work with. But for safety's sake, the contract that needed signing still needed signing. I handed over the stack of temporary collaboration contracts. Hold on, could we do this some other way? Signing like this feels a little. Or I could put you back out on the road and see if a second person comes along to save you. I said it without any feeling. She swallowed. Then it settled, okay? I'll work for you. But you can't make any weird requests. Relax, this is just a constraint. I'm an insecure guy. The requests, are getting out to haul supplies and guarding equipment. What exactly is going on in that head of yours? She decisively signed her name on the bound party line, and I added mine too. The contract dissolved into drifting motes of white light. Congratulations on recruiting your first teammate, Xia Jixin. The contract expires in 7 days, 167 hours, 59 minutes remaining. You have formed a collaboration contract with Jiang Qingyun. You must obey their arrangements and do nothing to harm their interests. She put on a pitiful, wheedling little expression that set my mouth twitching. I'm the type who responds to gentleness but not force, and this woman's wheedling was downright lethal. All right, enough. You're filthy all over. Go clean up first. I'd barely left the AC room the day before, so I smelled tolerable. She was another story, having been bundled up a full day and a half in that stuffy red sedan, and right now the smell had me wrinkling my nose. I pointed up overhead. There's water up there. Use it sparingly and rinse yourself off. Xia Jixin followed my finger upward and only then noticed the huge tank hanging from the cab ceiling, thin streams trickling down, already a good store of fresh water inside. Whoa, boss, this thing of yours is incredible. I drove the whole way and only collected 7 or 8 bottles of water. You've got a whole production line going. Not bad as teammates go, right? Couple days from now, I might even let you take a bath. The moment she heard bath, her eyes lit up. An urban fashionista, getting to enjoy AC and a shower again in this hellhole. Half an hour ago, she wouldn't have dared dream it. Meeting you, boss, is the luck of 3 lifetimes. I'll serve you faithfully, no question. I'm someone who quite enjoys being flattered. Cut the chatter. First use your talent to adjust the space inside. And once you've cleaned up, we'll hit the road. We're not waiting on the people behind us anymore. Wait any longer, and the fog catches up. You got it, boss. She leaned up to the control panel and pressed her splayed fingers against it. I looked away, planning to go trade for 2 changes of clothes, 1 set each. Xia Jixin's talent was space planner. She could craft small-scale space equipment and freely rearrange the vehicle's existing space. Only the crafting materials were brutally demanding, which was why she'd been getting by so miserably before. I searched clothes in the market. After a day of restocking, the options had grown a lot. I quickly traded back a set for myself, under 1 bottle of water. For her, I also picked a plain, durable set of changing clothes and 2 pairs of over-the-knee socks, 1 black and 1 white to alternate, which cost a bit over 2 bottles of water. Captain, the space planning's done. I'm off to wash up. Xia Jixin turned, her gaze landing on the set of clothes in my hand. Good work. These are for you. Go give yourself a quick rinse. I handed the clothes over. A flush of red rose across that face, which moments ago had been utterly bloodless. She took the clothes and turned to leave. I looked over the now reorganized interior. The 30 square meters that had been the rear bed were folded straight into the cab, bringing usable space to 40 square. 3 simple plank rooms stood before me. The smallest was the bathroom, where she was now washing. The other 2 were our separate bedrooms. I had no idea how her talent worked, but after merging the rear compartment space into the cab, the truck looked no different from before on the outside. It had just lost its cargo capacity. Seeing this, I instead grew anxious about the next teammate. From what I'd just gathered chatting with Xia Jixin, the whole zone was already in chaos, most survivors fighting to the death on sight. That was exactly how she'd ended up a vehicle abandoner, blockaded and robbed by a sizable convoy. She'd floored it in reverse to shake them off, only to turn onto this side road with no resupply the whole way, leaving her no choice but to ditch the car and go on foot. Lucky she'd run into me. You could call it the best possible landing. Come to think of it, she'd been ahead of me at the start. If I hadn't stomped the gas and bolted in fright back then, she might never have had to go through all this. That red sedan that had raced me, turns out it was her. In the plank partition bathroom, she'd run a thin water pipe down from the cab ceiling, one end hooked to the tank, the other serving as a makeshift faucet, all rigged with her talent. A round hole had been opened underfoot too, leading straight outside, gusts of hot wind rushing up, the road's guideline even visible through it, a makeshift toilet. 2 people would always have bodily needs. You couldn't have them constantly climbing up and down to handle business out in the wild. As for the waste dropping straight onto the road being unevened, forget it. We're surviving here, no point sweating those details. She twisted the switch, cool water streaming down over her head, and a full day's exhaustion was instantly swept away. She knew well that the road ahead was uncertain, but she had no other choice. At least this Jiang Qingyun didn't seem like a bad person. Aside from his fondness for little jokes, he came across as fairly reliable. She just didn't know whether, following him, she could survive in this world. Rinsed clean, she changed into the plain set of clothes and came out toweling her dripping long hair. "Boss, I'm done washing." Then you take the wheel. I'll go check the market for anything useful. Put our water resources to work." "You got it, boss," right away. Barefoot on the cab's metal floor, she padded over to the driver's seat with thudding steps. The mining truck set off again. I took a sip of water and started planning the next step. The top priority right now was upgrading the vehicle. A level 1 dump truck topped out at 60, and if I didn't speed up in time, the next few days would see the fog catch me. There seemed to be 3 routes to more speed. One was upgrading the vehicle's level. Level goes up, speed goes up. Plenty of people on the channel had already hit level 2, an open secret. 2 was finding an engine modification blueprint, mostly down to opening treasure chests. I wasn't clear on the details, only heard people mention it. 3 was having a mechanic directly modify the engine for speed. Unfortunately, every mechanic was a hot commodity, most kept as honored guests by the various convoys. The few lone wolf mechanics who didn't care for the herd had used their talents to upgrade their own vehicles quite nicely. Bottom line, mechanics were a matter of luck, not something you could seek out. Even a lone wolf was a good deal stronger than ordinary folks, and as long as their luck wasn't too rotten, they were doing better than 95% of people. After turning it over and over, the only bet left was the first route. I posted a buy order on the channel. Shrimp no blink. Buying level, 2 vehicle upgrade blueprints, basic special steel, and basic electronic components online. DM me if you've got them. I fired off 10 in a row, hit the daily posting limit, but it was quickly drowned in the sea of messages again. Turkey crisps. Brothers, I'm at coordinates 125.142. Anyone like-minded want to travel together? Sequel Paradise. You still posting that? Don't you have a teammate? Right now it's fight on site. Who'd dare team up with a stranger? Unless you've got resources to buy collaboration contracts. Forget I said anything. Lou Flying Dagger. Are you dumb? He's obviously luring people in to be killed. What's there to explain? Idiots deserve to die. Call it a contribution to the rest of us. 2 bars left. Anyone give me a drum of fuel? Forget it. I'll go rob people on the road too. Let the world end faster. Stay true to the path. Fellow people, don't give up so easily, and don't go robbing and killing at random. We have to unite and survive. The Mutual Aid Convoy has been renamed the Mutual Aid Society. Below are the contacts for 10 squad captains. Join the nearest one. See attached image. I stared at Stay True to the Path's post and frowned. Somebody's still promoting unity and mutual aid at a juncture like this? No idea what they were selling. I opened the image, 10 coordinates marked on it, corresponding to 10 contacts, labeled Mutual Aid Society Squad Captains 1 through 10. What are these people really after? Luring people in to kill them? But nobody on the channel's calling them out. Surely the ones who got lured couldn't all be unable to fire off even one message. Just as I was thinking it, my DM window started flashing like mad. I quickly opened it, and a dense wall of messages floated up. Most of the DMs were people making trouble, folks buying iron and copper ingots, others outright asking to borrow money, and one who'd sent a square-shaped, unidentifiable creature nominating itself to be my girlfriend. Face darkening, I blacklisted that one, swiftly filtered out the junk, and kept 5 useful people. One ID looked familiar. It was Bunny No Sweets, the one who'd sold me the contracts earlier. Bunny No Sweets. Hi. I heard you're buying basic special steel and electronic components. Shrimp No Blink. Right, how much do you have? The reply came back lightning fast. Clearly they'd been waiting. Bunny No Sweets. I've got some, but I only trade for weapons, no resources at all. I frowned. Of the remaining few, she was the only one who'd mentioned basic special steel, but she wanted weapons in exchange. The only handy thing I had was a single stun gun, My dagger and watermelon knife were worse than a plain iron rod. Just as I was hesitating over whether to keep negotiating, the other side dropped the bombshell. Bunny no sweets. If you can come up with a firearm I'm satisfied with, I'll put up 10 units of basic special steel. I locked in the trade on the spot. She was offering way too much. Likewise, this side I only pieced together after the fact. On a dead straight 8-lane road, two cars raced one behind the other at full tilt. The pink Audi A6 up front had hit 200, and a black supercar behind clung to its tail. If not for the driver's skill, it would have been overtaken long ago. Curson, did you get a usable firearm yet? Bro, almost done. Chu Curson dropped all of the car's basic special steel into the trade box, and with a pop of the prompt, a stun gun landed in her hand. Bro, look. I traded back a stun gun. Chu Zhongtian shot a glance at the rearview mirror, mouth twitching. That won't do. It has to be one that fires bullets. But bro, we don't have spare materials. Then take those 10 units of basic special steel we were saving to upgrade the vehicle and trade them. Bro, this stun gun is what I traded those 10 units for. Chu Zhongtian felt as if a cannonball had struck him in the chest. So focused on fleeing for his life, he'd forgotten to add one reminder. And his sister had actually traded all their hard-save materials for a single stun gun. He let go with his right hand and pressed it to his chest. Don't worry, bro. The other side agreed to recharge it for free anytime, until we don't need it anymore. Sis, can this thing repel the car behind us? Chu Curson gave her twin ponytails a flick, the picture of certainty. Bro, my talent is mechanic. As long as I hit the other vehicle with the stun gun for a sustained stretch, it triggers different effects. Bust it up, and we can get away. There was no way out now. Chu Zhongtian gritted his teeth. Fine, tell me what to do. Bro, slow down and let the car behind overtake us. The instant it passes, I'll hit its fuel tank or dashboard. I'll definitely wreck it. Chu Zhongtian was half skeptical, but he could only take the gamble. All right, get ready. I'm slowing down. Chu Curson pumped her little fists, activated her talent, and switched the stun gun to lock mode. Press the trigger once, and it kept firing even after you let go. She rolled down both rear windows and waited. In the black supercar behind, a tattooed man noticed the lead car slowing. Boss, the one up front's slowing down. Should we pass? The wind was too loud. He had to shout it twice. The boss in the passenger seat glanced at the decelerating Audi. Pass. Block them sooner, wrap up sooner. Careful not to hurt anyone. The boss wants them alive. The tattooed man cracked his neck. Relax, watch this. The V12 roared. The black car's exhaust spat a string of flames, and it surged forward, quickly drawing even with the Audi and still pulling ahead. In that instant, the stun gun's two electrodes passed through the open window and stabbed precisely into the tattooed man's arm. Current shot through all four limbs. He convulsed violently, both hands reflexively wrenching the wheel hard to the right. The black car plowed straight into the soft sand on the right side, the 180 speed sending it instantly out of control, rolling 4 or 5 times, the fuel tank rupturing, sparks igniting the leaking fuel, and the whole car exploded into a fireball out in the desert. The Audi screamed past at 120. Chu Curson stuck out her tongue. I was clearly aiming at the front of the car. How'd it hit the guy directly? Same result, though good thing it didn't crash into us. Chu Zhongtian glanced at the rearview mirror, drew a deep breath, and his tone abruptly turned serious. Curson, listen to me. At the fork coming up, I'm dropping you off. Head straight down the due west road. My friend will be there to meet you. Bro, don't send me away. Even if the bad guys catch me, I want to be with you. Chu Zhongtian looked at the sister he'd cared for 18 years in the rearview mirror, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. Those people are desperados. If they catch me, they won't kill me. My talent is still useful. But you're different. You may be a mechanic too, but you're still a girl. In a world like this, you should know what becomes of a woman with any looks once she falls into their hands. Understand, as for how those people would treat a captured girl, I won't go into detail here, but the very worst that a lawless age has to offer, you can probably imagine. His sister could only nod. Her twin ponytails fluttered in the hot wind. The tears at the corners of her eyes baked dry before they could even fall. The Audi tore frantically forward and stopped at a three-way fork. A girl with twin ponytails, white patent leather shoes, and a gray teddy bear in her arms got out. The moment she steadied herself, the Audi floored it and vanished in a cloud of dust. Chu Zhongtian watched his sister recede in the rearview mirror, a single tear sliding down. Curson, don't blame your brother for being selfish. Those people can pinpoint my location. I have no other choice. His right foot pressed down another notch. At the three-way fork, the little girl gazed blankly at the three roads, muttering, "Oh no, I forgot to ask bro which way is due west." She thought for a moment. Up is north, down is south, left is west, right is east, this way. And with that she set off at a jog toward the east. She'd gotten the direction backwards. That one run planted all the trouble that followed. At the scene of the black car's explosion, several vehicles were parked by the roadside. A man in sunglasses sat in the passenger seat of an army green SUV and wiped the sweat from his beard. Looks like number 5 and the others ran into a fierce attack up there. Can't tell more for now. He spat. Move. Put the fast ones in front. Come back empty-handed this trip, and you can wait to feed the zombies. The convoy drove forward, the two fastest vehicles turning, to the inch, onto the same side road the Audi had taken. Inside the mining truck, I sat in the passenger seat, repeatedly tilting my head to stare at Xiaojixin beside me, until it gave her the creeps. "Boss, what are you staring at my face for? Is there something on it?" She reached up and felt her cheek. I didn't answer, just leaned in closer with a frown, close enough to smell the fabric of her clothes. "Don't you feel like something's different about your face?" She angled the overhead rearview mirror to check herself and couldn't spot anything. "Captain, my face is perfectly fine. What's wrong with it?" Rubbing my chin, staring at that face, I suddenly remembered, your nose. There was a burn mark there before, and now it's gone. That was when it dawned on her. You're right. It was still stinging when I touched it in the shower. How'd it suddenly vanish? She quickly pulled up the system message. Using living water, the injury to the nose area has been repaired. Boss, look at this. What's living water? I checked the time on the entry, 14:35, exactly when she'd been showering. I immediately took an empty bottle over to the tank, now relocated to the bathroom doorway, and filled it to the brim. Living water, silver fresh water that has been forcibly enhanced by an external force. Heals all external injuries, with speed and degree depending on the amount of living water. Can also be used as drinking water, greatly increasing hunger and thirst resistance. Holy crap, what a wasteful idiot I am. I slapped my thigh in dismay, staring at the 200-some liters of living water in the tank. Only now did I grasp just how broken my talent was. Output quantity and quality both raised by 100%. The green condenser should have produced green fresh water, but with my talents boost, it had jumped straight to silver quality living water. What are you shrieking about, boss? I found that basic electronic component. Still trading or not? Trade it. What do they want? They want 1 unit of basic special steel. They're selling a chicken feather like it's a royal command? Turn them down hard, trying to fleece me. Electronic components could come out of wooden boxes, just at low odds. Yesterday, I'd opened nearly 20 boxes for 1 unit. The refining furnace needed 5 units, and I'd heard upgrading to a level 2 vehicle took quite a few too, which was exactly why I'd been buying them up everywhere. I immediately changed my tune. Forget it, add them as a friend. Keep them as a backup for when I'm in a pinch. You got it, boss. Then I'll keep on buying level 2 upgrade blueprints. Sure. Just keep your eyes on the road ahead and don't drive into the desert. This truck's way too heavy. Hard to get out once it's stuck. No worries. I uncapped the bottle and took a sip. No different from regular water, just with an added soothing quality. My lips less dry than before. Whatever. Let's get the refining furnace going first. I pulled out the refining furnace blueprint from the silver treasure chest and checked the materials. Basic special steel ×5. Silver ingot ×5, copper ingot ×20, iron ingot ×10, electronic component ×1. All there craft. The blueprint gathered into silver light and spun at high speed. In under 10 seconds, a furnace glowing silver all over emerged. It looked a bit like a Schwanda sensor, just 3 or 4 times bigger, a thumb-thick power cord running off the side. Basic metal refining furnace. Silver refines 10 units of iron ingots into 1 unit of basic special steel per hour. consumes 50 kilowatt hours per hour. A power cut ruins the raw material. The furnace structure is unstable and requires a dedicated attendant to cool it at all times, or it risks exploding. I was thrilled. Basic special steel was scarce right now, impossible to buy on the market, and even channel buy orders went at a premium. Rough math. 1 unit traded for 100 units of iron ingots, while the furnace turned out 1 unit from just a tenth of that material. A 90% profit margin right there. Rubbing my hands together, I carried the furnace over to the work area I'd set aside, plugged it in, and tapped use. Please load 10 units of iron ingots. I tossed 10 units of iron ingots into the cauldron, closed the lid, and confirmed. The silver cauldron started running. The temperature in the side vent frighteningly high. Before long, a violent aura came surging out of the furnace, and it began bouncing around on the floor, its 3 supporting feet wobbling side to side. Through the observation hole, I could see the metal inside, molten into glowing liquid, churning wildly, as if ready to burst through the lid any second. Oh, it's about to blow. I grabbed the water I'd prepped ahead of time and slowly poured it on. SSSS. The moment the water touched the lid, it turned to white steam and drifted toward the cab ceiling. The bouncing furnace, rinsed down, gradually quieted, like a tamed beast. Oh, the operation's pretty simple. Just pour water on it. Shame it takes half a bottle to keep it down. I'd barely relaxed when the steadied furnace started bouncing again. Oh, come on again. I poured all the rest of the water from the bottle onto it, and only then did it settle. It's a water hog too. Half a bottle every half hour, and the vaporized stuff can't even be recovered. Gotta stock up on more water. I went ahead and opened the trade market and listed the living water. Not knowing the going rate, I checked it against medical items like bandages, large adhesive dressings, and tactical wound kits, and finally set living water at 100 milliliters for 10 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, also accepting survival coins. 1 survival coin buys 500 milliliters. I didn't really expect to receive any survival coins. The things were a matter of luck, and even my 2 had come out of the silver treasure chest. But plenty of merchants in the market accepted survival coins, so following suit couldn't hurt. I filled 10 bottles of living water under the condenser and stored them in the market. The market would handle the portioning automatically, and buyers just needed to bring their own containers. An hour later, the scorching silver furnace finally went quiet. With a pop, the lid sprang open, and lying in the cauldron were 2 rectangular metal blocks giving off a faint green glow, phone-sized, eerie green all over. Hold on. I cooled it 4 times and burned through 2 bottles of water. Don't you dare tell me it failed. I reached out tentatively. The furnace was a marvel. The job done, it had already cooled to room temperature. Holding 1 block in my hand, that hefty weight had me grinning ear to ear. This was definitely not a weight basic special steel could have. Intermediate special steel, green and intermediate grade advanced material. Upgrading a vehicle with it grants stronger defense and bonus attributes. Can also be used to forge other implements. A surge of excitement hit me. Incredible, it actually produced a higher grade material, and one you can build other things with. Then a flash of inspiration. If I got hold of another refining furnace blueprint and swapped intermediate steel in for the basic steel, wouldn't the new furnace be able to refine even better materials? Just as I was thinking it, Xiaojishin's voice came from the driver's seat. Boss, come quick and look. There's someone up ahead by the roadside riding a camel and waving at us. I set down the intermediate steel and walked over. A few hundred meters ahead, in the sand by the road, sure enough stood a big, bearded man in Arab dress, white robe, waving at us, 2 bulging merchant bags loaded on the camel's back. Boss, what's this guy's deal? Hitching a ride or blocking the road? Slow down and check. Xiaojishin couldn't tell. Her career woman's instincts told her this man wasn't so simple. Stop and have a look, but don't get out. Keeps our options open if there's trouble. The worry was well-founded. I'd already traded away my stun gun, so if something went down, all I could do was run if running was an option. The truck drew closer. 200 meters, 150. The instant we hit 50 meters, a pale blue light screen popped up. Neutral NPC traveling merchant detected. With survival coins, you can trade for unexpected treasures. The 2 of us exchanged a glance and hit the brakes. The massive truck slid a dozen plus meters before stopping. The traveling merchant by the road immediately produced 3 coins, pinched them in his palm, and came forward. Xia Jixin, eager to get out, stepped down with a stockinged foot. Wah! Scalded, she yelped and pulled her foot back, shrinking into the driver's seat. I laughed. Don't get out. Stay up here and keep watch. Holler the second anything's off. You got it, boss. She stationed herself at the control panel, where the full truck surveillance was. I walked toward the merchant waiting at the foot of the ladder. Friend, I found a coin by the roadside. I'm guessing it's the one you dropped. Take a look and tell me which one's yours. Guess right, and I'll give it back. The merchant spread open his left hand. Copper, silver, and gold. 3 coins, a size smaller than survival coins. Purpose unknown. It didn't register. What did you say? The merchant kept smiling. Friend, I picked up a coin here. Guess correctly which one you dropped, and I'll return it to you. Is it this silver one? Or this gold one? Alarm bells went off. This routine was off. What on earth are you on about? What I dropped was money. Did you pick it up or not? The merchant froze on the spot. Normally those otherworldly heroes all just played along with his script, didn't they? How come this one wasn't following the routine? I quickly pressed him. Hey, what's going on? You didn't pocket my money, did you? The merchant came back to himself. Friend, I really didn't pick up your money. How about you just pick one at random? He held the coins out again. I dug in. Oh, you've got nerve. Pick up my money and won't return it. Then try to fob me off with these dodgy coins. What's your employee ID? I'm filing a complaint. No. Young hero, I really haven't seen your money. Tell you what, I'll give you 20% off. Pick any item you like. The merchant deftly stuffed the 3 coins back in his pocket and spread out the goods from the camel's back. A dazzling array, gold-glowing blueprints, oddly shaped materials, bottles and jars filled with indescribable liquids, plus a few articles of clothing whose edges shimmered green. Clearly no ordinary stuff. The merchant was quick-handed and steady-faced, but I still spotted the tell. The moment I said dodgy coins, his hand gave an involuntary twitch, and he immediately changed the subject to a discount. Obviously, he'd rigged the coins. The moment I randomly guessed one, he'd return it to me, and what came after was anyone's guess. But it was definitely nothing good, or he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to deflect at the word complaint. I saw through it, but didn't call it out. No merchant's honest, same principle everywhere. I let my gaze fall on the goods. Basic special steel, white upgrade vehicle to strengthen defense and bonus attributes. Price, 50 survival coins / unit level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Gold upgrades a level 3 vehicle to level 4. Price, 500 survival coins men's bulletproof climate-controlled jacket. Green blocks small firearms. Maintains felt temperature at the most comfortable 26 degrees. Price, 150 survival coins. I licked my cracked lips. The goods were genuinely good, all stuff I wanted and could use. But the prices were outrageous. Even the cheapest item, a pair of cooling stockings, cost 10 survival coins, and even at 20% off I couldn't afford it. Seeing me shake my head, the merchant took the initiative. Friend, which one caught your eye? I'll give you 20% off. I glanced furtively left and right. You buy stuff here? I've got good goods. Hearing this, the merchant looked a little put out. The cursed coin scam had flopped, and buying meant paying full price. The guild's rules were rigid. He had to serve the heroes, and any good item they could produce had to be bought back at the standard set price. Fine. He soon let it go. These heroes had only just arrived. What good goods could they possibly have? Just going through the motions. Hero, our guild has fixed buyback prices. Of course, things too ordinary we don't take. With that, a price list materialized before me. Buyback orbital cannon. 1.5 billion survival coins / unit buyback. Mythic grade item. 100 billion survival coins / piece. That line, buyback female royal elf, 10,000 survival coins each flickered past my eyes. This world put living people and creatures up for sale as goods at a marked price. One look was enough to turn my stomach. I typed living water and intermediate special steel straight into the search box. Buyback, intermediate special steel, 20 survival coins / block buyback, living water, 1 survival coin / liter. The corner of my mouth twitched. Now that's a ripoff. Basic special steel sold at 50 a unit, but buying back my intermediate steel only got me 20, a profiteer through and through. My eyes rolled, and an idea came to me. Hey, so you do buy what I'm selling? It's just this price is really. The merchant's eyes lit up and he licked his lips. Friend, nothing I can do about the price. The guild sets it in stone. It is what it is. Whatever you've got to sell, bring it here, let me see. Here's the deal. You bump my buyback price up 80%, and I won't even ask for a discount on what I buy from you. How's that? No, no. Buyback is entered by the system. I can't change the price. What's so impossible about that? Or how about you give me your employee ID, and I'll go ask the guild. The merchant's face stiffened and he waved his hands frantically. Friend, jokes are jokes, but don't joke about the guild. The buyback price really isn't up to me. But as long as you don't ask for my employee ID, I'll give you 50% off on purchases. 30%, and at 30% I won't ask for your ID. Come on, my dear brother. Then 25%. Okay, deal. He reached out and shook my hand up and down, and my mouth twitched. This guy really had no bottom line. Then again, I wasn't losing out either. So you'll come up to my truck for the goods? They're a bit heavy. I glanced back at my own vehicle. But the merchant plucked a ring marked 2,500 survival coins off the rack and tossed it to me. Use this. Holds a ton. Hyperspace ring. Purple 1,000 cubic meters of internal space. Store and retrieve by thought. Cannot hold vehicles or living creatures. Note. Unpaid merchandise. Automatically returns to its place after 1 hour. A space ring. This thing was great. No more hauling stuff around every day. Shame it was locked too. Who was that guarding against? I suppressed the urge to drive over and flatten him and headed back to the cab. What's up, boss? Nothing you liked. Xia Jixin sat with her legs crossed, eyeing the ring in my hand curiously. It's fine, just came back for something. I walked under the condenser, aimed the ring at the tank, and 300 liters of living water was instantly drawn in, suspended as a sphere inside the ring's space. Here, 300 liters of living water. Inspect the goods. I tossed the ring over. The merchant finished examining it and nodded. Goods check out. Buyback value 300 survival coins. You want coins or goods? I pointed at a handgun marked 500. I want that firearm. The merchant did some mental math. After the discount, 125. Want some bullets to go with it. He professionally took the gun down for me. M1911. White requires matching ammunition to fired. Give me 100 rounds. You got it. 100 rounds of .45 caliber, 15 after discount. Leaves you 160. Anything else catch your eye? He fished a box of .45 from his pocket and handed it over. I took out 1 round to inspect it, but in real life, I was just a corporate drone who'd never touched a gun in my life. Seeing me fumbling cluelessly, the merchant deftly took the gun, chambered a round, and pointed at the safety. Flip this open and you can fire. I took the gun and pulled the trigger at a clump of gravel in the distance, missed by a country mile. Decent goods, nice and loud. This merchant might be a crook, but the goods didn't have a single flaw. The gunshot startled Xia Jixin. She stood on tiptoe to peer down, and only relaxed once she saw it was me shooting, as long as nobody was shooting at her boss. Don't worry, us traveling merchants have a guaranteed reputation. 160 left, buy anything more? I set my sights on a billiard ball-sized round sphere, like a crystal ball, the tag reading 700 survival coins. Tell you what, to make a friend, I'll sell it to you for 160. May the friendship of merchants and heroes last forever. The merchant stuffed the ball into my left hand. You're a good boss. I'll come find you next time. Seeing me take it, he made to pack up his stall. I stopped him, and he flinched on reflex. What is it, hero? I looked up and down the road and asked solemnly. So, if I wanted to buy a female elf, how do you deliver? Still eyeing him up and down, like I was looking for where he'd hidden someone. Asking this, half of it was curiosity about how this world worked, and half was wanting to probe how this trade actually operated. As it turned out, this question really wasn't asked for nothing. The merchant let out a breath of relief. Easy. After the transaction, the system logs your location, and we deliver to your door. Living creatures can't fit into the space ring. The guild's afraid we'll get up to no good, you see. And he shot me a, you know what I mean, wink. All right, see you next time. I turned to board the truck, caught sight of the ladder the zombie had snapped and turned back to add, "Oh right, do you sell welders here? I'll buy one." The merchant shot bolt upright and threw his goods behind his back. "Hero, that thing's worthless. We don't sell it." Okay then." I could only walk back to the truck, disappointed. The merchant hurriedly turned to pack up his goods, and on that 700 survival coins tag, the 7 had somehow come loose at some point, revealing the 0 beneath it. Right, that ball had been 0 survival coins all along. Even this crook had his off moments. "Boss, you bought a handgun?" Xia Jixin eyed the gun tucked into my belt, while my left hand clutched that crystal ball and my right held the bullets. "Yeah, for self-defense. I'm a frail little man. If one day your animal nature flares up and you try to force yourself on me, at least I'll have some means to resist." She rolled her eyes. "Careful it doesn't go off and hurt your own brother." She shot a glance at my crotch and started up the vehicle to drive. "Here, put this to use." I shoved the crystal ball over. Basic artificial intelligence. Gold installs basic smart driving and guidance assistance on the vehicle. Xia Jixin's eyes went wide. Then her whole face lit up with delight. "Thank you, boss. I love you." Realizing she could be freed from the tedious driving post, she used the AI right away. A streak of gold light slipped from the ball into the control panel, and the crystal ball shattered into motes of light and dissolved. Basic artificial intelligence online. Please name me Master. A thoroughly mechanical electronic voice drifted out of the speakers. Let's just call you little AI? User privilege insufficient. This user shares the same priority as this AI within the vehicle and cannot be obeyed. Listening to this AI snipe at people with backhanded politeness, my mouth quirked. From now on you're called Xiling. Bump that last user's privilege up one level. Yes, Master. Xiling has successfully read the data. How may I help you? Xia Jixin glared at the panel, puffing with anger. Just drive, you. What an artificial idiot. Understood. The designation artificial idiot for the user has been recorded. Xiling will strictly follow the arrangements of artificial idiot and begin driving. Virum. The truck went into autopilot. I turned to a thoroughly exasperated Xia Jixin. Come on, I've got a new job lined up for you. Cut back to that 8-lane road. This part, too, I only found out about later. 3 vehicles boxed a pink Audi in the middle of the road. Chu Zhongtian in the driver's seat had long since passed out, and the shattered windows showed a fierce battle had just taken place here. Damn, this kid won't shed tears till he sees the coffin. Pity that little lowly on the car's gone. What now, boss? The sunglasses man drew a deep breath. Forget it, the girls run off. So be it. The mechanic guild's got a few others. Shame about the brothers we lost. An underling chimed in. Boss, why not just finish this kid off? With a temper that fierce, you'll never get him to sign a contract. The sunglasses man glared, and the very air froze. The man the guild head wants. You dare touch him? Hurry up and load him on. The anesthetic will wear off if we take too long. A few kilometers ahead of the dump truck, twin ponytailed Chu Kurson walked along muttering at her panel. What's going on? Where did I even walk to? And bro won't answer either. She fished a gold coin out of her pocket. Luck's not bad. Ran into a traveling merchant who gave me a gold coin. No idea what it trades for. The setting sun hung over the dunes, like an orange-red egg yolk dropped into the sand. Dappled light streamed through the windows and fell across the unmanned driver's seat, where only lines of code scrolled on the screen. A soul-stirring female voice suddenly rang out in the spacious cab. Could you not moan so seductively? You just got a little scalded by steam. You sound like you're climaxing, and the people outside the truck'll think we're up to who knows what. Pitching a tent, I looked at Xia Jixin guarding the silver furnace with utter displeasure. This woman, really hard to comment on. Boo-hoo, I don't want to either, boss. Isn't there a safer method? Can I just dump it all on at once? She stared fearfully at the violently struggling refining furnace, terrified the steam would hit her face. What are you scared of? It's a tiny burn. Soak it in living water, and it's fine. There's a hole under the furnace. Flood it with water, and it's liable to blow. She started grumbling and complaining. What kind of boss are you? Who works a woman like a man? I'm a girl. Couldn't you assign me something lighter? A job where you're getting hurt every single moment should be yours to do. What was that? Master. Front camera 1 detected a suspected iron treasure chest 50 meters ahead on the right side of the road. Please confirm. A savior had arrived. Xia Zhixin flung the empty bottle aside. Boss, I'm off to grab the treasure chest. Watch it yourself, K. She nimbly slipped on a pair of pink slippers and dashed out. Xiling, can't you accurately identify the iron boxes out there? The features are pretty obvious, no? Master, Xiling can only roughly make out the outline via the vehicle cameras and can't measure specific parameters. For accurate identification, the vehicle needs an onboard detection radar installed. Back to that problem again. We don't even know where that radar's made. Not on the channel, and didn't see it at that crook's stall either. Thud, thud, thud. Her voice arrived before she did. Boss, finally caught a decent box this whole afternoon. Pulled out a blueprint. Xia Zhixin, in a maid outfit, the iron box tucked under her arm, stood at the door taking off her shoes, the setting sun on her legs, the black and white color-blocked stockings especially eye-catching. Cozy Home Blueprint, green on use, enters self-editing mode. You can freely adjust the size and remodel the vehicle's interior space into whatever you like. Supports remodeling up to 100 square meters. I took the green glowing blueprint and glanced into the iron box on the side. There was also a survival coin lying in it. Pile everything in the supply area. I'll study this blueprint. Xia Zhixin broke down the iron box, stacked 5 iron ingots, and muttered under her breath. Boss, why not sell some of the basic supplies? We basically can't use them. They're in the way piled up, and they're cheap. You can get however many you want off the channel. So if we run short, we just buy more, right? You're thinking too one-sided. It's chaos out there. These materials don't take up much space stored. Keep them for emergencies. Who knows if the survivors will all be dead in a couple of days. What I feared was the day people were mostly dead and supplies turned scarce and prices spiked. Fine. Then I'll. Ding ding ding. The furnace lid clanged, and on reflex Xia Zhixin snatched up a bottle of water and rushed over, glaring at me as I walked off. You really are a heartless one, standing this close and won't even lend a hand, making a frail little woman watch it alone. Quit the chatter. Any universal fuel that comes out is all yours. Call it workplace injury comp. The moment she heard there were wages, she was instantly full of drive. Yes, boss. Point, and I'll shoot. She was pretty happy. The sequence component on the truck supplied all the vehicle's power and electricity, so this fuel was useless to us, with no option but to sell it. And this boss, halfway conscientious, was willing to dole out perks. Had she known there'd be manual labor like this, she should have signed the contract more readily when she joined. Maybe the boss would be so moved he'd fall for her, and then she could just coast. Sinking into the fantasy, her hands slowed, and a blast of hot air hit her palm. Hearing that alluring scream, I shook my head. Looked like I'd have to figure out a way to channel that energy into actual work. I turned my attention back to the house framework before me. This was the Cozy Home Blueprints effect. This kind of functional blueprint, unlike upgrade blueprints, didn't require specific materials. Using it entered an editing state where you could see a full projected simulation of the rooms. What I had to do was lay out the matching rooms according to the cab space. The blueprint included a full set of 100 square meter fixtures: kitchen, bathroom, toilet, bedroom, living room. Unfortunately, the interior space was limited. Only 50 square, minus 10 for the driver's seat, leaving just 40 square in reality, so I had to cut a fair amount. No kitchen. Nobody cooks anyway. Instant noodles and gnawing bread will do. Can't skimp on the bathroom. That big tub looks decent quality. I've got to test it out. Keep the living room. Put in a sofa, somewhere to sit normally. Bedroom, just one then. Blame that maid who can't tell big from small and keeps griping about herself. In the distance, Xia Zhixin flipped a middle finger this way. At that same moment, not far from the dump truck, twin ponytailed Chu Kursin stood in the middle of the road, gazing in bewilderment at the steel behemoth speeding toward her. She didn't know how far she'd walked and couldn't figure it out. She'd gone 4 or 5 hours down the west fork her brother had told her to take, picked up 3 or 4 boxes, yet never spotted her brother's friend. At least, apart from that kind traveling merchant, she hadn't run into anyone or anything else the whole way. She straightened the gray bear in her arms, reached into the bear's belly, and pulled out a bottle of water, drank a sip, then put it back. This big thing in a small container trick was truly baffling. No warm supplies. What do I do tonight? It dropped to 3 degrees last night. Tonight'll definitely be colder. Wonder if I'll run into a kind soul to give me a lift. Just then, 2 beams of light lit up behind her, instantly illuminating the gloom. She turned, only to find 2 laser-like beams hitting her face. Raising an arm to shield herself, she just barely made out the behemoth that had already reached her. Camera 1 detected a humanoid creature ahead, evade or not. Furnace guarding Xia Zhixin was about to holler for me, but then thought better of it. The boss had just handed out wages, so she needed to perform more diligently, and she patted thud 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 to the driver's seat. But the instant she saw it was a person standing on the road, she instinctively wrenched the wheel and slammed the brakes. The speed plunged from 60 to 0, yet inertia still shoved the truck forward several meters. Thud. The truck's front bumped into the twin ponytailed Loli's chest. The little Loli plopped down onto the scalding road, the pain hitting her bottom and chest at once, leaving her unsure which to clutch. In a soft, glutinous voice tinged with anger, "What the heck? This is a brand new account. Could you not do this?" Luckily, the speed had already hit 0 on impact, or she'd have had to start over from scratch. The huge inertia tossed me, lying on the sofa, onto the floor. I quickly looked back at the refining furnace. Phew, it hadn't tipped over. "What the heck are you doing? Why the slam on the brakes?" "Boss, looks like we hit a survivor." I grabbed the handgun and went over. "Did we kill them?" "Not sure. I braked the second I saw." A small lump wobbled in front of the camera, too blurry to make out. I flipped off the safety and stepped out. "Stay close. Let's check it out." The 2 of us left the cab, a light breeze meeting us face on. And after being cooped up so long, we both drew a deep breath. My gaze fell 2 or 3 meters in front of the truck. A little Loli was pushing herself up off the ground, a teddy bear toy beside her. Hearing the footsteps on the iron ladder, Chu Kurson looked up, only to meet a cold gun barrel pressing against her forehead. "Deity." Shake of the head. "Staging a scam?" Shake of the head. "Say thank you." "Thank you." The thoroughly bewildered Chu Kurson replied right along with my prompt. Her mind was blank at that moment. She hadn't the faintest idea how she'd been hit by such an absurd vehicle. I sized her up seriously. Aside from her white stockings being a bit dirty and a scrape on her arm, no major harm. "Could you let me hitch a ride for a stretch?" "I can pay." The soft, glutinous voice piped up again. "Wow, your truck's so big. It's even got rooms and a sofa." Chu Kurson kicked off her little shoes and ran for the sofa. She'd walked all afternoon and had been dying to rest, but there hadn't been a single place to sit the whole way. Don't run around. Big sis will put medicine on you in a bit." Xia Zhixin followed over to check the furnace. Thankfully, nothing had gone wrong. I toyed with the gold coin she'd given me. If I wasn't mistaken, I'd seen this thing in the merchant's hand earlier. Eric's lucky gold coin. No quality, carry it. And the traveling merchant Eric can sense your location and serve you anytime. Unable to make out anything else, I turned my gaze to Chu Kurson on the sofa, only to see her start pulling all kinds of things out of that bear. Blueprints, water, food, and quite a few basic materials. "Is that a spatial item?" I gripped the M1911 in my right hand. The moment she made any attacking move, I'd shoot without hesitation. Luckily, she didn't step out of line, fishing a gold-glowing blueprint from a stack to confirm something. "Ching Gij, this is the onboard radar crafting blueprint I told you about." Seeing me approach warily, she looked puzzled. We'd just been chatting perfectly fine in front of the truck, and quickly added, "By my mechanic talents read, this onboard radar blueprint is top of the top among all vehicle assist blueprints. Pair it with an artificial intelligence and the effect's better by orders of magnitude." I reflexively nudged the toy bear on the table aside. The moment I heard mechanic, my wary look instantly turned fervent. The mechanic I'd searched the whole way for had actually crashed into my truck of her own accord. Heaven had opened its eyes. But how to keep her became the question. She was a mechanic with a boundless future. I had to land her, and even if it meant some cajoling and trickery, I had to get her to sign a contract. I plastered on what I imagined was a kindly expression and softened my tone. "Kurson, just join my team and you'll eat well, dress well, sleep well, and Gij will help you find your brother too. How about it?" Chu Kurson's face lit up with excitement. "Thank you, Ching and Gij. I knew you were a good person. Anywhere you can use me, just say the word. I won't eat for free. I can work. No problem at all. Just sign this contract. I'm a guy who's rather short on a sense of security. Chu Kursin stared blankly at the contract before her, then glanced at the top right corner, scrunched up her little face, and turned to look at me. Qingyun Gij, you've got this wrong, haven't you? Using a contract made by my brother to enslave his little sister. It took me 2 seconds to react. Huh? What kind of brother gives himself an ID like Bunny No Sweets? She lowered her head and stared at the contract. That ID is mine. It's just me and my brother with one car. I've never touched the wheel. My brother does basically all the driving, and I handle logistics and trading. At that point, something occurred to her, and she stared at me with a grave expression. Qingyun Gij, are you sure you just want a little sense of security, and you're not trying to use that cannot resist the master tyrant clause in the contract to do something weird? She swallowed, clearly recalling certain men with peculiar tastes her brother had told her about. Seeing her waver, I struck while the iron was hot, raising my right hand to the heavens. I, Jiang Qingyun, swear to the heavens, if I use this contract to do anything filthy to you, may I be struck down by 5 bolts of lightning. Don't believe me? Ask your sis Xia how I treat her. Xia Jixin immediately turned to her with a smile. Don't worry, Kursin sweetie, the boss is really good to me. He even pays me wages. Look, and she pointed out the few drums of fuel she'd been allotted. I gave her a mental thumbs up. This girl was easy to work with. Not a word about the raw deal she'd gotten, picking out only the good parts. Looked like I'd better treat her well. Tonight I'd just have her watch the furnace till midnight. No later. Too tired, and it'd affect her early start tomorrow. With Xia Jixin's assist, Chu Kursin finally had her face-saving excuse to stay. She knew well what awaited her in the night if she let this truck go. The little stash in the bear wouldn't last past tonight. And even if it did, what about tomorrow? She held out her right pinky. All right then, Qingyun Gij, but it's a promise. You're not allowed to force me to do anything I don't want, okay? I blinked, then caught on and stuck out my left pinky to hook hers. Relax. Pinky swear. No takebacks for 100 years. The moment that utterly non-binding childhood chant left her lips, both of us signed our names. The instant the contract took effect, I patted her head. All right, now that you've officially joined the team, I'll assign you your first mission as captain. I pulled her over to the materials area and picked up a block of basic special steel. Our truck's level 1 right now, way too slow. I heard the mechanic talent can upgrade a vehicle's level. See if you can use this basic special steel to get the truck to level 2. I stared at her, beaming, like I was looking at my own lucky angel. She looked the material pile over and muttered, can do, but it'd take 10 units of basic steel, plus rubber, copper ingots, and other basic materials, and a basic electronic component too. I hit a snag. I'd started with 11 units of basic steel, used 5 building the refining furnace, so only 6 left. The other materials were no problem. I was just short an electronic component. Worst case, I'd trade for one on the channel. Then how about using half basic steel and mixing in half iron ingots? Get it to level 2 first and remodel later? No good. Upgrade it that way and the potential gets heavily compressed. Think of it like large-scale metal forging. Something cast in one piece versus poured in batches differs a lot in strength. Worried I wouldn't get it. She drew an analogy from a documentary she'd happened to watch. I was a bit stumped, then suddenly remembered something and grabbed the green metal I'd refined earlier. Then how about this intermediate special steel? No choice. Right now I could only refine intermediate, with basic steel out of the question. All 10 bottles of living water I'd listed on the market had been bought up, and nobody had brought basic steel to trade. Chu Kursin, who came up to my shoulder, caught sight of the green glowing metal and her eyes blazed. She took it in her trembling little hands, as if she couldn't believe someone could amass metal this strong on the very first day. But within seconds, the joy faded again. What a shame, Qingyun Gij. Intermediate steel is usually used as a stand-in for level 2 to 3 vehicle upgrades, and with some work it can be used on a level 1 car too. But this is only 2 units. An upgrade needs 10, nowhere near enough. The materials grade is higher, but you can't make up for the metal's volume with quality. She shook her head at me, dejected. But hearing this, I instead lit up with excitement. I hadn't expected a mechanic could directly use intermediate steel to upgrade a level. One car. What about higher grade materials then? My heart thumped. This meant I no longer had to worry about the fog speeding up in 2 or 3 days. Higher grade materials could wait. Right now, get the truck's speed up first. I decisively dragged her over to Xiajishin. Huh? What for woe? This is where the intermediate special steel comes from. It was right on the hour. The refining furnace had stopped, and Xiajishin opened the lid, revealing 2 units of green glowing metal, intermediate special steel. Chu Kursin's eyes went wide, and she poked it with a finger to confirm it was real. Whoa, how'd you two pull this off? As far as I know, this kind of basic refining furnace can only refine basic steel. Refining intermediate needs a higher grade furnace. She crouched to examine the silver furnace closely and couldn't spot a single difference. Oh, you've seen this kind of basic refining furnace elsewhere. She blinked her big eyes. From the traveling merchant. That gold coin I gave you was from him. He's a nice guy, showed me lots of goods, and a basic refining furnace was one of them. Shame it cost 1,000 survival coins, and I don't have a single one. Then she circled back. Oh right, Qingyun Gij, you still haven't answered me. Where'd this intermediate steel come from? Can this furnace keep producing it? Now that she was one of us, I didn't hide it. Look, this is my talent. I shared the talent screen with her. She read it and gave a thumbs up. Incredible. Qingyun Gij, take this talent farming and you'd be a real ace. Xiajishin, off to the side, was lost. For someone who never read novels, grasping the term farming was a bit much. What farming? Don't tell me the boss's talent is for growing veggies in the truck. The two of them burst out laughing. Keep going. Refine 6 more units of intermediate steel, and we can upgrade the truck to level 2. My gaze locked on the refining furnace, fervent, like I was staring at a money printer. Xiajishin, face glum, hauled 10 units of iron ingots from the pile and tossed them in. She flipped the switch, and a fresh round of forging began. Chu Kursin watched the two of them use mineral water to cool the furnace and then living water to treat the burns, and went completely numb. She hadn't imagined these two would use a strategic resource like living water as adhesive bandages, smearing on something outrageously expensive on the market just for kicks. Hold on, what are you two even doing? Xiajishin looked smug. How about it, little Kursin? This is high tech. It's just not very stable, so you've got to cool it down now and then. Stand back so you don't get scalded. Even with living water, this holy healing water, getting burned still hurts plenty. With that, she practiced ly bared her teeth and poured mineral water onto the furnace lid. Steam billowed up, even shrouding the ceiling light. Wait, living water can suppress high temperatures. That's the same reason a single sip of it quenches your thirst. Pour living water straight onto the furnace cauldron, and even after the material's refined, the furnace won't go into a frenzy. What? Xiajishin and I whipped our heads toward her in unison, making her a little uncomfortable. What? You didn't know? This is standard professional knowledge every mechanic keeps on hand. At that, it dawned on her that she was the only mechanic in this truck. Fine. First like this, then like this. In no time, she rigged up a crude semi-automatic watering device. A water pipe split off from the ceiling tank at the bathroom doorway, fitted with a control valve as a dedicated line. The moment the furnace got unstable, the valve opened and living water drizzled down drop by drop. With the position fixed, no fear of it pouring into the furnace and blowing it up. Done, she shouted. Xiling. Indoor camera detection. The second this furnace shakes, open the valve, open it for 10 seconds then close. Got it. Yes. Detected privilege equal to artificial idiot. Recorded. And just like that, a machine that only needed material loading was made. I gave her a thumbs up, and Xiajishin straight up wrapped her in a hug, a great expanse of snowy white squishing the little girl's face out of shape. Kursin, you're amazing. You freed your big sis. I'll make you something tasty tomorrow. Your big sis is a gourmet. Chu Kursin pushed a sliver of air into that softness with her little hands, face flushed red from holding her breath. What did Xiling mean just now by artificial idiot? And what does making something tasty have to do with you being a gourmet, Sisya? Nothing. A gourmet just means someone who's tasted lots of good food. Once we've got ingredients, I'll make some for you. Xiajishin pressed her advantage. This little mechanic was so handy. Might as well go all the way. Hey Curson, could you make another machine that loads and retrieves the material too? Then it'd be fully automatic. I didn't cut in. I also wanted to see just how capable this mechanic was. If she could make everything in the truck smart, then finding more hands wouldn't be so urgent. Chu Curson tidied her mussed-up bangs, not bothered in the least. That's easy. Basic mechanical apparatus. Easy to whip up. Just needs a basic electronic component. And there's none in our material pile. Xia Zhixin's eyes lit up. There really was a way. Then it absolutely had to be done. Or with her boss's habit of working people like draft animals, she'd surely be pulling an all-nighter. She knew all too well what intermediate steel meant in this currently supply-starved world. I'll go trade for one. Iron ingots are running low anyway. I'll trade living water. With that, she looked to me. After all, I was the one who owned the truck. Trade for a few extra. We'll need them for the upgrade later too. Given the go-ahead, Xia Zhixin happily went to draw water under the tank. Seeing only a few dozen liters of living water left in it, she suddenly recalled that after rinsing off with this water today, she hadn't felt hot again. Wasn't sure if that was another of living water's effects. Meanwhile, took Chu Curson to the console to do the prep work for the upgrade. She set the panel to an interface I couldn't make heads or tails of, her fingers flying so fast they practically danced. I was half skeptical. You sure? One simple adjustment like this and a level. One car can support intermediate steel? She gave a sweet smile. Relax, Ching-Gij. This basically shields part of the vehicle's perception, like deleting its detector. With me around anyway, that thing's there or not, it's all the same. Something occurred to her, and she went on. But this way, this truck's going to be something else down the road. With a big truck like this, speed was originally the only weak point. Now, with intermediate steel boosting it, the whole vehicle's strength is absurdly high. Ordinary shells probably can't do a thing to it. Only specially made armor-piercing rounds might be a little useful. There's a lot more room to modify the speed too. Like a factory making toy cars. A big enough mold, and you can stuff in more. Engine not good enough? Then string several engines in. Speed goes right up, doesn't it? And the body's so sturdy, it'll hold. She waited smugly for my reaction, but I just nodded mildly. Not bad. She froze. Don't tell me my handiwork isn't impressive? My gaze, in fact, was glued to the system mission. Once the truck hit level 2, I'd get the second sequence component, +1. This thing could bump a vehicle's level up by 1 out of thin air, no worse than a mechanic's talent, and it consumed no materials. Downright unbeatable. At 11:30 at night, the refining furnace stopped, and the 2 newly refined blocks of intermediate steel were set with the previous 8. A full 10 units of intermediate steel gave off green light, dyeing the floor a sheet of emerald. So begin. I looked back at the little lowly. She was the mechanic, so it was her call. Begin. You two handle the lookout. I've already covered the side effects, won't repeat them. She shot the 2 of us a glance and turned her eyes to the control panel. I nodded and drew the M1911. For the next half hour, I'd guard the truck. She'd said it clearly. During a mechanic's upgrade, the truck couldn't move, so it had to be protected and undisturbed lest the materials be wasted. A major drawback of this method. With an upgrade blueprint, it'd be done in an instant. At least the 2 of us didn't have to go stand in the cold wind. It was only a few degrees out, and dressed this lightly we'd freeze our tails off. Watching the cameras would do. Chu Curson frowned, her gaze fixed on the material pile. The upgrade program launched, the whole truck suffusing with a faint green light, plating everything around it in jade. At least the inside didn't have this effect. I glanced at the pile. Aside from the intermediate steel, the other materials were long gone, and the topmost block of intermediate steel was visibly dissolving away. Mechanic talent intervening, upgrade channel open. Level 1, Level 2. Non-standard material detected. Intermediate special steel times 10. Warning. Advanced material has triggered enhanced modification mode. Estimated 30 minutes. The vehicle cannot move during the process. An interruption means no material refund. The upgrade takes about half an hour. Don't disturb me during it. My spirit is only 15 points. Can't take interruption. One break, and it's all ruined. I nodded at Xia Zhixin, who took the hint and obediently watched the surveillance. With time on my hands, I tossed more iron ingots into the refining furnace. Refining extra intermediate steel couldn't hurt. Then opened the regional channel to see what I'd missed. Zone 01542, 423, 41 degrees Celsius, online 564, 712/1, 000 fog 1,365 kilometers behind you. Whoa. Daytime it was 800-some thousand if I remember right. Another 300-some thousand dead in a dozen-odd hours. I could already picture the scenes when survivors crossed paths in the day. Had to be bayonets drawn, blood spilled. Temperature and fog distance hadn't changed much. Today I'd driven a short stretch and even backtracked a bit, so that stood to reason. But the channel's content had changed. The spammers, the braggarts, the people forming pickup teams, basically all gone, leaving almost nothing but ads selling supplies and recruiting. Stay true to the path. Fellow people, we must unite. Stop hurting each other. Wiping out everyone is a dead end, a misconception. The membership channel is open. If you've a shred of conscience left, join us and let's keep going together. Free and unfettered. The Wild Wolf Guild has been renamed Heaven and Earth Freedom. Strong fighters welcome to join. We've got powerful contract masters. Everything runs on contracts, less scheming. Let's survive under the fog together. Green as my peak. Those wild wolf animals set up an interception point at 521.365. Watch out if you're headed this way. The brother ahead of me's already been offed by them. The world has no room for me. That's because they haven't met me. My modified bulldozer is no joke. Staring at the channel, thick with hostility, I realized the world had changed into either you die or I live. There were still people clinging to their original ideals, holding to unity, but in the apocalypse, could that really get far? I switched to the trade market, pulled all the resources I'd gotten for the living water out of the holding space and piled them onto the material heap, then relist 10 bottles of living water, this time raising it to 2 survival coins a bottle. I held off trading the other supplies. Not that we didn't need things, I just hadn't decided what we lacked. I left a special materials, DM me option, set a restriction so people could only DM after meeting certain conditions, and backed out. Right now, I was the only one in the market selling living water. The merchant bought back at 1 survival coin a liter. Selling 500 milliliters for 2 survival coins wasn't excessive, was it? The next half hour passed without incident, and the truck safely upgraded to level 2. Congratulations on completing the mission. The reward has been auto-loaded. Please check it. Issued Civilization Reconstruction Mission 3. Upgrade your vehicle to level 3. Note: +1 component upgrades do not count. Reward: Mastery, unique, sequence vehicle component. Provides the vehicle a holographic visualization module with deduction, disaster early warning, and the ability to intelligently link with other auxiliary modules in the vehicle for a 1+1 greater than 2 effect. Automatically dropped if the vehicle is destroyed. I nodded, satisfied. Just then, Xia Zhixin's panicked voice came. Kursin, what's wrong with you? I hurried over. Twin ponytailed Chu Kursin was slumped bloodless in the passenger seat, hands stacked to pillow her head on the newly appeared console, like she'd fought an 8-hour battle, neck and forehead covered in fine sweat. Her ghastly pale lips moved faintly, her voice weak. I can't take it. I need to rest. This kind of overload spirit consumption really isn't work fit for humans. Seeing she was just exhausted and limp from spent spirit, the two of us breathed easier. Surveying the now drastically transformed interior, I decided to reward this little hero of the hour. Xiaoxia, take Kursin to wash up. If there are no clean clothes, just trade resources for them. Don't skimp. Living water, use it freely. Money's worthless garbage. Spend it, and you'll earn it back. I'd never been a boss, but I understood the principle that a subordinate who renders great service must be rewarded. Living water, in my eyes, was nothing more than a resource that flowed in endlessly every day. Xia Zhixin blinked, then nodded. She hadn't expected me to be this generous. Looked like she'd picked the right person to follow. The slumped Chu Kursin seemed to have fallen asleep. Kursin, wake up. Sleep after you wash up. Xia Zhixin roused the dazed girl, and the two went into the drastically transformed restroom together, the first use since the cozy home blueprint had been completed. Looking at the brand new washing facilities, even Xia Zhixin marveled. This 15 square meter space had it all: vanity, dressing mirror, toilet, showerhead, even a bathtub. Staring at that big tub, roomy enough for two to lie in, she still gave up the idea of a bath. Water was still tight. With only a few dozen liters of living water left, a quick rinse for Chu Kurson was fine, while she'd make do with regular water. The batch of regular water I'd traded for earlier had long since been added by her to the new tank. This tank fed straight to the toilet and every water outlet, with living water hooked in too. Pick the water type, and it flowed endlessly, provided the tank had some. Come on, Kurson, wash before you sleep. Xia Jixin reached out to peel off her short sleeve and shorts. The icy touch sobering the dazed Chu Kurson up considerably. Being undressed and waited on like this was something she hadn't experienced since childhood. I'll do it myself, sis Xia. Xia Jixin quickly withdrew her hands and simply wiped herself down with a towel. She'd rinsed once during the day, so she was sparing the water. A sudden burst of two girls bickering and roughhousing came from the bathroom. I shook my head and turned my attention back to the now level 3 vehicle info. Vehicle, modded dump truck, LV.2+1. Dimensions 30 by 20 by 15 m, curb weight 600 plus T, durability 100%, fuel consumption 600 L/100 km, fuel remaining, infinity, top speed 120 km per hour, physical defense 500, intermediate steel plus 200. The body can withstand most bullets and explosions. Tires are the weak point. Magic defense 0, attribute bonus. Owner, all attributes plus 30, interior space 120 cubic meters. This level even gives the owner attribute bonuses. I quickly opened my personal panel, and one look stunned me. Jiang Qingyun, human, male, strength 8 plus 30, constitution 7 plus 30, agility 8 plus 30, spirit 10 plus 30, talent, diligent toil. LV.3 passive, the quality and quantity of supplies produced by your own vehicle are increased by 100%, 50% chance to produce an attribute entry, crafting and growth speed accelerated by 100%. The talent had jumped straight to level 3. Was this a perk of upgrading the vehicle? Had the two teammates' talents leveled up too? Xiao Xia, what level is your talent now? The water sound in the bathroom paused. Level 1, why? It's nothing, carry on. So talent upgrades were limited to the owner. Then what about people who lost their vehicles? Their talent stays stuck at level 1 forever? Couldn't figure it out, and I didn't dwell on it. I released the space the cozy home blueprint had reserved, coming out to exactly 100 square meter layout. 1 bedroom and 3 living areas, 1 workroom, a kitchen and a bath, with the remaining 20 square as a rest area and the front operating console. The changes to the truck's exterior were even bigger. That exterior iron ladder was gone, replaced by an up-down ladder on the side, far more convenient for getting in and out. The originally fragile windows had gained a layer of green glowing metal guard railing, the work of intermediate steel. The whole truck was plated head to toe in a faint jade, like a jadeite behemoth crouched on the highway in the night, its crash beams twice as thick, every armor plate giving off a cold green glow, faint plant vein-like patterns coursing along the edges. But I didn't stay happy long. The vehicle info still showed magic defense at 0. What that meant went without saying. Going forward, besides boosting speed, I'd have to find a way to shore up magic defense. Staring at the level 3 talent, a big question popped up. What does this 50% chance to produce an attribute entry mean? Does everything made in the truck come with attributes? I looked around, wanting to make something to test it, and my gaze fell on the gold-glowing blueprint in the material pile. Chu Kurson's fare. Basic onboard radar, blueprint. Gold builds a radar that detects any creature, treasure chest, or vehicle within 100 meters of the vehicle. Requires plastic times 100, rubber times 50, iron ingot times 100, copper ingot times 50, electronic component times 1, source of detection times 1. The radar's effect had my heart racing. From now on, no more squinting at the roadside. Paired with Xiling, the effect would be even better. But that source of detection, I'd never even heard of it. The market had no search results, so I had to ask on the channel. Shrimp no blink. Who's got a source of detection? Buying at a premium. A minute passed with no takers, and just as I was about to give up, a familiar ID popped up. Free and unfettered. Brother, I've got a source of detection. While you trade. Shrimp no blink. Send a screenshot. Source of detection. Silver, one of the key components of precision machinery. Exactly what I wanted. I couldn't sit still. With this, the vehicle would essentially have eyes. Shrimp no blink. Name your price. What do you want? On the other end of that screen, the ID belonged to Zhou Yujia, head of the Wild Wolf Guild. His underlings stood by offering counsel. This was good stuff pulled from a silver treasure chest, worth no less than a level 2 upgrade blueprint. The guild had basic materials piled to the heavens, so they should trade for something rare, survival coins, basic steel, or living water. Zhou Yujia nodded. He'd had this thing for nearly a day, and even the guild's mechanic couldn't figure out what it did. He casually asked whether the contract master had reached level 2. The underling said they were still one spirit potion short. Go search for one, level them to 2 ASAP, and unlock the other contracts. Relying on slave contracts alone, we can't recruit strong free agents. This part one only learn later. Free and unfettered. No beating around the bush. Survival coins, I want 50. Living waterworks 2, 30 liters. Basic steel, I'll take as well, 10 units. Shrimp no blink. Living water, 5 liters. Basic steel, 5 units. Free and unfettered. Deal. The other side actually took my have counteroffer flat out, leaving me a bit confused. Is everyone a traveling merchant around here? Have the price and there's still profit? Whatever, I never lose. Basic steel's useless to me anyway. The trade went through, and an eyeball-sized mechanical contrivance, its surface bumpy and uneven, dropped into my palm, cold to the touch. The other materials arrived one after another, and the moment I used the gold blueprint. A gold-glowing radar appeared above the truck's roof, wash-basin-sized, like a pot-lid antenna, just spinning ceaselessly. Talent in effect, attribute entry, amplification, has been attached to the basic onboard radar. I immediately opened the vehicle info and found its entry. Basic onboard radar. Gold detects any creature, treasure chest, or vehicle of level 4 or below within 100 meters of the vehicle. Amplification, detection range, and level cap raised by 50%. This entry's interesting. From now on, when I upgrade the vehicle, can I get entries like this attached to it too? I started mulling. Level 4 creatures and treasure chests, plus 50% makes 6. What does that mean again? What I knew so far was that the higher the level, the more the quality color differed. White, green, silver, gold, and beyond that I'd never seen. This radar can detect chests higher grade than gold ones. While I was musing aimlessly, the bathroom door opened, and 2 girls, one big, one small, shuffled out in sandals. Xia Jixin had gotten a silk nightgown from somewhere, drawing out a smooth waistline. Chu Kursin was swallowed up in an oversized white t-shirt, only a pair of fair little calves and bare feet showing. Her twin ponytails not fully dry, droplets hanging from the ends. Boss, which room do we sleep in? Xia Jixin asked excitedly. Getting to sleep in a bed was a luxury in the apocalypse. Last night, she'd barely closed her eyes all night. Take your pick, there happened to be 3. Long live the boss, she cheered, dragging Chu Kursin off to Chu's rooms. But my next line dropped her back into the pits. You're sleeping on the sofa tonight, watching the refining furnace. Fine. She shuffled back over in reluctant little steps. I'd meant to have Chu Kursin convert the furnace to fully automatic, but she was in too rough a state. Forget it. To my surprise, Chu Kursin spoke up on her own. Sis Xia, you've got spare basic electronic components, right? I'll convert it to fully automatic for you, easy. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and followed over. Crouching before the furnace, she pulled a few tools from the bear and disassembled and reassembled in a few quick moves, her motions much slower than during the day, but her fingers still steady and precise. Xia Jixin crouched beside her, passing tools and holding parts, the two in seamless coordination. I turned my gaze to the windshield. A radar scan image was projected onto it. Pale green fan-shaped light waves sweeping at a steady pace with the vehicle as the center, like a second hand. The highway, dunes, and clutter within 150 meters all rendered in simplified lines, currently empty. But I knew this was only temporary. With it, from now on this highway, I was no longer blind. I also noticed the legend in the top right corner. Vehicles were mini car icons. Treasure chests were distinguished by 6 colors: white, green, silver, gold, platinum, and purple. Monsters were simply dots, graded by the same 6 colors. Xiling, with the radar, can you drive on your own? I yawned. A busy, tiring day, and I really wanted a proper rest. Last night, I'd slept curled up on the floor, so for the me who now had a master bedroom, the temptation was maxed out. Master, Xiling can advance per your settings based on the radar results, and will proactively alert you when uncontrollable factors arise. Given the go-ahead, I relaxed. Since the AI could handle it, no point staying up. Recovering my condition was how I'd face an even crueler tomorrow. I glanced at the two crouched tinkering by the furnace and chose the largest middle master bedroom. Xiling's all set, with the radar added. Autonomous driving's no problem. If you hear an alarm in the night, come out and check the situation right away. Yes, Chingyungij. Yes, boss. Pushing open the door, under the warm light there was a king-size bed, the bedding neatly folded, even a retro little lamp on the nightstand. Rubbing my sleepy eyes, I stripped and slid under the covers. The room was a good deal cooler than outside, the thick quilt just right. Looks like I'll need to set up a few AC units. The cab AC can't reach this far, and if the temperature drops more the bedroom won't hold up. Muttering that, I quickly fell asleep. A dozen-odd minutes later, my properly closed door was pushed open, and a mature female voice sounded. Boss, I. Xiaojishin was about to say something, then heard the even snoring in the room, silently closed the door, and withdrew. The truck fell silent. On the driver's seat console, white-marked monster dots kept emerging in front of the truck, then slid toward the rear. They paid the oncoming dump truck no mind at all, as if something behind them was waiting. 749 degrees Celsius online 451, 245/1, 000. I switched off the panel in the bathroom. Showering in the morning was a years-long habit of mine. It shakes off the drowsiness fast. Hair towel dry and changed into clean clothes. I came out to find the two girls already awake, sitting on the sofa, a few slices of bread and water on the coffee table. Morning, boss. Good morning, Chingyungij. I nodded and headed for the driver's seat, meaning to ask Xiling whether anything had happened overnight. Just then, an announcement rang across the heavens. Congratulations to survivor Zhang Mingyu for becoming the first survivor in this zone to advance 5,000 kilometers. Reward: gold treasure, chest ×1. Whoa, you get a reward for driving fast too. Feels like I missed out on a fortune. I looked at the radar and shook my head. No matter how nonstop my dump truck ran, it couldn't cover that much. No idea what kind of vehicle the other guy had, running 5,000 kilometers in 48 hours. Xiling, anything abnormal last night? Master, last night I detected 152 white monsters and 3 green ones, but they all skirted around the vehicle and headed toward the rear. They didn't attack us. I was a little puzzled. That strength-type zombie the other day had been so aggressive. No attacks received whatsoever. I opened the channel to look for related info, and the fog speed in the top right corner had already updated. Fog speed 27.5 kilometers per hour, 2,085 kilometers behind you. I did the math, up 48% from yesterday. These survivors really had drive. Over half the people gone in a single day. Couldn't rule out monsters as a cause, but it was mostly man-made calamity. Last night was quite moist. Damn. Who killed a whole pile of people up ahead of us? Now we're stuck. A horde of zombies has blocked the road dead. See attached. Buy be gooder next time. I've got a level 1 condenser blueprint here. Pull trade for it at a premium. Seeking the Buddha, Heaven and Earth Freedom Guild, is recruiting. Free advance and retreat together pack provided, maximizing everyone's safety. Green as my peak. Screw your mother. You above. Anyone from your guild I see. I kill on sight. Gotta squat to poop. You all know what's up ahead of the fog? See attached. I finally didn't have to freeze the frame to see clearly. I opened the images. The first, 100+ zombies clogging a 4-lane road, most of them survivors once, by the clothing. But when I opened Gotta Squat to Poop's image, my trypophobia nearly flared up. Dense masses of zombies walking before the fog, blanketing the sky, oppressive as anything. What's going on here? My finger hovered over the image, pupils contracting slightly. In the picture, the boundary where fog met highway had become a zombie parade ground, humanoid figures overlapping and interlocking, some in tactical jackets, some with backpacks, several overturned vehicles half buried in the sand. Their movements were slow and uniform, all of them shuffling forward up the highway in lockstep, as if driven by something. I zoomed in. The fog's edge was no longer smooth but a jagged outline, like something surging within, and those zombies clustered precisely a few dozen meters in front of the fog wall, neither entering it nor moving away, hugging it as they advanced. Xiling, pull up last night's footage and clip a segment of monsters passing by. Yes, projected to screen dot. A nighttime black and white image appeared on the windshield. Under the headlights, a strength-type zombie passed along the shoulder, not lunging and clawing like the one from 2 days ago, just cocking its head for a glance at the dump truck before continuing to stagger toward the rear. Then a second, a third, some passed, almost grazing the tires, yet not one launched an attack. I frowned. Something's off. That one 2 days ago attacked unprovoked. How is it that after one night, these act like passers-by? Xia Zhixin poked her head over from the sofa. Are they in a hurry to get somewhere? Look at that image. They're all gathering toward the fog. Chu Kursin had crept over at some point, half a slice of bread in her mouth, words muffled. Not toward the fog. Look carefully. They're in front of the fog, hugging the fog wall as they walk. The fog goes forward, they go forward too. I looked again following her cue. Sure enough, those zombies stayed consistently in front of the fog, at a fixed distance from the fog wall, not rushing toward it, but being pushed along by it. So, the fog doesn't just kill the people it engulfs, it also herds the survivors who've already died and turned into zombies? Reaching this conclusion, I sank into thought. Qingyan Gij, why are all these zombies gathering in front of the fog? Don't tell me they get lonely too, that they need the company of their own kind? Chu Kursin asked, head tilted. Xia Zhixin tore off a small piece of bread and stuffed it into her mouth. You little thing, your maternal instincts are overflowing, huh? Where would zombies get thoughts? They'll go head-on with a vehicle just at the sight of one. She paused, then muttered. Though, could they communicate as a group and breed more baby zombies? I was thoroughly exasperated. I hadn't expected conversation between women to be so fresh and otherworldly, though the ideas were pretty novel. Group gatherings? Producing baby zombies? That kind of imagination would suit novel writing. Just then, I spotted something off in the zoomed-in image. There was a column of zombies mixed into the main body, yet headed in the fog's direction. The one at the very front already half a foot into the fog, seeming to drag something in its hands. This detail, I didn't think much of it at the time, and only later learned how much it mattered. Forget it. Let's eat. I'm too lazy to think about it. We drive fast now anyway. Can cover nearly 3,000 kilometers a day. I gnawed a couple of bites of the hard, dry little bread roll, then remembered something and looked up at Chu Kursin, cheeks bulging. Oh right, Kursin, that thing you mentioned about adding several engines to a toy car. Can it work on our truck? She reflexively nodded, then shook her head. Wait, so can it or can't it? Nodding and shaking your head. What's the deal? Xia Zhixin got interested too. Yeah. The little thing gesticulated nonstop. I handed over water. Swallow first, then talk. Don't choke. Gulp. Duong. She swallowed the bread and quickly spoke up. Adding engines is no problem. The problem is where the engines come from. Speeding up usually has 3 methods. 1 is upgrading the vehicle's level. 2 is modifying the engine, upgrading the original engine. But my talent's only level 1. I can't dismantle the engine's precision internal structure, so I can only use yesterday's trick. Brute force works miracles. I'm molded over. Right? Where would the engines come from? My dump truck's engine was a huge thing, and I couldn't find one that big on short notice. Couldn't very well have a small horse pulling a big cart. Wait, Kursin, didn't you say 3 methods? What's the third? Modifying the tires. But that needs the corresponding materials and blueprints too. And since I'm not too well versed in that area, I didn't bring it up. Besides, that one only gives a small speed boost. Xia Zhixin rubbed her bare, chilly thigh. Then the problem comes back to the second method. We have to find a suitable engine. Chu Kursin nodded repeatedly, but I floated a different line of thinking. Let's flip it around. Raise Kursin's mechanic level while searching for materials and blueprints, upgrade the vehicle further, then upgrade the tires. Chu Kursin shook her head. Not so easy to pull off. Nobody on the channel has said they've gotten a talent to level 2 yet. And going from level 2 to level 3, there's a very important thing we'd be missing. What? A level 2 vehicle core. This core only comes out when a level 2 vehicle is broken down, indestructible, can't be destroyed, and it's one of the core materials for upgrading to level 3. Oh, I shot a glance at this 5-foot little lowly. Looked like landing her was the most correct decision I'd ever made. I'd never even seen a level 2 upgrade blueprint to this day, let alone a level 3 one, so naturally, I didn't know the required materials either. Having a mechanic on the team really did save trouble, letting me pick the most correct direction. No wonder mechanics all got by fine. Of course, the one on my truck had run into some special circumstances, rather a hassle. That thought in mind, I tentatively asked, "Oh right, Kursin, about your brother." And over 2,000 kilometers away, before the fog wall, the densely packed zombies marched in neat rows directly in front of the fog, their speed already matched to the agility-type zombies. In the distance, a steady stream of zombies kept joining this great procession, no small number of them dead survivors, missing arms or legs, intestines exposed yet faces unchanged, all of them resolutely walking into the ranks. There were also several zombie squads queued in long lines, moving against the main body toward the fog, dragging in hands and mouths varying amounts of ragged human tissue. They stepped into the fog, and seconds later walked back out, the human tissue gone, but a faint pale green halo now ringing their bodies. It looked as if their level had risen. The fog was feeding them. That thought only took shape in my mind later. In the morning, the mining dump truck rolled along the desert highway, its pale green body like a jadeite behemoth crawling forward in the sunlight. Watching Chu Kursin hesitate in front of me, I was about to speak when she spoke first. My brother replied to me this morning, but he told me not to go looking for him, told me to just stay on your team. Why? Did your brother get out of danger? Why isn't he coming for you? Xia Zhixin spoke her mind bluntly. Just yesterday, Chu Kursin had said she'd leave once she found her brother. What hidden plot was this? The brother not wanting her anymore. Chu Kursin shook her head. He said he's very safe right now, but the environment there isn't suitable for me to come over. Told me to follow you all and escape the fog first. At the current rate of speed increase, in a few days there won't be many left alive. I nodded. True enough. Who wouldn't want their own sister to survive? My dump truck had limitless potential. Anyone not stupid would choose to follow it. I patted her shoulder. Then stay on our team. Your brother's right. Escape the fog first. Worry about the rest later. Remembering something, I quickly changed the subject. By the way, my talent leveled up to 3 last night. I shared my personal panel. Whoa, boss, your attributes all went up by 30 points. What's going on? Xia Zhixin's eyes went wide. Chu Kursin got interested too. If she could level up her own talent, she'd unlock more mechanic privileges. I thought it over. This came from upgrading the vehicle last night, but unfortunately only the owner gets the bonus. My guess is that talent level is tied to spirit. Really? Xia Zhixin opened her attributes and stared at those 11 points of spirit for a while, getting nowhere. Chu Kursin nodded. The explanation made sense. Otherwise, how could my talent have leveled up to 3? After all, the truck was actually only level 2. +1 was an invisible bonus. You couldn't tell without looking past the panel. So how do you raise spirit? Any info on the channel? Master, an iron box has appeared in the desert by the road ahead. Stop the truck? Xiling chimed in right on cue. Stop! Xia Zhixin shouted first. Who'd be stupid enough not to grab an iron box? Yes, parked and the elevator's out. Artificial idiot. Please be quick. You really are brainless. How many times has your auntie said it? Call me cosmically invincible, gorgeous, super big beauty. Taught you countless times, and you still can't remember. Xia Zhixin griped as she stepped into the elevator. She'd given up resisting that designation. This thing held grudges like certain people. Chu Kursin smiled sweetly. Clearly she knew where that designation came from. Xiling, after what time last night were there no more treasure chests? Master, after 7:30 last night, I didn't encounter another treasure chest. So that means no chests respawn from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. Wonder whether ordinary survivors can scrounge up enough fuel in those 12 daytime hours. Under the fog's escalation, you had to keep moving forward every day to live. Qingyun Gij, look. This intermediate special steel actually comes with an entry. Crouched at the workbench, Chu Kursin held up a block of metal and shouted. Xia Jixin, stepping off the elevator clutching the iron box, came over too. Intermediate special steel, green upgrade vehicle to strengthen defense and bonus attributes. Can also be used to forge implements. Transcendent. This unit of material can be used as 2 units. This is an effect that came with my talent after it leveled up. Didn't expect it to be this good. I took another block from the pile to check. The entry was identical. This talent was broken. Originally, I'd thought it was only fit for farming, but at this rate it could leave others 8 blocks in the dust. With Transcendent, 1 unit used as 2, everyone in the zone would be fighting tooth and nail, selling everything they owned to come by. Whoa boss, I prepped 150 units of iron ingots last night, and they all got refined. That's 30 units of intermediate steel in 7.5 hours. We're gonna be rich. Xia Jixin excitedly stacked the steel on the floor into a pile, then scratched her head at the idle furnace. Oh right, those iron ingots I traded universal fuel for, and now there's no iron ingots left. Should I trade living water for more? Or intermediate steel? I glanced at the iron box at her feet and thought, Kursin, you go trade for iron ingots. Get a lot. Use living water. Intermediate steel thrown out, there is a bombshell. I need to think hard about how to maximize the gains. Xiaoxia, sort and organize the materials. From now on, there'll be more and more stuff. Gotta keep it straight. Remembering something, I asked, oh right, doesn't your talent let you make space equipment? What materials are you short on? Let me see if I can trade for them. Xia Jixin glanced at the talent column. I need basic space stone. 1 unit makes 1 cubic meter of space, and I have to collect objects to attach the space effect to. Rings, phones, hairpins. Anything works, just like Kursin's bear. Hers was made by someone using a bear as the container. I nodded. All right then, split up. Xiling, keep driving forward. Don't bother announcing wooden boxes. Iron and above we'll see about. Low-grade supplies had nothing I urgently needed, and besides, at 120 now, hard stops weren't good. Fewer stops the better. Yes, master, wooden box alerts disabled, reaching top speed in 10 seconds. Basic spirit enhancement potion. Green injection raises spirit by 1 to 3 points. After the 5th dose, you become fully immune to same grade spirit potions. I looked at the syringe the iron box had produced. I hadn't expected the clear liquid inside to be a spirit potion. Just as I was about to raise Chu Kursin's spirit, the medicine had been delivered to my door. Though whether it added 1 point or 3 was all down to luck, 5 doses meant at least 5 points. From the note, there should be higher grade ones too. I took out the survival coin in the iron box as well. The box broken down, 5 units of iron ingots were perfect for refining intermediate steel. Kursin, come here, Gidge's got something good for you. Mid-finger counting, she came bounding over, twin ponytails bouncing. What good stuff you pull, Qingyan Gidge? There's a share for me. I solemnly handed her the potion along with the survival coin. Use this potion, it boosts attributes. Stash the survival coin in your bear, and pack up the ones in the material pile too, so you don't lose track of them later. But the little thing's smile froze, her white-stockinged little feet instinctively retreating a step, a fly-in-the-mouth expression on her face. Qingyan Gidge, can't I pour the medicine out and drink it? I blinked, then caught on. No, this has to be injected. Drinking it has no effect. Chu Kursin took off running. Needles were something she'd feared since childhood. Oh ho, interesting. Xiaoxia, stop her. Xia Jixin, bent over picking up materials, looked baffled. Hold on. Has the boss's animal nature flared up? But the moment she saw the needle in my hand, she instantly dashed to Chu Kursin's bedroom door and stuck out her leg to block the closing door. Ow, Kursin, what are you doing? Let go, my leg's about to get crushed flat. Behind the door, Chu Kursin gritted her teeth and pushed even harder. Let go, you brat. These are black stockings I just bought. Luckily, I arrived in time and shoved the door open with overwhelming strength. The cornered Chu Kursin leapt and rolled onto the bed, wrapping herself tight in the quilt as if that could shut out everything. I handed the needle to Xia Jixin, pointed at the lump on the bed, and made an injecting gesture. Xia Jixin felt a flush of feeling. She hadn't imagined that one day she'd get to give someone a shot, An outlandish experience not just anyone got to have. I pinned the quilt down hard so she couldn't move and pulled back a corner. Quick, jab it into her. Beneath the quilt, two short little legs still flailing poked out. A real shot? Doesn't it hurt? Xia Jixin hesitated. The jab goes into the outer thigh? That's the standard site for an intramuscular injection. The little mishap that followed was purely the result of fumbling around. Xia Jixin couldn't find the right spot for a moment and reached toward the pink underwear, meaning to pull it aside. My brain short-circuited for a second, and I quickly slapped her hand away. No. What are you doing? It goes in the thigh. The thigh. The dawning Xia Jixin was so embarrassed her toes curled up tight. What did you expect? You think the front would do any good? I shot her a look. How did this woman blank out at the critical moment? Boo-hoo-hoo. As the needle went into her thigh, the struggling under the quilt finally stopped. I let out a breath and wiped the sweat off my forehead. How was this little thing as hard to pin down as a pig once she started flailing? Done. You handle the cleanup. I've got things to do. The moment I left, the motionless bedding sprang up violently. You wicked woman. You actually wanted to jab my front. I'll bite you to death. Listening to the two of them crying, squabbling, and scuffling in the bedroom, I shook my head and turned my gaze to the trade market. The second batch of 10 living water bottles listed last night had sold out again, with quite a few messages left by buyers. I retrieved the 20 survival coins earned and looked through the messages. Boss, interested in this onboard AC upgrade blueprint? 5 living water. Can living water be purchased in bulk? I'll give you a higher price. Bro, see if this is something you can use. 2 living water, urgent. Basic strength enhancement potion. Trade for 10 of your living water, deal? Boss, restock quick. Save a life here. I went through each one carefully. Onboard AC upgrade blueprint. Green AC effect strengthened tenfold. Coverage raised to 100 square meters. Requires plastic times 80, rubber times 20, iron ingot times 10, copper ingot times 20, electronic component times 1. This blueprint's a must-have. My gaze fell on that strength potion. Basic strength enhancement potion. Green injection raises strength by 1 to 3 points. Immunity to same grade after the 5th dose. Sure enough, same series as the spirit potion. I opened the DM. Shrimp no blink. Bro, is the potion still available? Just one. Physician can't heal himself. The strength one got traded away by someone else. Will this basic constitution enhancement potion work as a substitute? I sensed something. Shrimp no blink. You've got a lot of these? Physician can't heal himself. Decent amount. Can make a dozen or so a day. I could practically see countless potions pouring into my pocket. Face serious, I stared at the DM, fingers tapping rhythmically on the console. Physician can't heal himself. No can do. Bro, living water is one of the potion ingredients, sure, but what's scarce is zombie crystal cores. Right now most people are racing forward for dear life, so very few cores are produced. These all come from unlucky bastards who can't get resources killing zombies for dear life, and the drop rate's really low. I frowned. I'd meant to trade 15 living water for 1 spirit potion, but the other side wouldn't. Still, I got a few pieces of info out of it. Making potions takes living water and zombie crystal cores. Cores only drop from killing zombies, and at low odds. He was right. Zombies were basically all gathered in front of the fog now. So apart from unlucky bastards with no other choice, who'd go risk their lives killing zombies. And zombies didn't come one at a time now, but in waves, horde after horde. I didn't give up. Money makes the devil turn the millstone. Living water produced 200 liters a day, and worst case I'd put up intermediate steel. I refused to believe I couldn't get this done. Shrimp no blink. Tell you what, bro, I'll be straight. How about 10 living water for one of your spirit potions? Physician can't heal himself. Bro, I'll be honest. Pharmacists like me aren't many, but there are a few, and by rights output should be decent, except the problem lies right here. 1 crystal core yields 1 each of the strength, spirit, constitution, and agility basic potions. But somebody discovered spirit controls talent level, demand shot up, and spirit potions can't keep up with supply. Anything else I can supply, but this spirit potion, there's really nothing I can do. Shrimp no blink. All right then, I'll trade 25 living water for 5 constitution potions, deal? Physician can't heal himself. Can do. Got plenty of constitution once. And if you can produce crystal cores, I can process them for you too. Of the 4 potions, I'll keep 1 as the processing fee, and the scarce spirit potion I'll give you untouched. Didn't expect there'd be processing too. So were these cores really that hard to get? I recalled the strength-type zombie I'd flattened into a 2D meat pancake with the truck. Didn't seem as hard as he made out. I figured I'd trade for 5 first to sample, and if the effect was good I'd buy in bulk and turn everyone on the team into super scions. As for why constitution potions first, I just wanted a stronger constitution so I'd be less prone to illness. In the apocalypse, falling ill means dying, so don't read into it. I traded back a 20-liter drum off the channel and came under the condenser tank. Drops of living water were pooling down, about 75 liters in the tank now. As I stuffed the hose into the drum to draw water, I glanced up and couldn't shake the feeling that today's water was a little different. Living water, silver, heals all external injuries, with speed and degree depending on the amount. Can also be used as drinking water, greatly increasing hunger and thirst resistance. Sublimation, items made with this can have their effects randomly boosted by 50% to 100%. It hit me all at once. Right, the living water ran out last night, so everything produced now is from after my talent hit level 3. A glint of gold even surfaced in my eyes. Use this water to make potions and the effect would jump 50 to 100%, which meant, for the same basic potion, the attributes I gained were more than other people's. Shrimp no blink. Bro, see if this bottle of living water could trade 1 liter for 1 spirit potion. On the other end, the pharmacist Xiang Wanxiao, a girl with finely tattooed brows, arched a brow, not getting what I meant. This guy's gone dumb? 1 liter of living water for 1 of my spirit potions, dream oh. The moment her gaze landed on the water bottle I'd put up, her brown irises contracted sharply. Whoa, this is top grade. Spirit potions made with this would fetch sky-high prices, right? Those bosses would absolutely love it. Physician can't heal himself. Bro, deal. Where'd you get this stuff? It's way better than what comes out of chests. Got any more? I can contact other bosses. They'd definitely be willing to trade with you. And then you can have all the spirit potions you want. The fish had taken the bait. I put on a surprised expression. Hadn't expected this pharmacist to know other capable people, sparing me the trouble of hawking on the channel. I deliberated for 3 minutes before replying. Shrimp no blink. I got this by chance, not much of it. Only 20 liters. If you're willing to help me make potions with this kind of living water, I can give you all 20 liters. This line was calculated. First, lowballing the quantity so nobody got wicked ideas. Second, getting on this pharmacist's good side. Third, as long as the other side agreed. What came out was a notch better than ordinary potions, so he'd get a cut too. But what I hadn't anticipated was that this single line set all of Zone 015424 into an uproar. The heads of several convoys and guilds held emergency meetings, ordering members to obtain zombie crystal cores at any cost. Only by getting this thing would the negotiations to come be in their favor. In a black stretch SUV, Zhou Yujia calmly dialed a voice call. It connected on the 3rd ring, the other end gnashing through gritted teeth. Zhou Yujia, you scum, what have you done with my sister? If anything happens to her, I'll see you die without a burial place. Zhou Yujia acted as if he hadn't heard, fingered the plain band on his right middle finger, and after a few seconds spoke unhurriedly. Your sister's fine. I'm treating her to good food and drink. Just get me 100 zombie crystal cores, and I'll let you siblings reunite. Silence in the car for a dozen seconds, only the engine roaring. Fine. Remember your word. The goods for the person, exchanged hand to hand. Zhou Yujia hung up, satisfied. This stretch about the human bargaining behind the crystal cores, I knew nothing of at the time. I was only minding my own ledger. Meanwhile, a silver-white van slammed the brakes, sharply decelerated, turned around, and accelerated all in one fluid motion, as if what lay ahead were not fog but drifting clouds. I was happily staring at the DM when a plaintive voice suddenly came from behind. Qingyun Gidge, I went and traded living water for iron ingots? It was Chu Kursin, cheeks flushed red, the 2 thumbtack-like things on her chest rising and falling on the airfield, a sight that made you want to laugh. I didn't even look up. With the contract in place, I wasn't worried about this little lowly's revenge. Go ahead. Save the living water, I have a use for it. Use intermediate steel to trade, and mind the ratio so you don't lose out. Given the word, only then did she head toward that heap of casually stacked supplies. Call it a warehouse for now. Shrimp no blink, since the other bosses are interested, then put some up for them to bid on. The rest, I'll trouble you to process into basic potions for me. But how do we do the trade? I couldn't very well just give it to him for free. I'm not stupid. Physician can't heal himself. Bro, 1 liter of living water only makes 4 bottles of potion, you know. Some bosses are already turning in crystal cores to me one after another. Won't you sell a bit more? As for trading, here, take a look. If you're fine with it, sign, get the potions out sooner, and sell them at a good price. The other side had clearly come out way ahead. A basic potion this much more effective would fetch a high price per bottle however you sold it. And among the few 100,000 people left, plenty were doing well, surely many willing to spend resources to stay alive. I glanced at the thing he sent over. Temporary trade contract. 14 days green, both parties execute per the drafted terms. The breaching party who breaks faith will be erased. SSSS. This thing's tyrannical. Break faith and you get offed. But it's a real guarantee. I opened the contract. The terms were fine. The other side had even covered the crystal core materials, and I only needed to pay 5 liters of enhanced living water as compensation. Party A, Xiang Wanxiao, physician can't heal himself. Party B, _______. After receiving 20 liters of enhanced living water from Party B, Party A must complete potion production within 36 hours. I'd meant to sign Xia Zhixin's name when a red light warning popped up abruptly. Signing a contract on another's behalf is prohibited, slaves included. Fine. An obvious loophole like this can't be exploited after all. I had to write my own name and ID instead. The signing succeeded, the contract dissolving into green light, the prompt tones sounding in both our minds. 20 liters of living water was handed over. Now all I had to do was lie back and wait for the potions to arrive. Watching the living water pour out in a steady stream, an even bigger plan took shape in my mind. In that moment, I even felt like a genius trader. Curson, does your legs still hurt? Chu Curson, chatting away animatedly with the seller, gave it a rub. That pain was vivid in her memory to this day. You wicked Qingyun Gidge, forcing a shot on me. It still hurts now, though it's not bad, added 2 points of spirit. I automatically filtered out the complaining and nodded, satisfied. The little thing's luck wasn't bad, didn't just get 1 point. Oh right, Qingyun Gidge, I got in touch with a team that specializes in selling iron ingots. They seem to have a dedicated channel and got hold of a lot of iron ingots. I traded 5 units of intermediate steel for 500 units of iron ingots. Chu Curson beamed, pointing at the pile of iron ingots beside her, nearly as tall as she was, wanting to show off. I nodded. The kid got things done efficiently enough and took a sip of water. Then it suddenly registered and puffed. I sprayed the whole mouthful across the console. Hold on, wait a sec. You said you traded for how much? 500 units? Not 5,000. Chu Curson nodded, baffled. Yeah. Sis Xia and I worked it out. 1 unit of basic steel trades for 100 units of iron ingots, and intermediate steel trades for at least 10 units of basic steel. I only used 5 units of intermediate steel to get back 500 units of iron ingots. Not bad, right? She even nodded, quite pleased with her own deal. Xia Zhixin, organizing materials off to the side, dropped her jaw. Huh, Curson, shouldn't 1 unit of intermediate steel trade for 1,000 units of iron ingots? Chu Curson froze and started counting on her fingers. 1 1 is 1. 2 5s are 10. 3 8s are 21. I suddenly recalled buying contracts from her at the start. Back then I'd thought she was being kind-hearted and giving me a deal. Who'd have guessed it was this kind of situation? Smack. I clapped a hand to my own face and rubbed my eyes. So, from now on don't do the trading. Curson, leave it to your sis Xia. Chu Curson pulled herself out of her own world, face full of question marks. Why? Why? You're a genius trader. Listen to me, no more trading from now on. She spread her hands. Fine, then I'll do something else from now on. Xia Zhixin shrugged too. She'd thought her own math was bad enough, never imagining there was a master above her. Yellow sand streaked past outside the windows. I started fantasizing about the scene of becoming a superhuman after injecting the potions, when Xilinx's alert yanked me back. Master, there's a building 150 meters ahead on the left side of the road. Stop the truck? I looked out the left window, a dilapidated township hospital, 3 stories, roughly 20-some rooms. Huh. Qingshan Town Health Center. Chu Kursin read out in her soft, glutinous voice. It was a health center forgotten out in the desert. The exterior walls were riddled with cracks, white plaster peeling off in large sheets to expose the gray-black cement beneath. Half the second-floor windows had lost their glass, the hollow frames like eye sockets emptied of their eyeballs. The corridor railings were rusted over, a few strips of cloth swaying gently in the hot wind. I frowned at this hospital, about as tall as my vehicle. The open doorways on the 3rd floor were empty, yet the radar projected on the windshield clearly showed several treasure chests hidden inside, the most valuable being a silver treasure chest. The refining furnace blueprint that laid golden eggs for me had come out of a silver treasure chest, so its worth went without saying. The only catch was the radar couldn't detect which floor it was on, only that it was somewhere in the 3rd or 4th room. A few monster dots flickered nearby, 3 white, 1 green, and even a silver one. I really wanted that silver treasure chest, but the potential danger forced me to weigh things carefully. I turned to look at the 2 girls, and a plan surfaced. Xia Zhixin, unnerved by the staring, rubbed her arm. Boss, what are you staring at me for? Are we going into this hospital? I naturally withdrew my gaze. We're going in, definitely going in. Didn't you see there's a silver treasure chest inside? I took over the wheel and steered toward the hospital, planning to have Xia Zhixin jump straight onto the 3rd floor corridor and search from the top down. But the moment the giant wheels left the road and entered the front yard, they were halted by an invisible force. Warning: vehicle too large. Entry into the hospital parking lot is not permitted. Fine. Plan scrapped. I went to plan B. Beep, 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 beep. The piercing horn split the sky, and every monster dot on the radar moved. Roar. Hiss. Several figures emerged from the 2nd and 3rd floors. Their intelligence seemed low, and they just leapt straight over the meter-high railing. Thud, thud, thud. 3 zombies dropped from the sky and slammed heavily onto the ground. Chu Kursin quickly turned her head to look elsewhere. Mommy, it's zombies. So terrifying. Legs are broken, and they're still writhing. These were precisely the 3 white dots on the radar. 2 strength types and 1 agility type. Agility type zombie, level 1 elite, strength 10, constitution 10, agility 50, intelligence 0. Can outrun a cheetah, but is a bit worse for wear at the moment. That agility type zombie was the one with broken legs, squirming endlessly on the ground, its 2 withered arms desperately clawing forward while its body could only spin in place. TSK, TSK. Shame there's no basketball, or I'd have given it a dunk. Xia Zhixin quipped. The words had barely left her mouth when the strange thing happened. Those 2 strength types that had dropped down were tough in constitution, with no obvious injuries, and had been baring teeth and brandishing claws, but now they actually turned around and headed back, as if retreating. Hold on, boss, they can be afraid too? Knew they couldn't take us on and pulled out. Xia Zhixin muttered. Even the frightened Chu Kursin craned her neck, wanting to see what was going on. I shook my head. The green and silver monsters on the radar still hadn't appeared, hadn't moved at all. While I was pondering, Chu Kursin gaped. Ching and Gidge, look! What are they doing? The 2 strength-type zombies, 1 on each side, lifted up the still writhing agility type from the ground, raising it overhead like a stretcher, and made a throwing motion. Whoa, dodge! They're going to throw the broken-legged one at us. Xia Zhixin grabbed the 2 of them to duck back, but I didn't budge an inch. Hold on, boss. Retreat. Getting hit by that is no joke. I waved a dismissive hand. It's fine. That's an agility type. Even if it hits us, in front of our upgraded truck, it's useless. Before I'd finished, that agility type zombie had already traced a parabola and slammed hard into the side of the truck. Crack. The sound of breaking bone rang out as the zombie's spine struck the hard truck body, instantly folding into an impossible angle, its limbs going limp like a marionette with cut strings, several teeth snapping off and flying. A length of black-red intestine slid out of its torn abdomen and hung off the truck body, swaying faintly in the hot wind. Staring at that length of gut in the camera, Chu Kursin gave a dry heave. Blee. So gross. My breakfast's about to come up. The agility-type zombie by the tires was still clawing futilely at the giant wheels, unable to leave so much as a scratch. I looked up at the front yard, where the two strength-type zombies, like nothing had happened, were charging hard at the truck, growling without pause. Screw you. You dare dirty the new truck I only just upgraded last night? Watch me deal with you. I grabbed the M1911, rolled down the window, flipped off the safety, held my breath, took aim, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The .45 round grazed past the zombie's cheek and struck the scalding cement with a shriek. Hold on. Boss, you're aiming for the head? Why are you tracing the outline? What do you know? The first shot's a warning shot. Watch my next one. I'll blow out its eyeball. I adjusted my stance, held my breath, and pulled the trigger again. Bang! The bullet struck the left strength-type zombie square in the crotch. The zombie looked down in confusion at the hole blown between its legs, then looked back up at me, its expression as if to say, "Where the hell are you aiming?" Xia Jixin couldn't hold it in any longer. Puffed. Boss, this marksmanship of yours. Aim for the balls, hit the balls? Brilliant, truly brilliant. She sincerely gave a thumbs up. Even I, normally so composed, couldn't quite keep it together, my mouth twitching. Don't sweat the small stuff. We're killing zombies here. Quit fooling around. I gripped the M1911 with both hands and let loose. Bang, bang, bang. Say what you will, with a foundation in playing FPS games, my marksmanship improved by leaps and bounds. I emptied one magazine to drop the leftmost one, loaded the second, and a single aim shot took out the one slapping the truck body. A few things dropped on the ground, one of which I recognized by its sheen, basic steel. No serum in sight, and apart from two packaging bags, nothing else. Huh? Didn't they say zombies drop crystal cores? Is my luck just that bad? I fired another shot, blowing the head off the agility type still clawing the tires. It dropped a survival coin, nothing more. Boss, should I go down and collect now? Xia Jixin spoke up considerately. Even if she hadn't, I'd have sent her. Take this for self-defense. I'll be right behind you. I handed her a steel pipe. The elevator door opened, and the two of them stepped in. Chu Kursin stamped her little feet nervously, then bit her lip and followed. Don't. You stay up here, so I don't have to split my attention looking after you in a bit. Teased by me. She didn't get angry, only asked back nervously. Surely one more is better? An extra pair of eyes. Seeing that she was clearly scared yet had worked up the courage, I smiled. No need. You stay in the truck and watch the radar. The second those two dots move, shout out loud. All right then. You two be careful. The elevator door closed. I looked at the maid's back and spoke. In a bit, I'll be behind you. We'll search the hospital, one in front, one behind. There are two more monsters inside, one green and one silver. Be careful. Xia Jixin's body visibly stiffened. Hold on, boss. Can I be behind you instead? She looked back with a wry smile. I shook my head solemnly. No, you have to go in front. If I get ambushed and killed, by the contract you won't survive either. If you get ambushed, I can still save you with the gun, and even if you get infected it's fine. There's a bottle of X serum in the warehouse. This logic sounds cold-blooded, but it's rock solid. She was empty-handed. I held the gun. Who goes in front and who behind? That's just how it shakes out. She looked at the flimsy steel pipe in her hand, then glanced at my gun, her meaning plain as day. What are you thinking? Have you ever handled a gun before? I asked back. She quickly shook her head. No, never fired one. Never even played a game with one. Only seen other women shoot in blockbuster films. There you go. At least I just shot 3 of them dead. Let's move. The elevator door opened, and a blast of scorching hot wind hit my face, drying and cracking my lips. Move, quick and decisive. The two of us walked toward the zombie corpses, one in front, one behind. I bent down and picked up the survival coin beside the agility-type zombie. Luckily, it wasn't bloodstained. Whoa, this is actually gear with special effects. Up ahead, Xia Jixin exclaimed. I came over. In her hands were an intact packaged women's t-shirt and a pair of white ankle socks. Women's quick-dry shirt. White lowers felt temperature by 10 degrees. Lightweight ankle socks. White movement speed increased by 10%. These two aren't bad. Decent. curtain set yesterday was this same kind. Xia Jixin picked up the block of basic steel along the way too. The two of us tossed the loot onto the elevator and headed for the hospital. Xia Jixin, walking in front, had barely stepped into the building's shadow when a chill ran up her spine. She stopped and pricked up her ears to listen. Hey, I, right behind her, had my full attention on the third and fifth room doors. Those two monsters that hadn't moved were within these two ranges. I steadied in time, only bumping her forward half a step. Hey, why'd you stop? Careful, there are monsters in these two rooms. Stumbling from the bump, she steadied her feet, but her ears turned toward the second floor. There's movement on the second floor. She glanced up at the second floor's third room. Doesn't matter. Let's search from the first floor's third room first. I don't aim here and shoot there. Not searching one by one is a sure way to run into a sneaky bastard. The two of us cleared the two first-floor rooms with nothing abnormal. Aside from seats and benches, the biggest find was a wooden box, not even a medicine bottle in sight. So we left it and turned to head upstairs. Before going up, I glanced at Chu Kursin, who had only half her head poking out. No warning, which meant the monsters hadn't moved. The closer we got to the target, the more I caught that feeble, listless growling. Sure enough, Xia Jixin's hearing wasn't off. The sound came from the second floor's third room. I looked up at the door sign. The marking had long since fallen off. Xia Jixin tiptoed to outside the door, looked at the tightly shut iron door, and swallowed. She could feel the monster's thud-thud heartbeat inside the room, as if it were standing right behind the door waiting. She looked back at me, but my line of sight kept drifting toward another doorway. This room was the most unusual, with double iron doors, while the others were single. The lock hole was rusted clean through, long since useless. I patted her, pointed at the keyhole, stepped back half a pace, and raised the gun with both hands in a firing stance. She didn't get it, tilting her head and staring at me. Hold on. What are you staring at me for? Open the door. I breathed out in a low, urgent rush. She pressed her hands to the door and shoved hard. It didn't open, and a shower of rusted iron flakes from above fluttered down all over her face. Huh. She slapped at the iron flakes on her mouth. Just then, a string of throat-tearing, hoarse-sounding growls came from behind the door. Hiss. Bang. My right foot, fast and vicious, grazed past her cheek and kicked the keyhole. That iron door, long past its service life, crashed down with a roar, the rusted hinges snapping clean at the root, bouncing twice on the ground. Through the still settling dust, I made out the room's interior. It was a room fully twice the size of an ordinary one, encompassing both the third and fourth rooms, with a frame resembling an operating table standing in the center, empty. The operating table had long rotted black, its iron frame so rusted it'd fall apart at a touch. A zombie, rotted to the point of exposed white bone, was bound to it with iron chains, the topmost end of the chain sunk deep into the rotted flesh of its chest, grinding the white bone smooth and shiny. The flesh of its face had nearly all sloughed off, leaving only yellowed fascia wrapping the skull, its two eyeballs dangling outside the sockets by a hair-thin strand of muscle, swaying faintly as it struggled, as if about to drop at any moment. I won't describe this one in detail. Suffice to say the stench of rot hit you in the face. One look was enough to ruin your appetite. This zombie, rotted to such a state, was somehow still moving, growling and struggling at us outside the door, the iron chains drawn taut and fixed firm, no way to break free. Xia Jixin stared at those two dangling eyeballs and hard swallowed to force down her stomach acid. Intelligence-type zombie, level 2 elite strength 30 constitution 50 agility 30 intelligence 2. Can use low-frequency growls to control low-level zombies, dealing dimensional reduction strikes against prey. Only now did I understand where those two strength-type zombies' strange maneuvers had come from. Thankfully, this one's intelligence was limited, or playing dirty it might really have given us some trouble. I scanned the surroundings, nothing abnormal. Go, finish it off. Let Xia Jixin get some practice. From now on we'd be searching buildings like this. And how could she coordinate without practice? Xia Jixin forced down her discomfort, raised the steel pipe, and smashed it hard against the chained zombie's skull. One blow, two. She gave it everything she had for 7 or 8 blows. The steel pipe dented out of shape, before that head finally lolled to one side, and went still. The moment the zombie died, two things dropped nearby: an oval green crystal and a green glowing blueprint. Zombie crystal core, green, a multi-purpose material, requires a corresponding talent to unlock its potential. Vehicle engine modification blueprint. Green modifies the starting engine into a higher-grade green engine with stronger power. Requires rubber times 50, iron ingot times 50, copper ingot times 20. Didn't expect it to be a zombie crystal core and a rather good blueprint. I quickly stuffed these two space-saving items into my pants pocket, scanned around with nothing else worth lingering for, gestured to Xiaojishin, and the two of us walked out of the operating room. We finished clearing the remaining fifth rooms on the second and third floors, but didn't find that silver monster on the radar. I called out to Chu Kursin, only half her head showing at the truck window. "Kursin, did that silver move?" She glanced at the radar. "Qingyun Gij, that one hasn't moved, still in the fifth room." Getting the confirmation only confused me more. Could the radar be broken? Forget it. Grab the silver treasure chest and the iron box, and let's go. At the order, the two of us nimbly dug out 3 treasure chests, one of them that silver treasure chest. "Let's go. We'll open them once we're aboard." The two carried the boxes back. Xia Jixin, following behind, kept feeling this hospital was sinister with an indescribable chill to it. Luckily, nothing went wrong, and we got safely back to the cab. Back in the safe zone, I let out a breath, clicked the handgun safety on, and put it back in its usual spot in the driver's seat. Returning important things to their place the instant I'm done with them is a years-long habit of mine. I glanced at that silver dot on the windshield, still flickering leisurely as if it had never moved. Probably the radar's broken, whatever. Xiling, keep driving forward. "Yes, master," Advance resumed. The engine roared to life, and my heart finally settled. I smoothed out the blueprint I'd balled up in my pocket and handed it to the curiously peering Chu Kursin. "See if you can use this to modify our engine, and ideally do something about the engine noise too. It's too loud right now. Closing the doors helps, but staying in this environment day in and day out, anyone go crazy eventually." Xia Jixin chimed in eagerly. "Yeah, Kursin, turn the engine noise down. Last night, I could hear the roaring even in my bedroom. Lucky I'd done manual labor in the day, or I'd surely have had insomnia." Chu Kursin pursed her lips, treating the engine like a radio. "Adjusting the volume?" She scratched her head, as if hitting on an idea. "I saw someone selling soundproofing foam in the trade channel before. Sisya, go get some. This blueprint's iron ingots can be swapped for intermediate steel. I'd recommend swapping, so the modified engine can withstand violent driving." I nodded decisively. Aren't materials made to be used? Spend where you should, save where you should. The mining truck rumbled away, kicking up a trail of dust. The dilapidated health center returned to quiet, as if nothing had happened. Only a few zombie corpses left in the front yard slowly shriveling under the blazing sun, the stench of rot growing thicker. But beneath this hospital lay another level still hidden. In the pitch-black underground corridor, the stench of rot was thicker, and something seemed to move in the darkness. A dark red long tongue shot out from the black, striking with precision a spider spinning its web on the wall, snapping back with a splat, leaving a fist-sized crater in the wall surface. None of us knew at the time that the silvered that had never moved was not the radar being broken at all. Inside the speeding truck, I rubbed my hands, wanting to open the 3 boxes on the spot, but on second thought gave it up. I'd promised Chu Kursin we'd open them together. The little thing especially relished the feel of opening blind boxes. Right now, she and Xia Jixin were heading to the engine room. In the elevator, Chu Kursin shoved the huge soundproofing foam out with all her might, her little mouth complaining. "Sis Xia, couldn't you take it out after we get down? These big wads, not easy to handle at all." Xia Jixin laughed awkwardly. "I just forgot, didn't I? Quick, push hard, shove it out, and we're good. 1, 2, 1, 2. The two worked together, and the soundproofing foam that nearly filled the elevator was finally pushed out. The enormous engine noise hit them in the face. Chu Kursin nimbly stuffed in the earplugs she'd prepped in advance, while the unprepared Xia Jixin saw this and tore off a small piece of the soundproofing foam to stuff in her ears. This space was wide open, 30 or 40 square meters, light pouring down from a story-high ceiling. illuminating in fine detail the steel giant directly ahead, as tall as a single story. This was the dump truck's engine. Chu Kursin pulled the softened engine modification blueprint from Xia Zhixin's pocket, and with a thought, the blueprint dissolved into pale green light and floated toward the engine. Soon, an even fiercer roar came from the truck, but the vibration was a good deal lighter. Chu Kursin, who'd been able to feel the floor faintly jumping before, could no longer detect any tremor. She waved at Xia Zhixin, and the two began wrapping the soundproofing foam together. As for heat dissipation, no worries there. I'd long since traded back the AC modification blueprint, and 7 or 8 vents blasted straight at the engine, making it hard to overheat even if it tried. With the soundproofing foam installed, the engine noise dropped at least by half. Limited though it was, for the current vehicle, it was already a rare gain. Chu Kursin removed her earplugs and used mechanic privileges to pull up the engine info. Engine LV2 output 15,000 horsepower max, torque 45,000 Nm power source. Chaos. Unique. Sequence vehicle component. Looking at the sequence component in the power source field, Chu Kursin was jolted again. She'd already known I had this thing, but seeing it with her own eyes still brought a little thrill. The existence of an infinite energy source meant they'd never have to fret over fuel consumption in the apocalypse. Xia Zhixin tugged at her. Kursin, let's go. What's so great about this hunk of iron? The two stepped into the elevator. Master, the engine has been upgraded. Current max vehicle speed raised to 160 kilometers per hour. Increase speed? Advance at top speed. I opened the vehicle info. Sure enough, top speed 160. At this rate, it should hold out 4 or 5 days. But after 4 or 5 days, when the fog's speed exceeded the vehicle's, what then? While I was thinking it, a friend message flickered. It was Xiang Wanxiao, the woman who could brew potions. Physician can't heal himself. Bro, you there? Shrimp no blink. What's up? Potions all done. Physician can't heal himself. Nope. Only made part of them. The spirit drain's too heavy. I'm using recovery potions to top back up. Not good news, so coming to me had to mean trouble. Sure enough. Physician can't heal himself. 2 bosses want to buy a few bottles of the finished enhanced spirit potions from you. But they're not your friends, and you've said it so strangers can't DM, so I had to help broker it. Shrimp no blink. Sure, send me the IDs, I'll contact them. This was in my plan all along, and one of the reasons I'd kept the enhanced living water hidden. Purchase limits, the most common tactic. Demand outstripping supply was how you got the most leverage. I added those few IDs to the whitelist, and they could reach me anytime. Just then, a familiar ID sent a message. By the timestamp, it was from half an hour ago. Free and unfettered. Bro, heard you got hold of a batch of enhanced enhancement potions. Could you bear to part with a few bottles for me? Survival coins, blueprints, even women. Whatever you want, I can give it. The last entry was still from yesterday's source of detection trade. No wonder he wanted living water. He must have known about the attribute potions all along. Shrimp no blink. Yeah, I did get a batch, but the quantity's limited and there are a lot of people after it. For instance, Society Head Sue of the Mutual Aid Society and Captain Ma of the Traceless Convoy. Free and unfettered. Hold on a sec. Bro, let me organize what I've got worth offering on my end and send it over. Just say the word on whatever catches your eye. After sending that, he seemed to go off organizing and didn't reply for several minutes. I turned my attention away. Just then, someone called Stay True to the Path sent a message. Precisely the Mutual Aid Society head Su Zhaoyang I'd just mentioned, and one of the people Xiang Wanxiao had recommended. Word was this society head Su had already recruited over 10,000 survivors, having the guild's mechanics and members with other talents help each other free of charge. He was doing well, counted as a model of civilization in Zone 015424, keeping a faint dawn of civilization alive in this utterly inhuman apocalypse, the polar opposite of that notorious Heaven and Earth Freedom Guild. I muttered, that free and unfettered just now is from Heaven and Earth Freedom, right? By the ID, his position should be pretty high. Stay true to the path. Friend, could you sell us a few bottles of the enhanced spirit potion? We've got several fellow people of enormous potential in our society. We share the same roots and origin. I hope you'll sell to me and make a contribution to the continuation of civilization. I'm no bleeding heart. and this kind of moral blackmail framing made me somewhat uncomfortable. Gij, we're back. Chu Kursin kicked off her little shoes, her white over-the-knee socks thudding on the floor. Watching the girl jog toward me, lively and adorable, I had a moment of daze. The floral skirt hem flipping lightly above her knees, twin ponytails swaying left and right, white socks wrapping slender little calves, every step carrying a light rhythm, a warm smile on her face, eyes curved into crescents, lashes blinking, as if I'd returned to that afternoon 10 years ago. The main hall door of my old family home half ajar. I'd just gotten back from school and hadn't even warmed the stool when a patter of small footsteps approached from far to near. Bro. A little girl with bunched-up pigtails came charging in from outside. Backpack strap slipped to one side, cheeks flushed from running, and the moment she saw me, her eyes lit up like two stars, throwing herself into my arms and hugging my waist. Bro, I came in first place. Can't you not leave? Stay home and keep Qingling company. Hey, Gij, can it be opened or not? Chu Kursin's grubby little hand waved in front of my eyes, pulling me back from the sealed-away memory. Huh? What did you say? Looking at the girl staring at me, cute and dazed, I reflexively softened my voice, a different person from usual. I said, can you let me open this silver treasure chest? She drew out the end of the word, pointing at the silver glowing box on the floor. I think my luck's super good. Yesterday, I picked up a gold treasure chest. That radar blueprint came out of it. I reflexively nodded. You open it. Anyway, wait. You said you've opened a gold treasure chest? Xiaojixin came over too. Chu Kursin nodded. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Don't tell me you two have never picked up a gold treasure chest. Your luck's unbeatable. As far as I know, apart from you, no other survivors run into a gold treasure chest. Of course, maybe others just haven't said. Xiaojixin went completely numb. She hadn't imagined this girl who looked barely 18 had such good luck. Opened a gold treasure chest, a body full of special effect gear, plus a powerful mechanic talent. If not for her brother's mishap, right now she'd surely be getting on like a fish in water. At that thought, a thread of urgency rose in Xiaojixin's heart, a faint premonition that she'd be sidelined. Space Planner sounded impressive, but the tricky material requirements left her with nowhere to start. The simplest storage crafting required basic space stone, a thing she'd never seen a second of apart from the one on Chu Kursin's bear. The relocation and remodeling of vehicle space, she'd done all she could. The higher-grade space recreation and teleportation required a higher talent level. A talent that was currently useless was destined to be gradually sidelined. Her mood sank low. Did she really have to end up living as the very kind of person she'd most despised in the past, crawling into a strong man's bed just to climb up? This kind of thought, I only later learned she'd had at the time. In fairness, what she truly cared about was never whose bed it was, but the fear of becoming useless on this ship. What followed would prove she'd overthought it. Xia, look, I opened a silver blueprint. Chu Kursin held up the blueprint, waking her from her thoughts. Amazing. Kursin, your luck really is good. I rubbed my chin, looking at the blueprint. Polymerization Catalyst Production Bench Blueprint. Silver produces polymerization catalyst, the most important raw material for rubber making, with remarkable effects when added to tire crafting and upgrading. Requires basic special steel ×5, silver ingot ×5, copper ingot ×20, iron ingot ×10, electronic component ×1. This thing was much like the earlier refining furnace blueprint. Both silver, even the requirements roughly the same. Looked like another good item. With this, part of our vehicle's weak points can be shored up, Xiaojixin sighed. I nodded. Right now the mining truck had 3 weak points: tires, glass, and magic defense. Anyone who's played games gets it. Balance is what makes a hexagonal all-rounder. Pile everything onto one side, and you'll get taken out up close sooner or later. Now that we had the catalyst production bench, all that remained was magic defense, a thing nobody had heard of anyone solving yet. 5 more survival coins. Chu Kursin fished the 5 glittering gold survival coins out of the silver treasure chest, breaking down the empty box into 5 units of silver ingots along the way. Of everything the 3 boxes produced, apart from the survival coins and this blueprint, the rest was space-hogging basic materials. I turned to glance at the planned-out warehouse area, already packed with supplies. If not for Xia Jixin's organizing, there'd hardly be a place to set a foot. Kursin, could you make an automated assembly line? Auto-load the iron ingots. Auto-collect the intermediate steel that comes out. Efficiency's a bit low right now. Someone has to manually load material every 7 or 8 hours and stack it by hand too. Chu Kursin, mid-stuffing survival coins into her bear, looked towards Xia Jixin. Sis Xia and I already discussed this. The mechanical materials are no problem. Once my talent hits level 2, I can pull it off. But that way the assembly line would be huge, maybe eating up nearly half the truck space. So we're planning to pair her talent with mine, make a few independent spaces of a few square meters each, stuff the raw materials and even part of the line into them, and leave only the machines themselves in the truck. Saves a ton of space. Fine. Stuck on basic space stone again. I decided to go meet those guild bosses. With lots of people and broad experience, surely someone would recognize this thing. Xiao Xia, go trade for some basic steel and make the catalyst production bench with Kursin. I'll go look for space stone. Yes, boss. Qingyunggij. I reopened my DMs, and messages from 5 or 6 people popped up at once. Su Zhaoyang's, Free and Unfettered's, Captain Ma's, plus a few unread. The most unread was from Free and Unfettered, already over 99 and still flashing, clearly still going. I opened Xiang Wanxiao's first. Sure enough, she'd finished all the potions, the delivered items already placed in the chat window. Strength, Constitution, Agility, Spirit, 15 bottles, each of the enhanced version. My gaze fell on the attributes, and a faint smile rose at the corner of my mouth. Time to test my luck. Basic Spirit Enhancement Potion. Enhanced Green Injection raises Spirit by 2 to 6 points. Immunity to same grade after the 5th dose. I gave the 60 doses a rough once-over, generally plus 1 to 4 points, with the plus 2 to 6 enhanced type few and far between, barely yielding 8 doses. Per the contract, I'd pay 5 liters of special effect living water as compensation, and Xiang Wanxiao handled the crystal cores and processed my 15 liters of living water into 60 bottles of potion. I'm molded over. This stuff had a limited number of uses, so it'd be best if I could max out the value every time. But could that kind of mystic luck really be controlled? Or could someone's talent do it? I made up my mind. Keep all 8 enhanced doses, 2 each of Spirit and Constitution, 1 each of Strength and Agility. The remaining 52 I'd offload to the bosses scrambling for them. My own team wasn't in a rush. Chu Kursin's Spirit was now 17 points. If my read was right, Spirit reaching 20 would level a talent to 2, 40 to 3, with later thresholds probably following this progression. So a single enhanced Spirit potion might just push her to level 2. But I didn't rush to act. I was weighing a bigger possibility. Could I recruit a pharmacist onto the team and brew potions live in the truck? That way output quantity and quality would each get a 100% boost, maybe with an extra entry, and the potions made would be heaven-defying. There was a practical question, though. Basic special steel turned intermediate under my talent. So what about potions? Better to do more than to think more, so I didn't keep dwelling on it. I planned to start with the pharmacist I knew best, the one I traded with, Xiang Wanxiao. Her reply came across formulaic. Physician can't heal himself. Pleasure doing business, bro. Come find me again next time you've got similar materials. Shrimp no blink. Perfect timing. I've got a project worth several $100 million I'd like to discuss with you. Interested? The moment the message went out, the other side replied instantly. Physician can't heal himself. Hold on. I treat you as a bro, and you want me to bear your children. Is that it? If you want to discuss a several $100 million project, kindly find Society Headley. Her convoy has people who specialize in that line of work. She'd taken a project worth several $100 million to mean that kind of business. In a world like this, it's no surprise she'd think that. Shrimp no blink. Not the kind you're thinking. I want to invite you to join my team. My talent can raise the quality of your potion making. We join forces, strength to strength, and the potions we make will absolutely be the best in the zone. Then you make potions, and I count the money. Wouldn't that be grand? Honestly, Xiang Wanxiao was tempted. She looked at her hands, unwashed for 2 or 3 days, the skin cracked and peeling, hangnails picked off who knows how many times. Yet she still couldn't bear to wash with water. Apart from essential living supplies, she'd traded all her resources for basic steel and upgrade blueprints. In truth, she could have attached herself to any major power and not been this hard up. Except every major power already had one or two pharmacists. The small powers she looked down on, while the big ones wanted her but offered too little and demanded she churn out large quantities of potions daily. Pharmacists in the whole zone were few, yet she knew of a dozen plus alone, which left her in an awkward spot. She could only maintain the status quo, endlessly scrounging materials to strengthen her own vehicle. She griped, "Ugh, if the start hadn't given your girl an electric trike, I'd have taken off long ago." Getting an electric trike upgraded to its current state, over 120 top speed, and with a basic AI, she'd given it everything she had. After all, she was just one person, no team. After deliberating a long while, she sent the message over. "Physician can't heal himself. Joining's fine, but we sign a partner contract. You provide all resources and materials. I take a 50% cut. Accept that and I'll come, otherwise no deal." I stared at that line twice, with a nagging sense the other side was playing me, yet I couldn't catch any evidence. This pharmacist that sought after? Dares put forward terms this steep? Uncertain, I closed the chat for now. Even falling out, I'd want my rear secured first. Opening the other DMs, they were basically all after potions. Free and Unfettered sent a densely packed list, and I really did pick out a few things I liked. One of them Basic Space Stone. Basic Space Stone, white foundational material for space making. Each unit makes 1 square meter of space, requires a space planner to use. The other thing I liked was a basic tire upgrade blueprint. The rest I either already had or couldn't use. Shrimp no blink. Bro, the only things here I'm interested in are the space stone and the tire upgrade blueprint. But I'm pretty curious. Survivors with the pharmacist talent. You got any way to help me persuade one? Free and Unfettered. Bro, pharmacists are indeed in demand right now. But here's what you don't know. Once their talent hits level 2, output explodes in batches. These pharmacists all think highly of themselves, leaning on their scarcity. The terms they put forward are outrageously high. Our guilds got 2. One was with us earliest, and we piled resources to push them to level 2. The other joined later, holds no low position, but is awfully arrogant, always feeling we've shortchanged them. I nodded. There were still 400-some thousand survivors now, but people would keep dwindling. And since potions had limited uses, their value would naturally plummet once large numbers had used them. But I was taking the high-end route, definitely a market there. Shrimp no blink. Then could I trouble you to broker an introduction, bro? If it works out, I'll sell you this whole batch of potions as a package. In the black SUV, Zhou Yujia lay on the back seat thinking with eyes closed, and only after a long while spoke mildly. Sui, if someone wanted to poach our pharmacist from my hands, should I help? The other side's offering a lot. Zui, in sunglasses, sounded half joking, half grumbling. Head, if it were me I'd say yes for sure. It's a perfect chance to send off that great deity Zhang Hulin we recruited back in. Have him brew a few bottles of potion and it's either wind or rain. Or he complains the women aren't up to par. What's our guild's creed? Strength reigns, coexistence by contract. What use is bringing back an ancestor like that? If not for the deputy head, Zhou Yujia cut him off. Enough. Gripe about this stuff with me, and that's fine. Just don't let others hear. He scrolled his friend list and pushed the guild's second pharmacist over to me. Who wouldn't want to play the ad money sage? As for whether the terms could move the other side, that was no concern of his. In the truck, my brow had already knit into a scowl. I hadn't expected these pharmacists to all be cut from this same cloth. I'd contacted the heads of several powers in a row, and the ones recommended were nearly all from one mold. Leaning on the demand for enhancement potions, they opened their mouths greedily. Freeloading 50% of the profit was being polite. One was even more extreme, proposing that upon leaving the team, he'd just split the truck's contents in half and walk. This kind of scene I'd only seen in the news, somehow playing out in the apocalypse. I'd seen it all now. Just then, a stranger recommended by Rose Guild Society Headley sent a message. Catch off guard. Bro, heard you're looking for a pharmacist? I'd meant to just close it. If I recalled right, this guy belonged to the Mutual Aid Society. That bunch, fellow people this, Mutual Aid that, even their head said members' talents were private and couldn't be shared, claiming it protected privacy. Members were all equal, no discrimination, and if you wanted to find someone you first had to get their consent. A pain in the neck. I didn't much want to deal with them. But the other side's second message immediately caught my attention. Catch off guard. Bro, I've got a slave here who's a pharmacist. If you want, I can transfer her to you. But I need the kind of enhanced potions that add 2 to 6 points of attributes. Oh, I blinked. Then it registered. I flipped back through the earlier records to confirm I hadn't misread. This catch-off guard was indeed Mutual Aid Society. Now this is interesting. The Mutual Aid Society, which publicly proclaims absolute fairness and no class, is somehow running a slave-trading racket, while Heaven and Earth Freedom, roundly condemned by everyone, actually respects others' choices? Same pharmacists, but the gap in treatment is a bit much. Chu Kursin, mid-tuning the Catalyst production bench, looked up. Qingyun Gij, did you just call me? No, mind your work. The matching parts will be ready soon. I stared at the chat window and started replying. Shrimp no blink. Sure. The slave's got all 4 limbs intact and is in good health, right? Catch off guard. Relax, bro. A bit filthy and a bit ugly looking, sure, but there's truly not a single problem. If not for that talent of hers, she'd have been handed out to the underlings long ago. What that meant needs no further explanation from me. A person who treats a living human as an object, a bargaining chip, to be tossed off so casually, then no problem, out of his mouth, and the kind of situation underneath it, just hearing it ran me cold. Shrimp no blink. All right then, how do we trade? How many bottles? Catch off guard. This enhanced version commands a high price now. After all, it adds quite a few more attributes than the ordinary kind. No beating around the bush. I want those 8 enhanced bottles in your hand, plus 13 of the slightly weaker spirit enhancement potions. The other side opened greedy, and I frowned. Though the contract bound her, and Xiang Wanxiao couldn't tamper with the potions, she could leak the news. With the other side's connections, knowing about this was normal enough. Having a pharmacist of my own was a must. Otherwise, once resources got exposed, it'd be trouble too. It's not the thief stealing you fear, but the thief eyeing you. Better to be careful. But I'm no sucker either. Right now, apart from this batch in my hand, only 20 bottles were out there floating around. Why should I give however many anyone asked for? Shrimp no blink. No way I'm giving you that many. I already know there are pharmacists who've leveled to 2. At most, I'll give you 15 bottles of the +1 to 4 potions, no spirit enhancement included. Trade or leave it. These potions will be cabbage cheap before long anyway, and at that point low-level pharmacists won't even have a reason to exist. Catch off guard. No, bro, add a little? Add a little more? How about throwing in 5 more spirit potions? 5 minutes passed. Catch off guard. No, bro, just add 1 bottle. Forget it. You're my own brother. We'll go by your price. But you cover the shipping. Shrimp no blink. What's shipping? Catch off guard. We've got a trainer plane, delivers right to your door. Send a coordinate, and I'll calculate how much fuel it takes. If you don't trust me, we can sign a contract. Shrimp no blink. 124.698. Moving forward at 160 kilometers per hour. Calculate the distance yourself. Catch off guard. Got it, bro. 15 units of universal fuel total. The plane catches up to you in 3 hours. Trade if there's no problem. The deal success prompt popped up. The other end, Yin Jun, still couldn't resist a jab. Catch off guard. Bro, giving out coordinates without even signing a confidentiality contract. Not afraid of being targeted? Shrimp no blink. I've got my own backing. Looking forward to your goods. The catch off guard on the other end was named Yin Jun. His underling muttered, Junji, selling off our only pharmacist. Isn't that a huge loss? Yin Jun sneered, short-sighted. Heaven and Earth Freedom's pharmacist already hit level 2. The guy trading with me knows it too. A level 1 pharmacist burns 1 point of spirit to make 1 bottle of basic potion, while at level 2 1 point of spirit makes 10. So in his eyes, selling off a level 1 pharmacist to get back a pile of enhanced potions was a sure win. This layer of calculation, I had no idea about at the time. And 50 kilometers ahead of the fog wall, a silver-white van drove forward unhurriedly, dozens of bizarre-looking zombies hot on its tail, each fast as bolt. Yet the short-haired young man in the driver's seat showed not a trace of panic. his gaze as calm as one who'd grown indifferent to life and death. He shifted his posture. The wind lifted a corner of his loose, blood-stained t-shirt, revealing a large expanse of crisscrossed, layered old scars. He touched the longest scab on his abdomen, then withdrew his hand expressionlessly. On another highway, a battered bus swayed along, all its windows wide open, only scorching hot wind pouring in. The bare-chested young man driving, face slick with greasy sweat, cursed and snarled. "Anyone behind me dares yell hot again, I'll tie you to the back of the bus and let you see whether it's comfier on the bus or off it." The few slaves behind him instantly fell silent. Those dozen-odd people were all Junji's personal property. If not for the other side supplying ample resources daily, he'd have quit long ago. Just then a shadow cast onto the road grew larger and larger, a plane coming into land. The bare-chested young man looked up to confirm and bellowed, "Yin Chumo, get ready, someone's coming for you." In the corner of the very back row huddled a woman with disheveled hair and filth all over, her clothes long past recognizable color, hands and feet caked in gray-black grime, as if she hadn't touched water in ages. Hearing her name, her body trembled and she curled herself tighter, showing only a pair of bloodshot eyes. "Bro, where are you taking me?" Her voice was hoarse and tiny. Her name was Yin Chumo. What she'd been through these days, how she'd been treated, I only pieced it together bit by bit later. I won't write it out in detail here, but one thing has to be made clear up front. She'd fallen to this state not because she was weak, but because this world had heaped all of its very worst onto a girl with no backing. The plane landed, kicking up sand, and a middle-aged man got out, handing the bare-chested young man a cigarette. Higher-ups issued a mission. "This is the reward." He shot a glance at the bus cabin. "Which one are you taking?" The bare-chested young man beckoned. "Yin Chumo, come." Yin Chumo jogged barefoot to the door, the soles of her feet stepping on a raised metal plate, so painful she bared her teeth, yet didn't dare make a sound. "Don't get this close to me." She immediately stepped back 2 paces, head bowed. The middle-aged man waved. "Mission's urgent, come with me." A sour, foul smell wafted over. He frowned and pinched his nose. "Let's go. You've got a lucky fate. Landed with a good household. I'll deliver you over." Yin Chumo looked up at that silver-white fuselage, not having imagined she'd ride a plane again in this life, and gritting her teeth, clambered up in a flustered scramble. In the truck. "Hold on. Xiaoxia, can you actually do this or not?" Looking at the third scrapped space stone before me, I couldn't help griping. Xia Zhixin shot me a nervous glance, face flushed crimson. "Boss, this thing runs on proficiency and spirit. My talent's only level 1, and it's my first time handling it. How could it go smoothly?" Chu Kursin clenched both fists and cheered her on. "Sis Xia, you can do it. Sis Xia mighty." The words had barely landed when a flash of white light passed over the workbench, and everyone reflexively shut their eyes. As the light faded, the space stone in Xia Zhixin's hand was gone, and that utterly unremarkable plain silver band on the table seemed a little different. "Did it work, Sis Xia?" Chu Kursin reached out with a pinky to touch it. It worked. To expand the space, you keep stuffing space stones in. My spirit right now only stretches to 12 cubic meters. Space ring. White 1 cubic meter of internal space. Store and retrieve by thought. Cannot hold vehicles or living creatures. I nodded, satisfied, and glanced at the 3 scrapped space stones. Good thing I traded for plenty of space stones, or this 25% success rate would have bankrupted me. These 10 cost me 10 bottles of potion. Xia Zhixin wiped her sweat, a smile of being acknowledged surfacing at the corner of her mouth. "Don't be so stingy, boss. It's gear with a space attribute. You can't even find this on the market." True. This thing should be pretty valuable." "Oh right. Kursin, where'd you get that bear of yours?" The topic turned to herself, and Chu Kursin showed a trace of dejection. "My brother's friend helped make it, but I heard that person's already dead." Seeing her like this, I reached out and gave her shoulder a squeeze, softening my tone. "Don't worry. Once we're strong, we'll go find your brother. After all, you call me Gidge too." Chu Kursin looked at that expression of mine, nearly identical to her own brother's, her eyes reddening faintly at the corners. "Okay. Qing and Gidge, Kursin will grow strong together with you all." But this production line's still short about. She started counting on her fingers. Xia Jixin's mouth twitched. About 30 more space stones, and it'll be enough. Once proficiency goes up, I can raise the success rate to 50%. I'm planning to have the refining furnace and the catalyst production line share one spot. Stick the spaces I make onto the truck wall. 10 square spaces lined up in a row, the two lines placed side by side. Saves materials and saves space. I nodded and opened my friend's list to find free and unfettered. Shrimp no blink. Bro, you around? Can you sell me some more space stone? Price is negotiable. Free and unfettered. Oh ho, made up your mind? Willing to part with the remaining 8 bottles of top-grade potion. Shrimp no blink. Nah, just driven by necessity. This stone, you're the only one who's got it. Asked everyone else, couldn't find any. Bro, where'd you get this stone? Free and unfettered. A guild member got hold of it. The specifics aren't convenient to say. How many this time? Shrimp no blink. 30, got the stock. Free and unfettered. Checked, just barely enough. I won't shortchange you either. Just give me the 2 spirit-adding bottles, and we're good. Fair enough. Shrimp no blink. Okay, deal. The trade succeeded. Zhou Yujia stared at another chat window and thought, on which was written, Head, how many more does he want? Prep 1,000 first, is that enough? Meanwhile, Yin Jun received a voice call, figured the goods had arrived, and answered. Did it arrive? It arrived, Junji, but... The other side hesitated. Forget it. See for yourself. Yin Jun stared blankly at the already disconnected screen, opened the chat interface, his expression shifting from puzzlement to gravity. Bro, the goods have arrived. Please stop and accept delivery. I opened the window and stuck my head out. Sure enough, directly overhead a small trainer plane was slowly descending. Okay. Replying briefly, I had the truck slow down. In the trainer plane's back seat, Yin Chumo was already dumbstruck, little mouth slightly open, licking her cracked lips, voice weak as a mosquito's. Bro, the vehicle down there, is that where I'm going? The pilot nodded. Your luck's not bad. I've taken several batches of clients these past couple days, and this vehicle's the most top tier. Look at that armor. Must have used basic enhanced steel, even glowing green. He went on, savoring it. Shame I'm not a pharmacist, or I'd really want to join them as a slave. Oh right, your contract just got transferred to the employer. Did you receive it? Yin Chumo nodded. Received it. I frowned at the filthy woman before me, practically a beggar off the street, an occasional sour stink of sweat wafting off her. I fanned in front of my nose and said to Yin Chumo, who kept switching feet on the scalding road surface, follow her. Go take care of your personal hygiene first. Then I turned back to instruct Xia Jixin. Have her strip off her clothes and toss them before coming in, or the truck will reek to high heaven. Xia Jixin glanced at the trainer plane just taking off, turned to Yin Chumo. You're Yin Chumo, right? Strip off the clothes you've got on. The smell's too much. Huh. Yin Chumo looked around nervously. Thankfully, there was no one but the two of them. Hurry, don't your feet hurt from the heat. Yin Chumo nimbly took off that blackened dress. Without the wide skirt, a surprisingly fine figure emerged, tall, with clear curves. Xia Jixin gave it just one scan before shifting her attention away. Back in the cab, I politely declined Catch-Off-Guard's invitation. The other side wanted to draw me into some hope squad, claiming they had a way to escape the fog, but asked for half an hour and he hemmed and hawed, unable to give any real reason. That being the case, no point wasting time. The elevator door opened and the two girls came out. That Yin Chumo was still dirty, but the legs showing beneath the bath towel had clearly good foundations. Xiao Xia, take her to the bathroom and have her wash several more times. Get the smell clean off. Worst case, rig up some water and let her soak. I didn't say much. What I wanted was a teammate, not a slave. The contract was handy, sure, but the human heart has warmth. A contract can manage loyalty, but it can't manage wholehearted effort. Yes, boss. Then I'll trouble you to rig up a set of clothes for her. Xia Jixin led the way toward the bathroom. Yin Chumo was already struck speechless by everything before her. Climate-controlled AC, spacious room, a comfortable sofa, bright lighting, and a bedroom with a glimpse of pink. How was this any different from heaven? In a place like this, even being a slave you could enjoy it in comfort, surely? Hey, what are you standing there for? Come shower. Xia Jixin beckoned at the bathroom door. Huh. Yin Chumo thought she was hearing things. A shower? This was a survival fight. Just this morning she'd been brewing potions for dear life over a single mouthful of water, never imagining she could now take a shower. As she strode toward the bathroom, the sight of the filth caked on her thighs had me shaking my head, even gave me a dry heave. Only later did I understand that wasn't slovenliness. It was a protective talisman she'd traded her life for. Xia Jixin set out the toiletries and explained briefly. This is the water outlet. Only use the left one. There's detergent here. Wash your body and hair several times over for me. It's not that we're germaphobes, but personal hygiene still has to be kept. With that, she came out holding a mop. The other woman's dirty feet had left several prints on the floor that needed cleaning fast. Only once she was away from the bathroom did she suck in a sharp breath, mopping and complaining. I'm about to suffocate. Boss, what kind of teammate did you find? She's on par with a beggar. I pulled my attention back from the trade channel. I'm not clear on her situation either. But the talent's pharmacist, so washed up she should still be usable. With that, I fished a set of clothes I'd just bought on the market out of the plain ring on my right hand. Here, these are the clothes. I didn't buy underwear. You sort that out for her. I don't know her size. Xia Jixin took the clothes, her mouth twitching. This boss, don't tell me he's a stocking fetishist? He'd even gotten back this kind of body stocking. Water rushed in the bathroom. Yin Chumo didn't rush to wash. First, she tipped her head back and aimed the shower head straight at her mouth, greedily gulping water in big mouthfuls like a baby crying to be fed, not stopping until her flat little belly bulged faintly. Only with the cold water streaming down from above did she feel she'd come back to life. Malnourishment plus tilting her head back too long, and her calves went weak, nearly slipping. She grabbed the tub's edge just in time to keep from falling. She crouched, back against the tub, letting the water beat down on her. But that layer of black grime was stubborn as a shell and wouldn't rinse off. She grabbed the detergent and scrubbed like mad, as if to peel off an entire layer of skin. The condition of her body, I won't write out in detail either. That a person had to wreck herself to such a state just to stay alive out there says enough on its own. I don't know how long passed before Xia Jixin pushed the door open holding the clothes and froze. She balled a t-shirt into a bath puff, squeezed out 2 pumps of detergent, and scrubbed hard at Yin Chumo's back. You're a girl. How do you let yourself get this slovenly? Saying it while glancing at the wad of stuff by the drain that hadn't washed away. 2 clear tears slid silently from the corners of Yin Chumo's eyes. Scrubbing her foot, she said, Sis Xia, you don't know how cruel it is out there. How bad survivors' situations are now. You can't even imagine. Xia Jixin nodded. I'm not too clear. No, I run the second I meet anyone. Then you're lucky enough, running into Qingyunji early. Not like me, robbed by several waves of people. With nowhere to turn, all I could do was make myself filthy, or I'd have become someone's plaything long ago. Xia Jixin nodded. This woman was clearly pretty featured, top-tier figure, yet had it in her to smear filth all over herself. That kind of courage isn't something just anyone has. Looking at Yin Chumo's feet, blistered raw and beginning to shed skin, she took the shower head. Don't move your legs, I'll rinse them for you. With that, she twisted the switch over to living water. The icy living water rushed down, and a miraculous scene unfolded. Those wretched feet, dead skin and wounds receding at a visible pace, in moments turning back into a pair of intact feet. What did you do before? Xia Jixin asked. Yin Chumo didn't answer right away, staring blankly as her ruined feet restored themselves just like that, as if in a dream. Only when Xia Jixin happened to brush against her while scrubbing her back did she snap to. I'm just feeling a bit struck by it all. Has Qingyunji awakened a system? He's actually willing to use living water this precious to wash us. As a pharmacist, she knew best how scarce living water was, never imagining someone would be lavish enough to use it to wash a slave's feet. Xia Jixin smiled faintly. There's plenty more to the boss's impressiveness. You'll find out in time. As long as you do your work well, he'll never shortchange you. By the way, what did you do before? With a figure this good? I studied classical dance. In the driver's seat, I was endlessly maneuvering with several guild heads. The pharmacist was in place, and I was about to start mass brewing potions to raise the team's strength at top speed. Looking at the 200 units of zombie crystal cores in the space ring, my mouth curled up. Though these had me trading away all the remaining potions, it was entirely worth it. I could even picture the looks on those guys' faces when they saw me dumping top-grade potions. Surely quite a sight. The bathroom door opened. "Boss, mission complete. I'll go give Kirsten a hand. Her production line's still short a few materials." I didn't even look up. Go ahead." Light footsteps approached, and I reflexively turned my head. A stunning woman in a white dress and black stockings was walking toward me, about 1.68 meters tall, wet hair draped over her shoulders, the whole of her ethereal as a fairy. "Hold on. Who are you? How'd you get on my truck?" Yin Chumo blinked, then revealed a row of neat white teeth. "It's me, Qingyunji." I jumped. A trip to the bathroom, and she's a whole different person? Nobody could connect the one before me with that earlier beggar. It was sheer panning gold from dung. Inwardly waves were crashing, but my face stayed unmoved. I recognized you at first glance. Just cracking a joke to lighten the mood. That's all." Seeing her widen those beautiful eyes and nod obediently, I went on. "Oh right. What tools do you need to brew potions? Can you start work right away?" Yin Chumo nodded. "I need some basic instruments and materials available on the market. It's just, I've already used up all my spirit today. I can't make potions." I blinked. This slave's value for the day had already been squeezed dry. But it quickly hit me. "Aren't there spirit recovery potions?" She nodded. "There's a kind that restores spirit for a short while when used." But the price, she'd meant to say expensive, which was also why Yin Jun had squeezed only one day of her spirit before stopping. But recalling that I'd actually been willing to use living water to wash a slave's feet, she swallowed the second half of the sentence. "Then hurry to the market and buy the instruments and materials. The recovery potion I'll handle." I figured I'd go see what this recovery potion was all about. Yin Chumo looked around, not too sure. "Then, what does Qingyunji use to trade?" "The stuff's all in the warehouse. Go grab it yourself. Just don't trade the good things." I pointed offhandedly. Yin Chumo walked off in that direction, and when she made out that pile of materials, her scalp prickled and she stood frozen like a wooden chicken. "My God. Basic special steel? This green glowing stuff is intermediate special steel? And there's even silver quality universal fuel. Basic spirit recovery potion. Green restores 5 points of spirit for a short time. A table had been added to the work area. I handed over 3 recovery potions. "Drink up quick, then go straight to making basic spirit enhancement potions. Say so if you need a hand." Every spare expression had drained from Yin Chumo's face. She was utterly numb. She pulled her gaze back from that small mountain of crystal cores, took the potions, and gulped down 2. Her spirit was only 10 points, so 2 was just enough, the last one set on the rack. She slowly closed her eyes, feeling her depleted spirit fill back up bit by bit. A moment later, she opened her eyes. "Qingyunji, help me grind the zombie crystal cores apart with the grinder. I need to extract the attribute liquid inside." I looked at that machine about the size of a soy milk maker. I'd hefted it when I first traded for it, at least 70 or 80 pounds. If not for my strength hitting 30-some points, I really might not have been able to lift it. I loaded the crystal cores in one by one, exactly 10, closed the lid, and pressed the switch. The grinder hummed low, and a moment later 4 potion brewing lamps above lit up in sequence, for colors of liquid flowing from the outlet, each pooling into one of 4 glass containers, the total probably under 100 milliliters. Watching me focus like that, she silently made a vow in her heart. "Yin Chumo, you have to repay Qingyunji well. He fished you out of the fire pit, supplies you with good food and drink, treats you like a human being." She drew a deep breath, picked up the living water, and slowly poured it into a test tube, her gaze sharp and focused, like she was doing something extremely precise. I didn't dare even breathe loudly. This woman, once she focused, was even a little dashing. She dripped just a few drops of dark green attribute liquid into the test tube, then poured in a measured amount of living water, and 2 spirit potions came out. Intermediate Spirit Enhancement Potion. Enhanced Silver Injection raises spirit by 5 to 10 points. Immunity to same grade after the 5th dose. But my expression was like I'd eaten a fly. "You call this thing top grade?" "Sure, Intermediate Spirit Potion. Right now, who besides me can make one?" But in my eyes, this was a defective product. It didn't have the entry I valued most. Yin Chumo was first delighted, then broke into a charming smile. My talent really was strong, boosting output quantity and quality. But the moment she noticed my off expression, just as she was about to speak, her stomach unhelpfully cut in first. Growl, growl, growl. She covered her belly with an embarrassed smile. She hadn't eaten anything today, and the belly of water she'd gulped down in the shower came and went fast. No good against hunger. It's fine, there's food in the warehouse. Grab some and eat. Be quick about it. Heavy workload. I opened the chat interface and clicked into a temporary group called Tycoons. A dozen some people of standing in the zone pulled together to do supply trades. Genuinely scarce goods you couldn't buy on the public channel at all. Shrimp No Blink, selling 1 bottle of top-grade intermediate spirit enhancement potion. Highest bidder takes it. Someone replied quickly. Red Rose, hold on, bro. Didn't you sell out of this potion? How is there more? Stay true to the path. Whoa, intermediate. Not basic. Free and unfettered. Little bro, sell it straight to me. This is exactly what I'm short on. Forge ahead. I offer 30 crystal cores. Free and unfettered. Fobbing off beggars? I offer 50. Stay true to the path. 52. The bids quickly climbed to 150, a new high, and the rest didn't dare add more. Right now, a green crystal core went for about 3 survival coins on the market, down quite a bit from the earlier 5, but 150 was still a hefty sum. This kind of thing dropped from killing ordinary zombies at a pitifully low rate. Only killing green and above zombies dropped at 100%, and to kill that tier of zombie was hard without a dozen-odd people coordinating, and 1 careless scratch cost a serum, which was now outrageously priced. People without strength simply wouldn't go earn this kind of life-risking money. Traceless Convoy's Ma Jiang stared at Su Xiaoyang's bid, face grave. He urgently needed this vial, and had to take it head-on, or in a couple of days an endless sea of corpses would be waiting for him. Forge ahead. Bro, you're not going to put out another one in a bit, are you? Shrimp No Blink. You think this is cabbage? Stay true to the path. Right, Captain Ma. You think this is cabbage? Red Rose. Right, Captain Ma. A uniform stream of ribbing filled the screen. Ma Jiang's old face flushed, and he gritted his teeth, steeling himself. Forge ahead. 160. Anyone adds more, and I don't want it. The group instantly went dead silent, as if they were all shills. Shrimp No Blink. Time's up. Since no one's raising, this bottle goes to Captain Ma. Trade complete. Ma Jiang looked at the green potion in hand and smiled. Locked in. At least 5 points of spirit. That's enough. But the next message drove him up the wall. Shrimp No Blink. 1 bottle of intermediate spirit enhancement potion. Enhanced version. Same as that last one. Usual rules. Starting bid 10 crystal cores. Red Rose. 30. Stay true to the path. 35. Ma Jiang couldn't help demanding. Forge ahead. At Shrimp No Blink, hold on, bro. Didn't you say there were no more? Shrimp No Blink. I never said that. I only said this stuff isn't cabbage. Forge ahead. Free and unfettered. What? Captain Ma's competing with us too? I offer 40. Ma Jiang's chest tightened. He hadn't expected this shameless guy to pull out another identical one. Could there be even more? The others in the group clearly thought so too. Nobody wanted to be the second sucker. In the end, the second bottle closed at 80. Ma Jiang was waiting for the next bottle when I just tossed out, all gone, and left the group chat. Ma Jiang nearly spat up a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, my crystal cores. He felt I'd burned him badly with this hunger marketing. Jiang Qingyun, is it? I've taken note. I hope you survive the zombie horde 2 days from now, or it'd be too dull. Achoo. I let out a huge sneeze, spraying it straight into Yin Chumo's face. She calmly wiped her face, composure intact. Sorry, the temperature might have dropped. Go wash your face. To her, long used to foul stench, this bit of spit was child's play, but she had no special quirks either. After all, she was someone with a position now, still had to mind her image. All right, Qingyunji, I'll wash up and be right back. I wiped my mouth and picked up a freshly made spirit potion to check its entry. Enhancement randomly raises any attribute by 3 to 6 points. This thing's not bad. Good luck, and you could add 16 points of spirit in one go. Yin Chumo came out of the bathroom, and I asked again. Xiaomo, How many bottles can you still make with your spirit? She wiped her face with her skirt hem. Qingyunji, right now 1 point of spirit only makes me 1 bottle. I nodded. A level 2 pharmacist makes 10 bottles per point of spirit. A level 1 only 1. A colossal gap, and also the reason Yin Jun sold her to me. Had he known what he sold off was a beautiful pharmacist, he'd probably have slapped himself hard. But there was no one else to blame. He'd treated her as a slave himself. Though I used slave contracts too, that was for safety, not for enslavement. That kind of deranged thing I couldn't bring myself to do. Or how would I be any different from those old bosses who treated people like draft animals and only knew how to dangle empty promises? By the way, what's your spirit? Strength 6, Agility 8, Constitution 9, Spirit 10. Then drink this bottle. Looking at the potion handed over, Yin Chumo pointed at herself in disbelief. Qingyunji, you sure you're giving it to me? Her voice trembled. A top-grade item like this appearing on the market would absolutely whip up a storm. Others add 3 points, you add 16 straight? It's for you. If it bothers you, just help me wash dishes from now on. Yin Chumo's face went red in a flash. Oh, okay. She stuck the needle into her arm. The clear potion slowly pushed in, and her formerly calm face abruptly went taut. Through the black stockings you could see her toes curl up tight, like she was enduring immense agony. Cheeks drained of color, neck veins bulging, fine sweat beading on her forehead, lips bitten white, the whole of her like a string strung to its limit. I just watched calmly. This was the necessary price of a potion enhancing attributes. No one could help in the slightest. Gradually, her taut body relaxed, but she was wrung out, limbs limp in the chair like she'd just fought 100-some rounds. She opened her eyes, tears wrung out by the pain still hanging on her lashes. How is it? How much did it add? From the group chat I'd learned the more it added, the more it hurt. Judging by how she'd just looked, the haul should be no small thing. Spirit went up 5 points, plus 3 points of agility. I showed disappointment. The enhanced intermediate spirit potion could add up to 16 points in a single use, and she only got 8, a total ripoff. Xiao, you'll have to put in overtime today, make potions non-stop. You know the situation too, the fog speeds up every day. Kirsten's a mechanic, and I need you to brew enough spirit potions with bonus attributes. First, get Kirsten's spirit to 20 points, so she levels mechanic to 2. That way we can raise our vehicle's level and speed. Second, ensure the quality of each person's attribute boosts. You know the difference between ones with entries and ones without. Yin Chumo nodded hard. Don't worry, Qingyunji, I'll get it done. I won't let you down. I nodded inwardly. A bot slave really is different. People who've been beaten down by reality, give them just a little dignity and decent treatment, and they're loyal to the death. By the way, you've got to get your own spirit to 20 first. Once you pharmacists hit level 2, brewing basic potions saves a great deal of spirit. I didn't expect Qingyunji to even know about pharmacists leveling to 2. Heard it somewhere. Otherwise, why do you think Yin Jun sold you out? Hearing the name, Yin Jun, her expression barely changed. That was an unbearable bygone. In the past, no need to recall the details. When the time was right, she'd naturally thank him properly. Suddenly, she remembered something. Oh right, Qingyunji, one of Yin Jun's underlings mentioned something before, and I happened to make a note of it. What news? She pinched her fingers, ordered her words, and only spoke after 7 or 8 seconds. They seemed to have been collecting enhanced spirit potions all along. The kid driving the bus mentioned in idle chat that their side has a survivor who can modify planes, and all the potions they collect are going to help him push his talent level. I nodded. No wonder Yin Jun wanted to draw me in before. Turns out he'd had his eye on the enhanced spirit potions in my hand. And his so-called way to escape the fog was modifying a plane? Don't tell me he was counting on a survivor to whip up an airliner with a talent? At that thought, I actually got interested. A plane's speed is nothing a vehicle can match, and with this world's bizarre rules layered on, reaching light speed wasn't out of the question. This news is valuable. Didn't expect someone really thought of this trick. Still, doing it this way will definitely need huge amounts of raw materials. Speaking of raw materials, I'd already started plotting how to sell my intermediate steel. The faster a big thing like a plane flies, the higher its material demands, and that was precisely my advantage. With the refining furnace running 24 hours a day, soon fully automatic, putting out 2 units of intermediate steel an hour, plenty of it with entries, high-grade materials were inexhaustible to me, and what I couldn't use I'd naturally trade for good things. The only shame was that entries on the same kind of item were all identical, the only difference being has or doesn't. Then you focus on your work. I'll go check on their production line. I walked out of this makeshift potion room. Lots of bottles and jars, so a separate room was better, and this room happened to be wedged between the bathroom and the work area, handy for fetching living water. In the adjacent work area, the 2 girls were busy as anything. Xia Jixin had traded for the full set of production line materials, while Chu Kursin sorted the bought items one by one, ready to install. How's it going? Materials all set. I picked up a block of rubber. This should be for the conveyor belt. Just short the last 2 items. Once they arrive, we can build it. Chu Kursin answered as she arranged things. Xia Jixin looked at me. Oh right, boss, I've handled the space problem, and the production line materials are mostly prepped. How are things on your end with the potions? Don't tell me you haven't even started? Saying this, she shot a glance toward the potion room. Since that makeshift little room got partitioned off an hour ago, there'd been constant noise, especially a few minutes ago, particularly loud, like something clawing. She started looking me up and down, hunting for a tell. Her little roundabout scheming. How would I catch it? I just took it as her doubting my efficiency. I quickly waved a hand. Just about there. I'll have a suitable spirit potion in a bit. Already brewed one and had Xiao Mo use it. To boost efficiency, you've got to sharpen the blade first. Suddenly remembering something, I looked at her seriously. Xiao Xia, I think I heard you mention a teleportation array before? Xia Jixin nodded repeatedly. Counts as a kind of teleportation device. But I only know that leveling the talent up lets you grasp the crafting essentials. I'm not sure what level unlocks it. I fell into thought. An idea that could escape the fog's pursuit quietly took shape in my mind. Time slid to 11 at night. Yin Chumo was still focused on the bottles and jars, making potions, and I reminded her at the right moment. Take a break? You've gone 5 or 6 hours straight. Whether good results come out has nothing to do with your talent. It's a matter of probability. I hadn't expected this buff-maxed potion to be so rare. From the first vial to now, she'd already made over 100 intermediate spirit potions, only 2 top grade. In the second, she'd used herself too. Spirit added only 6 points, but the entry tacked on an extra 3, putting her spirit straight to 24, clearing the threshold for the level 2 talent. But looking at the defective products, packing the back rack, I got a headache. Any one of these counted as a top-grade intermediate spirit potion, but they either had no entry or added spirit by just 3 to 6 points. Sure, they'd sell at a good price, but with so much stock, dumping it all at once would surely depress the price. A steady trickle was the wiser play. Qingyunji, look, another gold one came out. Yin Chumo held up a potion and shouted happily. Outside the door, the little Chu Kursin instantly perked up. The production line materials were long prepped, just waiting on a potion to level her talent. But my standards were strict. Only the best went into someone. Xia Jixin looked at the room, full of potions, mouth twitching, doing the math in her head. Over 100 vials yielded only 3 good ones. At most 20 made an hour, and counting the boss's talent, to gather enough for all 4 team members attribute boosts across the board would take around 1,400 vials, 3 or 4 days, even without eating or sleeping. At that thought, she instead felt lucky. Getting to land this gopher work was already luck within luck. The moment I took the potion, Chu Kursin's feet still trembled involuntarily. That heartfelt fear was hard to overcome, even though I'd communicated with her beforehand. She stared longingly at the potion in my hand, swallowed, steeled herself, and shut her eyes, turned her head, lifted her skirt, and stuck out her bottom all in one motion. I was a bit at a loss. Where'd this kid get those little undies? They hardly covered much at all. Hold on. What are you doing? No need for a shot in the butt. Xia Jixin quickly pulled the skirt she'd lifted back down. Ah, then where? Chu Kursin died of embarrassment, flustered for a moment. In the end, it went into the arm, the highest quality intermediate spirit potion injected into her body. The instant the potion entered her body, Chu Kursin rolled around the floor in pain, for all the world like an epileptic fit. Whoa. Why does it hurt so much? Last time it was like a period. Just bear with it, and it passed. Why is this time so painful? I quickly scooped her into my arms, afraid she'd crack her head. As the potion's effect was gradually absorbed, she finally calmed, opening teary eyes to stare at me, until even I felt embarrassed. Qingyan Gij, can you go easier next time? It hurts. Looking at the pitiful little girl, my heart softened. Okay, Gij will go easier next time. No one can refuse growing stronger. It's the only way to stay alive. How is it, Kursin? How much did it add? Xia Zhixin came over to help rub her arm. Chu Kursin glanced at her attributes. Added a full 9 points of spirit and 5 points of constitution. SSS. The truck instantly went dead silent. The more attributes added, the more it hurt, so you can imagine how grueling that was. All right, about time to rest. Hurry and finish the production line so you can sleep early. There's a good fight to be had tomorrow morning. The few of them coordinated swiftly, and the prep materials were assembled in half an hour. This little zone was called the Automated Production Zone, taking up less floor space than a toilet, yet its output was nothing to scoff at. Raw materials loaded into walls remodeled into space storage, conveyed by an embedded belt running automatically under Xilinx control. The moment a machine stops, the belt starts, and finished products drop through a space rift beneath the equipment into the collection space. How was it done? Simple. 2 iron rods strung 2 machines together mid-air. When a machine stopped, Xilinx controlled it to auto-open the lid, rotate 180 degrees, use gravity to dump the contents into the storage space, then reload, forming an automatic cycle. I patted Chu Kursin's head. Good work, go rest. Yin Chumo was a little baffled. What was this? Don't tell me team members work in the day and at night still have to? She frowned and asked quietly. Then what about me? Do I rest together with you all too? And she shot a glance at Xia Zhixin, the meaning plain as could be. My face went dark. What do you mean rest together with us too? You sleep yours, I sleep mine. Then a turn. Of course, if you want to squeeze in with me, that's not out of the question. I'll take the hit and spare you half the bed. Xia Zhixin tugged Yin Shumo toward her own room. Don't be scared. Our boss just has a foul mouth. You'll get used to it. He won't get any crooked ideas about us. And she shot me a look, leaving me rather awkward. What's with this handing out of friend zone cards to other people? Forget it. Sleep early, up early tomorrow. I went back to my bedroom, shed my clothes, and slid under the covers. In under 5 minutes, the snoring started. On this tense, busy survival road, any relaxation became a luxury. The moment a person stops, they can't help wanting to rest. And 3,000 kilometers away in front of the fog, dense masses of green glowing zombies clamored, as if to bring the heavens and earth crashing down. Suddenly, a thunderous, bizarre roar issued from within the fog, and countless zombies frantically accelerated all at once, far outpacing a cheetah. The sand and gravel they kicked up sweeping toward the front of the highway like a sandstorm. At 2 in the morning, Zhou Yujia was the first jolted awake. He glanced at the time in displeasure, answered Xiao Zhang's call, and was just about to curse when one line from the other side instantly sobered him. At 3 in the morning, a survivor stared in despair at the dense, perfectly synchronized zombies around his vehicle. Their speed had already exceeded a level 1 vehicle's limit. Not daring to breathe, he sat in the driver's seat playing dead, his mood plunging from panic to despair. Just as he was about to send a message to the regional channel, an enormous foot descended from the sky and, boom, stomped the sturdy SUV flat, countless claws raking in through the cracks. That night's zombie horde later became the watershed in the memory of everyone in Zone 015424. And I, at that moment, was sleeping soundly, knowing nothing of all that was unfolding 3,000 kilometers away. This meeting, too, reached my ears in scattered bits later. In an enormous RV, Su Zhaoyang gazed out the window at the unchanging desert night with an ashen face. A virtual immersion invitation popped up. He clicked in. The cab vanished, becoming a 30 or 40 square virtual space, seated with figure after figure of shadowy avatars, a fair number of people. A pure desire-style redhead with big wavy curls spoke first. Society head Su's here. Let's begin. These were all heads of major powers in Zone 015424, a sparse 10 or so, 9 men and 1 woman. the woman being this redhead. Society head Sue. Your mutual aid society has the most people and the most stragglers too. What do you say we do about this situation? A slightly plump middle-aged man asked. Su Xiaoyang gave a sardonic smile, stood, swept his eyes over everyone, and finally settled on two people. Oh ho! Didn't expect traceless convoys Captain Ma Jiang to come too? Don't you not advocate cooperation? And heaven and earth freedom's head Zhou. Don't you all encourage the law of the jungle? How come you're here at this hour discussing countermeasures too? Ma Jiang gave a faint smile and didn't answer. Zhou Yujia pressed a hand down. Society head Su, you all begin. Don't mind me. I'm just here to be a bystander. Su Xiaoyang didn't get angry either, fingers tapping the table. Now let's total up the zombie intel, everyone reported. 1. The zombies in front of the fog now exceed 120 kilometers per hour. 2. The fast ones are level 3 strength. The slower ones behind are level 2. 3. Clear division of labor. Level 3 mutants break defenses, intelligence zombies command, and plunderers handle tearing open vehicles to drag people out. 4. The scale exceeds 500,000, with a steady stream of dead survivors still joining. Anything to add? The redhead Li Mingmei tossed her curls. Per what our Rose Guild sisters report, these zombies seem to hide even more terrifying existences among them. Explorer Convoy's head Li Mo, a power of about 8,000, spoke. I suggest we answer Society head Su's earlier proposal. We're all human. Let's get through this zombie crisis together first. The fog's threat can be set aside for later. Li Mingmei chimed in. Agreed. Band together to get through the immediate crisis first. The matter of escaping the fog discussed later. Su Xiaoyang stood and rebuked. You all won't shed tears till you see the coffin. Fires at your brows, and you're still not anxious. How many times have I made the earlier proposal, and you just won't agree? Those several 100,000 fellow people lost yesterday are all on you. Ma Jiang said snidely. Come on, Society head Su. Our traceless only has 20,000 people even now. This can't be pinned on us. The one who's killed the most survivors is head Zhou's guild. They've only got some 3,000, 80% of them vicious types with level 2 vehicles, crossbows and Molotovs and all, and word is even a heavy machine gun. You don't go crusade against them, and what's the meaning of bringing us along? One line offending two major powers. Zhou Yujia waved a hand. Captain Ma flatters me. Compared to Traceless's cheating, swindling, and wrongdoing, we fall far short. After all, we never play dirty. Li Mingmei quickly called out. Everyone, we're here to solve problems, not to quarrel. The guilds present add up to over 150,000 people. Unite and anything can be solved. This virtual immersion only holds for 5 minutes. Make it quick. A big fatso whose weight absolutely exceeded 300 genes stood. I propose joining Society head Su's plan. Everyone gathering together is the best option, whether for getting through the zombie crisis or shaking off the fog. Those in favor raise your hand. One hand after another went up. Apart from Ma Jiang, Zhou Yujia, and the initiator Su Xiaoyang, the rest all raised theirs, and Li Mingmei put up her hand too. Count me in. Ma Jiang's face was ashen. His guild was naturally antisocial to begin with, taking in people of ill intent, and joining the alliance would absolutely mean being settled with after the fact. Su Xiaoyang styled himself a beacon of humanity, and many he'd sheltered were precisely victims of Ma's guild's persecution. Dream on. Want to take me out? In your dreams. He left outright. Everyone looked to Zhou Yujia. He stood, expression relaxed, flesh trade expert, humanity's self-proclaimed beacon, a rat who wallows in the same muck, dignity trampled wherever it lies. Fine. He clapped, and his avatar vanished. The remaining people's faces turned awkward, the slave-selling fatso, the beacon Su Xiaoyang, and as for flesh trade, well, that was the only woman present. In one line he'd named them all off, one by one. After a moment of silence, Su Xiaoyang cleared his throat. Since those who stayed all agree, the human alliance is hereby formally established, with me serving as acting head. I now issue the first mission. Everyone reach the temporary gathering point as soon as possible, where our strongest firepower will be stationed in defense. I've calculated it. Even if the fog speeds up 80% a day, it'll still take 3 days to arrive. 3 days is plenty for us to build those big planes. In the morning, I woke naturally, stretched, got dressed, and went to the bathroom to wash off the drowsiness. The instant I pushed the door open, the scene inside left me a bit dazed. Yin Chumo was stark naked, one long leg propped up against the wall in a full split, examining something in the mirror. My drowsiness was gone entirely. She spotted me too, hurriedly covered her chest, and lowered her leg, then freed one hand to shield below. "Why didn't you lock the door?" I stood in the doorway and asked curiously. She crouched, saying in shame and indignation, "Qingyunji, could you close the door first and then talk?" I immediately pulled the door shut, but turning my head ran into her terrified expression. "Hold on. Get out yourself. What did you come in for?" "Don't be stingy. I came in to shower anyway. You can look at me all you like." I made as if to take off my clothes and was shoved and shouted out by her. The instant the door locked from inside, I stood at the doorway helpless. Hey, so stingy. It's not like I wasn't going to let her look at me. We're all on one team. Why so distant? I smacked my lips, rubbed my chin, and muttered, "Don't tell me she finds me somehow out of step with her?" His indecent muttering, I've spared most of on his behalf. Unable to figure it out, I could only wait outside the door and flipped through the regional channel out of boredom. Zone 01542480 15 degrees Celsius online 231, 540/1, 000 fog, 4,945 kilometers behind you speed 41 kilometers per hour. Sure enough, the population had halved again from yesterday, and the fog had sped up by 51%. Several more DMs had come in too. Su Xiaoyang invited me to join the Human Alliance, a new organization merging 70% of the zone's survivors, claiming they'd lead everyone to survive. Not interested, closed it. Free and unfettered sent a red flashing one. Little bro, the zombies in front of the fog have rioted. Stay safe, and watch out for the Human Alliance. I frowned. Hadn't the zombies rioted ages ago? And telling me to watch out for the Human Alliance. What's that about? It's Heaven and Earth Freedom's reputation that rings loud in the zone. Telling me to watch out for their guild would make more sense. Couldn't figure it out. I replied, "Got it," and opened the third message, sent by Yin Jun. "Bro, our plan's gone public. I formally invite you again to join the Hope Squad. It's all elites of the Human Alliance inside. See attached." In the image, over 10,000 square meters of desert had been leveled flat, piled with countless supplies, several thousand survivors busy with construction. You're doing infrastructure out in the desert? It's a plane. The Alliance has a level 3 maker who can build a large airliner with a top speed over 800. This is the spot for camp and build. The busy ones are all from the first batch to arrive, organizing materials and lending a hand. SSS. I sucked in a cold breath. Didn't expect this Alliance's ambitions to be no small thing, planning to carry everyone off by plane. But was that realistic? No more picking up supplies and treasure chests on the road. Don't tell me you can produce supplies on your own up in the air. Then what's your Hope Squad for? Collecting the most useful survivors and vehicle blueprints in the zone to safeguard the plan. I shook my head. I never liked dealing with people to begin with, and being someone's lackey held even less interest. Thanks, bro. I'll think it over some more. Not saying anything for certain is my consistent style. Who knows? One day, I might still have to count on the other side's plane to flee for my life. Into the regional channel, where frantic spam kept scrolling past. Factory head. Come to 1254.321 quick. Human Alliance temporary base. We've got a fly to the sky plan. Just in case. At Human Alliance, bro, can you come save me? Zombies have caught up to me. No room for others. Everyone, see you at the next rest stop. I'm off first. Can't do fancy talk. Alliance brothers. Spotted a Heaven and Earth Freedom Squad near 1452.21. Come kill them quick. I opened that image, and the dense masses of zombies left me stunned. Among them, a hulk over 5 meters tall, as if assembled from countless corpses, was exceptionally terrifying. Whoa, this many intelligence zombies. I recognized at a glance those level 2 intelligence zombies commanding the squads, much like the one I'd seen before. I dug through the info further, but a thread of urgency rose. Some vehicles that could hit 100 were easily caught by the zombies, With energy to spare, more terrifying still, they coordinated, with a clear division of labor, blockers blocking, attackers attacking, for all the world like a strictly disciplined army. After going through a heap of info, I finally got it. Do these zombies count as helping or not? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. By the rules, the more people died, the slower the fog sped up. So wasn't this indirectly buying me development time? As for the zombies, I didn't care. The dump truck did 160, no fear of being caught at all. The bathroom door opened, and Yin Chumo darted out wrapped in a bath towel. Qingyanji, you wash up. I'm done. With that, she ran for her room. Hey, don't go. What were you just doing? Let's talk. She didn't stop. I could only go in to wash up, and froze when I happened to glance at the trash can. At the time, I conjured up something else in my head. The truth came clear later, so I'll leave it aside for now. At breakfast, I stared, casually on purpose, at Xia Zhixin's and Yin Chumo's faces, trying to spot a clue. Hold on, boss, what are you staring at us two for? Xia Zhixin asked. Chu Kursin looked up curiously too, little hands stuffing bread into her mouth. Yin Chumo, under the staring, flushed red in the face, as if recalling something. I started gesturing with my hands, cycling through several gestures. You two did the deed? The three girls looked baffled. What on earth are you on about? Right? Qingyan, what are you even saying? Even Chu Kursin pressed for an answer. I glanced at the little thing and decided it wasn't easy to spell out. Unexpectedly, Yin Chumo spoke up on her own, voice meek. That. I was too filthy before and had a bit of inflammation, so I took care of it while washing. Xia Zhixin quickly caught on. Boss, you didn't think we were? Yeah, exactly. I thought you two were treating a gynecological problem. By the way, you know the zombies behind us have gone on a killing spree, right? I immediately changed the subject to avoid awkwardness. What do you mean? Chu Kursin asked. Look at the channel. Those zombies the fog was herding along last night went berserk, speed shot up to 120, wiped out all the survivors along the way. Yin Chumo helped explain. Then doesn't that mean a lot fewer survivors again? At Xia Zhixin's mutter, I grasped the gravity of it. I'd made nearly 200 bottles of intermediate spirit potions yesterday, and with people dwindling, if I didn't offload them soon they'd be stuck in my hands. Oh right, Kursin, your talent leveled to 2. Does that mean you can upgrade the vehicle to level 3 now? Chu Kursin, mid-meal, nodded and washed the bread down with water. Qingyan, once my talent hit level 2, I got all the materials and parts for upgrading the vehicle to level 3. Of those, the rubber and iron ingots used in the upgrade can both be swapped for higher-grade materials. I got interested. You mean, now besides iron ingots, rubber can be swapped for higher grade too? She nodded her little head, twin ponytails bobbing up and down. Not just that. Glass can be swapped for higher grade too, but I haven't seen anyone selling it on the market. As for rubber, I did find a merchant who can make it. I'll push them to you in a sec. She pushed an ID called Last Whisper over to me. Good. Let me first see how the polymerization catalyst that came out turns out, then go talk to them. See if I can get some high-grade rubber. But how does swapping straight for rubber upgrade the tires? Don't tell me upgrading the vehicle raises the tire's strength along with it. She shook her head. It won't. The truth is every upgrade is a test for the tires. The truck weighs over 500 tons now. Luckily, the 6 tires are pretty durable. The original design probably left some margin, but the higher the level, the greater the demand on the tires. I'd thought of going to the market to find tank-style treads to swap in, but speed's a problem, so that won't work for now. I can only find a way to improve the existing tire's performance. All right, I'll handle it after eating. The rest you all arrange yourselves. I reflexively glanced at Xia Zhixin. The most idle one in the truck right now was her. Xiao Xia, search the channel and see if there's any item or survivor that can fix that kind of probability-based outcome in place. If you find one, our potions will really have a use. Xia Zhixin nodded. This cushy gig didn't come along every day. Loiter in the chat room, and when free browse the market too. Thanks, Kursin. Thanks, Mother Nature. But my next line wiped the smile off her face. Also, laundry. See if there's a washing machine for sale. If not, rig one up with Kursin. It's piled up 2 or 3 days, and it'll stink if it's not washed. If you really can't find one, hand wash it. This crummy cozy home blueprint had no appliances besides lights. The only thing I was satisfied with was the full set of furniture. I glanced at Yin Chumo again. Oh right, those few dirty clothes of mine. Set them aside, don't wash them. Yin Chumo flushed red to the ears. Xia Zhixin didn't read into it, just took it that I was sentimental and reluctant to change them. Arrangements made, I came to the automated production zone. This area needed constant watching, so it wasn't sealed off. I reached into the storage space beneath the floor and could sense the contents from a distance. Very convenient. The polymerization catalyst was a pure black strip with a dark green sheen, wrapped in thin plastic film, toothpaste-sized, sticky to the touch, like slightly heated asphalt. Enhanced polymerization catalyst, green used in the production of rubber goods, increases the finished product's self-repairability and durability. Improvement. Products with this catalyst added have their yield rate raised by 100%. I immediately thought of a special use, but right now I was busy surviving and figured there'd be no market for it. So I went to find the rubber merchant Chu Kurson recommended. Since they could make rubber, surely they could make tires too? Wondered if I could custom order a few large tires to swap out the current ones? Tires made with this catalyst added would surely perform a good deal stronger. At the same time I had to find glass too. Then the truck body and tires would be impervious to blade and bullet, and monsters would be dumbstruck trying to pry the windows open. I sent Last Whisper a message. Hi. See if this material's usable? Also, I want to custom order a few large tires. You got a way to do that? A desert plaza over 1,000 kilometers away. A sharp, capable-looking woman stood before an unremarkable middle-aged man. Teacher, the plane building materials are 90% secured. Over 20,000 survivors have shown up to help, and the process is underway. Apart from tire strength not meeting requirements, everything else is fine. Su Xiaoyang nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work this time. Whether the humans of our zone can get through this calamity rests on you. The woman's mouth quirked up faintly. Teacher flatters me. Still has much to learn. Child, it's all on you. Teacher's old. Humanity's future is yours. With that, he went off to inspect the plaza. Nua opened her panel, meaning to check whether the batch of basic special steel sheet ordered had arrived. Someone called Shrimp No Blink sent a message. She clicked it, and her expression abruptly changed. The image was precisely a screenshot of that enhanced polymerization catalyst's attributes. How is it? Just looking and not speaking? Yes or no? Give me a reply. I stared blankly at the chat window. It had shown read 5 minutes ago, and there'd been no movement for ages. I checked back while browsing the market. Thankfully, the other side replied. Tires? Don't you just need a blueprint to make those? But this catalyst of yours is nice. Planning to sell it, or what? Then do you have a tire upgrade blueprint? If you do, sell me one, and I'll give you the exclusive distribution rights to this catalyst. I had it figured out. Right now, only this one shop on the market could make synthetic rubber. Ordinary rubber strength was only good enough for low-grade tires. So this shop must have special equipment to produce high-grade rubber. I'd looked at their goods list, and they were indeed selling it and buying rubber in bulk. One look at exclusive distribution rights, and Nua's eyes lit up. The other side surely had a good amount of this catalyst, maybe even a production machine. Wouldn't that mean the Alliance's plain tires were sorted? Right now, the other materials basically met strength specs, just short on quantity. The tires alone were the sole bottleneck. The tire design's easy. Just send me the vehicle size and a photo of the current tires. I'll even give you an upgrade blueprint for free. The question is how much catalyst you produce. Can you sell me the whole lot as a package? I smiled. The other side actually wanted to keep my catalyst? Not out of the question. A full supply chain. Me upstream, her downstream, earning together. Output's decent, 20-some blocks a day. If you want, I'll package the rest to you. What's your offer? Nua asked Su Xiaoyang. Teacher, what price is appropriate for him? Su Xiaoyang asked back. 3 tires per plane, and the strength has to withstand landing impact. How much catalyst? Nua understood at once. What they were building was more than one. Going by an improved basic tire blueprint, 1 unit of catalyst only makes 2 tires. But I can improve the blueprint to cut materials, and with his catalyst raising the yield rate, 1 unit makes about 3. Su Xiaoyang murmured. Then 1 unit's enough for 1 plane. Even with 3 days, we can only make tires for 72 planes. He sighed. This first, land it. As for price, the Alliance's resources are all going to plane materials. See if you can use your talent to trade with him. If it works, it'll count as saving the Alliance a big pile of supplies, and maybe even bump the catalyst quality up further. Yes, teacher. The last whisper on the other end turned out to be Nua Yi, Su Zhaoyang's disciple, the Alliance's level 3 talent maker. Last whisper. Send me the vehicle's dimensions and model and tire photos first. We'll discuss the distribution matter in a bit. I frowned, not getting what the other side was scheming. Whatever, chatting online. Who's afraid of whom? As long as no money changes hands, anything's fine to discuss. Shrimp no blink. 30 by 20 by 15, mining dump truck. I'm not clear on the model either. Tire photos as follows. Last whisper. Whoa, your tonnage is over 600 tons, right? By the tires and body color, upgraded with intermediate special steel. Physical defense over 400, right? Though it must guzzle fuel. Shrimp no blink. Good grief, you can read all that off the tires and dimensions? What's this got to do with the tires? I gave you the info. On to discussing distribution. Last whisper. 3. Shrimp no blink. Question mark. Last whisper. 2. 1. Done. While I was still baffled, a silver glowing blueprint was placed in the chat window by her. Dump truck tire upgrade blueprint. Custom version silver raises tire strength and toughness with faint auto repair. Requires high strength synthetic rubber times 6. Dump truck tire times 6. Looking at that obviously just drawn blueprint, I went completely numb. I gave the dimensions and stated requirements, and the other side whipped up a blueprint on the spot. Was this an NPC? Or did she have a cheat too? The other side traded the blueprint straight over, the ink not even fully dry. Shrimp no blink. Hold on, what's the meaning of this? Last whisper. This is my show of good faith. There's a survivor here with an outstanding talent. This is his ability. I need all the catalyst you produce over 3 days. For a pleasant partnership, I can give your current catalyst machine a custom upgrade for free. I couldn't sit still and bellowed. Kursin, do you know of a talent that can draw upgrade blueprints just like that? Chu Kursin looked baffled. How do you draw one? Fine. Seeing she didn't know either, I replied. Plenty of good faith, and the terms tempt me a lot. But I want to add a charge. Last whisper. What do you mean? You want us to pay survival coins too? Shrimp no blink. No. Upgrade 2 machines for me. Nua Yi let out a breath of relief. Good thing it wasn't an ad money sage. That works. Sign the contract and send me the 2 machines' attributes. Of the upgraded catalyst, apart from 6 units used for your tire upgrade, everything else produced over 3 days goes to me. And send back that blueprint just now. I'll modify it for you. Shrimp no blink. Sure. I signed my name. The contract took effect, and I sent the 2 machines' info along with the blueprint. Nua Yi clicked into the 2 machines' info, her pupils abruptly dilating. You couldn't tell from this guy. He's a tycoon too. She traded back 3 modified blueprints, shook her swollen head, downed a bottle of intermediate spirit recovery potion, and took a full 5 minutes to break free from severe overdraft. Can't modify any more silver blueprints today. She was about to remind me to trade the catalyst over every morning at 8 when she saw the dozen-plus units of enhanced catalyst I'd put up, paused a second, and sent a question mark. Shrimp no blink. These are my good faith, an extra gift to you. Pleasant partnership. The other side being this generous. Nua Yi felt a warmth inside. Didn't expect this player who hadn't joined the Alliance to care about humanity too. She accepted them. Shrimp no blink. I've got a handgun here. Could you help draw an upgrade blueprint? Last whisper. Tomorrow. This person's so stingy. Won't even upgrade a handgun. And I was hoping to have her upgrade the radar too. I looked at the 2 blueprints in hand, tickled pink. Basic metal refining furnace upgrade blueprint. Custom edition silver upgrades to intermediate metal refining furnace. Forced enhancement, potential fully tapped, cannot be raised by this method again. Requires intermediate special steel times 20, basic refining furnace times 1. Polymerization catalyst production bench upgrade blueprint. Custom edition silver remodels the production bench. Same as above, potential tapped, cannot be raised again. Requires intermediate special steel times 20, production bench times 1. This talent really is broken. Can directly draw a blueprint to forcibly raise equipment level. Wonder if I can poach this top-grade talent over. I couldn't help licking my lips. leaving Chu Kursen dumbstruck. Hold on. Ching and Gidge, what are you doing? You're drooling. I wiped the corner of my mouth. What's up? The materials for upgrading the vehicle to level 3 all set. Just waiting on your high-grade rubber. No, still short 1 level, 2 vehicle core. We'll get to that in a bit. Let me upgrade these 2 machines first. Seeing the little thing come over to watch the fun, I asked offhandedly. What? Washing machine sorted. She shook her head. No good, short a self-rotating motor. Nowhere to get one. I'll have to manually dismantle one off another vehicle when I see one later. Then what about Xiaoxia? Sis Xia went to wash clothes. Didn't you tell her to hand wash if she couldn't sort it out? I glanced toward the bathroom. 2 bent-over figures crouching by the bathing pool. How come both of them went in? Then something clicked, and it registered. Yin Shumo couldn't really be washing my clothes, could she? This spot in the original is again that bit of his indecent imagining, skipped. Why aren't you in there helping wash? Such a big girl, and still making others help. I held up the blueprints and asked the little thing who'd come over on tiptoe to peek. Chu Kursen's little face went red, tugging at her skirt hem. That. I've never washed clothes before, I don't know how. Huh. Didn't expect this kid to be a young miss. No wonder she did things so foolishly. I shook my head and came before the 2 idle machines, drawing a deep breath. Materials were enough. From yesterday to now, I'd produced 60-some blocks of intermediate steel, plus the earlier ones for 80-some total, more than enough for the upgrade. A thought, and the 2 silver blueprints vanished at once. The 2 machines instantly plated in gold light, dispersing 3 seconds later. Intermediate metal refining furnace. Gold refines 10 units of basic special steel into 1 unit of intermediate special steel per hour. Consumes 100 kilowatt hours per hour. A power cut ruins it. Requires a dedicated attendant to cool it. Potential exhausted. Cannot be raised again. Polymerization catalyst production bench max. Gold converts 10 units of rubber plus 1 liter of living water into 1 unit of polymerization catalyst. Max grade. Per hour. Consumes 50 kilowatt hours per hour. A power cut ruins it. Potential exhausted. Cannot be raised again. Staring at the 2 gold-glowing machines, my face fell. Damn it. Why does this intermediate refining furnace use basic special steel as raw material? And 10 units, no less. I'd been using 1 unit of intermediate steel as 10 units of basic steel all this time, and now I'd lost out big. What's more, my truck couldn't produce basic steel at all. Now what? What do we do, Ching and Gidge? Looks like we're out of basic steel. I shrugged. Trade for it. Have your sis Xia ask on the channel. Remember the ratio. See if the market has basic for sale, trade our intermediate for it. Chu Kursen jogged barefoot toward the bathroom. I turned my gaze back to the upgraded catalyst production bench. It looked like a compressor, material in on the left, out on the right. Already at work, the sorted resources fed in along the conveyor belt. I opened the chat with Nuai. Shrimp no blink. Bro, you got any basic special steel on your side? Trade me a batch? I've got intermediate here. Last whisper. Please call me sister. Isn't intermediate steel better for upgrading vehicles and building things? Why swap for the lower grade? She naturally didn't get it. Their alliance had several intermediate refining furnaces, all from blueprints she'd drawn. Shrimp no blink. It's just. Basic's cheaper to use. Trade some to me. Last whisper. All right then. Refining 1 unit of intermediate steel takes 10 units of basic, so I'll trade 11 units for one of yours. Deal? We've got several furnaces here. You can refine it yourself if you need, and call it making a contribution to humanity too. I paused, with the nagging sense I'd heard this somewhere. Then it suddenly clicked. Shrimp no blink. You're with the Human Alliance? Last whisper. Oh. How'd you know? A smile rose at the corner of my mouth. Whether it was that this woman was easy to deal with or something else, she was a lot easier to talk to than those long-winded mutual aid society members. But this had nothing whatsoever to do with me. The only thing that did was that survivor who could draw blueprints. I decided to get the refining furnace running first. 5 or 6 minutes of downtime had me heartbroken. Shrimp no blink. Trade you this kind too. 1 block for 22, no problem? Last whisper. No problem. Trading right away. I traded out basically all the intermediate steel in the warehouse, keeping only 10 units with entries. Of the 40-some units, half had entries, and the basic steel I got back came to a full 680 units. Looking at the refining furnace running again, my heart settled. Right now, every second counted. I had to seize the chance to grow stronger. High-grade special steel, silver a high-grade advanced material. Upgrading a vehicle grants stronger defense and bonus attributes. Can also build implements and serve as firearm ammunition. Transcendent. This unit can be used as 2 units to. Looking at the 2 units of silver steel newly produced by the refining furnace, my face was about to split from grinning. The only shame, the talent only had a 50% chance of stamping an entry, so of the 2 blocks per batch, one was sure to have none. Forget it, don't overthink. Didn't expect this high-grade steel could serve as ammunition too. Wonder if it can boost firearm lethality. At that thought it occurred to me that, so far, nobody on the market was selling firearms. They must all be hot commodities, clutched tight in people's hands. Wonder if I can trade high-grade steel for some powerful firearms. Gotta go ask. Just then Xia Zhixin came hurrying over, shot a glance at the 2 gold-upgraded machines, and looked at me. "Boss, look." As if claiming credit, she pulled a handful of survival coins from her space ring, the gold glare nearly blinding me. "Hold on, did you go rob someone? Where'd you get this many?" Surprised in word, my body was honest, ceaselessly stuffing them into my own space ring. Xia Zhixin looked smug. "These I traded with the leftover space ring." "What? It's that valuable?" I was astonished. Last time, of those 30 space stones, 18 got scrapped, and the rest were extracted. 14 used assembling the production line. The remaining 4 made into 4 rings, 1 each. But Chu Kursin didn't want hers, saying she still preferred the bear, so there was 1 extra. Didn't expect Xia Zhixin had sold it, and for 50 survival coins. Also this, put it in your ring. Only your ring has a preservation function. She fished out a few potatoes. By the way, nobody else on the market sells space equipment, so I called out a few times and drew a lot of attention. I nodded. Then can't we get rich off this thing? Didn't expect Xia Zhixin, who normally had 0 presence, to be the holder of a rare talent. That meant I had to make good use of her talent. I see you've got nothing much going on. So here's the thing. Trade for more space stone, and see if you can attach the space to clothes or other objects. She nodded affirmatively. No problem. I can implant the extracted space matrix into any object, except living things. Basically, anything works. I suddenly thought, could you make a set of gear with built-in space? When in danger, just conjure the things inside out by thought to save the day. Oh ho, boss, how's your head built? You come up with something this absurd? Of course, take notes. I was grinning when 1 line of hers doused me. Space items. 1 person can only wear 1. Forget? Why doesn't Kursin want a ring? Fine, overthought it. Then I'll go measure clothes. Kursin made a retractable space we can hang them out to dry in. Xia Zhixin left. At 160, clothes hung out'd get blown into battle-damaged versions, right? I muttered, opening the friend's interface to find free and unfettered. Last time those 30 space stones were bought from him, and this time I had to get goods from him too. There wasn't a second space stone seller on the channel at all. On the other end, Zhou Yujia was holding a delicate ring with a rabbit head, obviously a woman's. Zhuyi looked smug. "Head, this thing's worth 80 survival coins, right?" Zhou Yujia nodded. 1 cubic meter of space and store retrieved by thought. Too convenient. 80's no loss. Thinking it was a woman's ring, he felt a bit awkward. Give it to the reserve group. They've got lots of supplies, makes hauling easier. Zhuyi was puzzled. "Head, where'd this ring come from? Should be the first time it's appeared on the channel." Zhou Yujia shook his head. "Who knows? Our guild's got thousands of people. Never heard of anyone getting this kind of thing. Even this one I only bought at a raised price after happening to hear someone mention it. Could it be made by someone's talent?" Zhou Yujia nodded. "Possible. After all, Xiao Zhang's talent and vehicle are especially peculiar." Just then my friend message popped up by his ear. "Free and unfettered. Little bro, that space ring on the channel just now. You didn't sell that, did you?" I was baffled. Xia Zhixin made this big a stir? Even Heaven and Earth Freedom's top brass knew? How should I reply? Deny it? But I still had to buy space stone from him. Forget it, play it off. Shrimp no blink. "Yeah, bro. That ring was made by our team member's talent, but the success rate's a bit low. Those 30 stones yesterday only made this one worth selling. By the way, bro, you still got basic space stone on your end?" Want to buy some more? Zhou Yujin nodded, confirming his guess. What's the other side using this thing for? 30 stones for one finished product. Not easy, but on par with other dud talents. This kind of storage item would surely be sought after once resources and materials piled up later. He clicked a friend and dialed a voice call. Amid a sky full of yellow sand, dense masses of zombies advanced, hugging the fog. These were the old, weak, and sick who couldn't keep up with the main body, reduced to the bottom rung, many engulfed by the surging white fog. Suddenly, heavy tremors came from within the fog, like 100 road rollers on the move, the sand and gravel quaking along with it. 50 meters underground, Zhang Yang drove a tunnel-boring machine forward slowly. The machine's roar drowning out the tremors coming from the surface. Zhang Ji, did you feel that earthquake just now? Gave a shake. Behind him, Xiao Lu said warily. Zhang Yang pricked up his ears and listened for 5 minutes, finding nothing abnormal. Xiao Lu, you wouldn't be hallucinating from not surfacing for so long? We're underground. How would we feel an earthquake? Xiao Lu scratched his head. Then maybe I heard wrong. Just then Zhang Yang's DM rang, from Zhou Yujia. Xiao Zhang, that basic space stone last time. You got any stock left? Zhang Yang let out a breath of relief. Having thought the other side wanted high-concentration mana, or that stuff they'd only dug up 2 blocks of, one of the essential materials for crafting magic defense gear and adding magic defense to vehicles. A shame they had no mechanic and couldn't use it. Thought Zhou Ji wanted mana, or space stone. I've stockpiled a pile, 1,000 or so. Then good. Pack it into the space rings we gave you. I've contacted a buyer. You little guy might just get rich. Zhang Yang's face lit up. He turned and shouted at Xiao Lu. Quick, pack that bucket of ore into Zhuji's ring. Then asked, Zhou Ji, when's the mechanic getting sent over? The fog's getting faster and faster. I'm afraid you all won't be able to come up later. Just about there. The level 3 upgrade blueprint and intermediate enhanced steel are gathered, just waiting for the mechanic to get into place. Barring surprises, joining you tonight. You trade the space stone to me first. You got it, Zhou Ji, right away. This underground conversation and that so-called earthquake shake, nobody took it to heart at the time. In the truck, I frowned looking at the other side's quote. The price was very reasonable. Over 1,200 units of basic space stone package for 300 survival coins, working out to 4 per unit, with Xia Jixin's success rate at about half. This deal was a steal. But the problem was my total survival coins came to just over 50. I couldn't afford it at all. Looks like it'll have to be barter. All I could put forward was living water and high-grade steel. The catalyst was packaged off to someone and couldn't be used. The remaining 10 units of intermediate steel had to be kept for emergencies, so the burden could only fall on the high-grade steel. Though living water produced 200 liters a day, the 2 gold machines consumed it, and it also had to supply Yin Shumo's potion making. There was no surplus at all. I didn't want to touch the high-grade steel just yet either, having to keep enough 20 units for upgrading the vehicle to level 3. So I could only compromise, sign a long-term contract, and build good relations along the way. Though the other side was top brass of a notorious guild, so what? The 2 of us were just doing business of mutual benefit, and besides, his prices were fair and he was pleasant to deal with, without all the convoluted scheming. Shrimp no blink. Bro, here's the thing. This stone, I've only seen it from you, so let's sign an agreement. You supply me long-term, and I'll pay you after I make and sell the products. After all, 300 survival coins isn't a small number. Free and unfettered. How about this? You sell space rings at 50 survival coins each, so for this batch, just give me 6 rings directly. Our guild's got plenty of people who want them. Barter, exactly to my liking. Just 6 rings. I'd made a killing. Shrimp no blink. Sure. Sign the agreement, trade right away. Free and unfettered. This ore's not worth much. Take it first. Make the products and send them straight to me. The words had barely landed when 1,200 space stones traded over, leaving me staring wide-eyed. This guy can't be a fool, can he? Meeting up in person, you still have to secretly observe before daring to acknowledge each other. And he just pays up front like this? I handed the stones over to Xia Jixin and messaged her to start work, finish them up, and send the 6 rings over soon. Though I could just absorb this batch of materials directly, there was no need. With her talent around, I could have as many rings as I wanted, and cutting off my own material source would be unwise. Xia Jixin came hurrying over upon receiving the materials. Hold on, boss. Where'd you get this material? This much. Enough for me to make several big space rings. I got interested. How big? 10 cubic meters, I guess. My spirit's too low right now. It takes a huge amount of spirit and materials. I frowned. Hold on. Doesn't the space holding the production line have 10 square meters? I noticed you didn't use much space stone before. Xia Jixin spread her hands. Boss, if you'd ever seriously tended your production line, you'd know that was Kurson's good remodeling. 1 unit of space stone makes just 1 cubic meter, and stitching 2 spaces together burns a huge amount of spirit, with the scrap rate climbing significantly too. What Kurson did was make the production line in several segments, stringing it into an assembly line by placing space after space at different heights. I rubbed my nose. Fine. I didn't pay it much mind day to day. No wonder the rings made are all 1 cubic meter. Then get to it. Make 6 1 cubic ones first. Someone's pre-ordered them. Xia Jixin made an okay sign. By the way, boss, my talent's only level 1, so you see? Perfect. I've got nothing on. I'll go check on Xiaomo's side. I headed for the potion room and walked straight in, startling Yin Chumo, who was in the middle of confirming her condition, into a jolt. That bit of her unspeakable trouble, I only worked out a while later. I say, Qingyunji, could you knock before coming in? Nearly scared me to death. Her face was crimson, but her forehead was creased into 3 horizontal lines. I stared at her hands, which didn't know where to go, the meaning plain as day. What? Embarrassed I caught you. What are you thinking, Maya? She hesitated, unsure whether to say it. You're a what? We're both adults. I can understand. It's no big deal. She steeled herself. I've got an infection. Back when I was being chased, to stay alive you know how it is. Washing clean yesterday still didn't make it comfortable. I immediately turned serious. Women's health has to be taken seriously. Everyone on the team but me was a woman, and cross-infection would be a disaster. You didn't wash with living water? Tried it. Living water only works on external wounds and scars. No use internally. Looked on the channel for any medicine that could treat it? No. I need a gynecological one, and the market doesn't have it. I hit a snag. Everyone's busy surviving. Who'd go pick up that kind of medicine? Forget it. I'll ask around for you in a bit. Big guilds have lots of people. Maybe someone's got it. Tell me the symptoms. Yin Shumo covered her eyes in despair and said in a voice drained of all emotion, Itching. You poor thing. By the way, how many qualified potions? She took 6 off the rack. These 6 are qualified. The rest are all defective. Looking at the intermediate spirit potions packing a whole rack, at least 500 some, my mouth twitched. I had to deal with them fast. Oh right, there are 3 more intermediate potions you can use. Leave them here. Use them yourself. Higher spirit means faster potion making. I swept the defective products into the space ring all at once and walked out. Just after closing the door, I poked my head back in. Oh right, can that suppository-type medicine be used? At this professional inquiry, Yin Chumo was dumbstruck. Hold on. Qingyunji, what do you mean? I explained with a perfectly straight face. Some gynecological meds go inside the body, so I'm asking ahead whether it can be put in, so I don't trade for it and find it's no good. The clinic-style dialogue that followed veered off in a wayward direction. I'll wrap it up on his behalf. The gist is, him asking around about medicine for someone was well meant in itself, and that's where we'll leave it. I came out with the remaining qualified intermediate spirit potions and looked at maid-outfitted Xia Jixin. Can't you change clothes? You've worn this for days. It's got a smell, right? And I leaned in a bit closer. Xia Jixin stepped back 2 paces. Boss, are your eyes clouded with something dirty? Look at what I'm wearing, gradient black and white over-the-knee stockings. I changed. I coughed twice. I was wondering why it looked off. Turns out you changed. Come on, stick out your bottom. I'll give you the shot. Slender fingers swept across the back of my hand and snatched all 3 potions away. No need to trouble you. Boss, I can handle this little thing myself. With that, she grabbed one and stuck it into her arm. The effect kicked in instantly. Her face began to contort, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her thigh trembling like a sieve, but mercifully it passed in under 5 seconds. That's it. How much did it add? She opened her attributes. Strength up 1 point. Spirit up 5. Xia Jixin, human female, strength 8 plus 1, constitution 10, agility 6, spirit 11 plus 5, space planner. LV.1, active crafts small-scale space equipment. Freely moves the vehicle's interior space. Requires sufficient spirit to sustain. No wonder she only shook for a brief moment. She'd hit the lowest tier. I leaned in earnestly. I told you to do it in the butt. See? The potion's effect got worse. Come, let the boss give it to you. Unexpectedly, she just stuck both remaining doses into her arm. I gave her a mental thumbs up, a tough one. Watching her slump to the floor convulsing for over a minute, I walked off. There were more important things. Couldn't let these pretty teammates waste my time. Every minute and second squandered could be what got me killed in the fog. I came to the catalyst production bench and took out a unit of catalyst, now turned silver. Polymerization Catalyst Max, silver, final version of the catalyst, added to rubber goods. It gives the finished product auto repair and greatly boosts durability. Improvement. Yield rate raised by 100%. Where's the enhancement? I can't see any obvious difference. Having already forgotten what the earlier catalyst's attributes were, I scratched my head. Forget it. Send it to Nuai first. 6 units is enough for my tires. Shrimp no blink. Sister, got work for you. After sending 6 units, I kept feeling something was missing. One look at the living water tank hanging from the ceiling and it came to me. Oh right, help me draw an upgrade blueprint for the onboard radar and the 2-stage condenser too, please. The other side quickly took the materials and replied with 6 dots. Just as I was about to speak, she sent again. Whoa, why does basically all your stuff have entries? What? I can't be a bit good to my own vehicle. I thought she meant the catalyst I'd traded over. Those 6 units all happened to have entries, my luck blazing hot. Not that. I see most of what you send has entries. Do you have a survivor on your team with an entry stamping talent? I immediately started scheming on her. Yeah, we picked up a backflipping cat by the roadside before. It's got an innate entry attaching talent. Want to send that drawing master of yours over to take a look? Pick up and drop off included. Nuai smiled. A rare smile since the apocalypse came. Pics, or it didn't happen. No pics. This cat's a mascot. Any photo gets blocked. No way to show off its magic. Yeah, then I'll come take a look when I'm free. The stuff will be sent to you in half an hour. Seeing the other side wasn't biting, I had to give up this lowbrow ploy. By the way, you got any gynecological medicine over there? A friend of mine dug too much mining and has a bit of an infection down there, kind of itchy. I'll ask around for you. Half a minute passed with no reply, so I turned my gaze to Xiang Wanxiao. I hadn't wanted to deal with this fanciful woman again, but there was no choice. The potions Yin Shumo made jumped straight to intermediate under my talents boost, cutting off the road to self-sufficiency in basic potions, so partnering with her was a decent option. Thankfully, we hadn't fallen out before, which was the clever part. You there? 2 words representing my entire mood. Works if it works, drop it if not. I'm here, Boss Jiang. Anything I can help with? Right now, Xiang Wanxiao's posture had dropped considerably. She was in contact with several powers, had some grasp of my frequently pulling out good stuff these past 2 days, and combined with my having produced intermediate potions, she figured I'd recruited a pharmacist. I gave a contemptuous smile. News travels fast. Changed her tune this quick. I want you to brew a batch of basic enhancement potions. Large quantity. Can you handle it? I can, boss. How do you want them brewed? 20 bottles each of the basic enhancement potions for each attribute. The best effect kind, the up to 9 points ones. Xiang Wanxiao was shocked. Before, she'd brewed 60 to yield 8 top tier, an output rate under 15%. This boss wanted 80 top tier, meaning at least 600 brewed to guarantee it. A full day's work without eating or sleeping. But then she reconsidered. Why not have his own team's pharmacist brew it? Don't tell me he hasn't recruited one yet. Then didn't she still have a shot? Her breathing quickened. Since the human alliance was formed, free agents numbered under 100,000, and with resources concentrated, the pharmacists of every major power had surged to level 2. Her market gone in a flash. Today no one but me had sought her out, much to her regret. Taking it or not? Be quick, I'm busy. I'll take it. I'll take it. Draft the contract and send it to me. No time. Draft it yourself and send it to me. She hit a snag. Charged too much and the other side wouldn't come back. charge too little, and she wouldn't profit. Suddenly an idea popped up. This guy was definitely a tycoon. Latch onto his leg, and maybe she could escape the fog. The Alliance plane building one look unreliable. Boss, the contract's drafted. Sign it, and you can send the supplies. Also, that joining the team thing you mentioned last time, I can skip the profit split. You see, can I join? I took the contract and looked. This woman only charged a labor fee, fairly honest, so I signed it decisively and put the materials up. Here's 50 liters of living water, crystal cores sent to you too. The rest of the living water I'll send later. As for joining, sorry, our team already has a pharmacist. After sending it, my mouth quirked up. That's for putting on airs with me earlier. Xiang Wanxiao was crestfallen, her little scheme utterly dashed. Ugh, forget it, I'm just born to toil. Got it, boss. Once this batch is done, I'll come to you for the next batch of materials. I had no time for her message. My gaze was long since fixed on the next victim. I had several hundred bottles of intermediate enhancement potions to deal with, half with entries. The entry ones I held exclusively, sure to sell at a good price. Bro, you around? I've got a batch of good goods. See if you can handle it. Along with the message, I sent several screenshots of intermediate potions with entries. I waited 3 minutes before the other side replied. These potions of yours are top grade. The most our pharmacist can make is +6 points, and yours go +4 minimum, +9 max, and with entries. Made by a level 3 pharmacist. If the other side knew these were all defective products I looked down on, how would he feel? Decent. Our team's pharmacist's hands have dug up who knows what treasure. The quality of what she makes is extraordinary. I've got some 500 bottles here, want them? This scene jolted Zhou Yujia into springing up, thunk, hitting the car's ceiling. Zui at the wheel turned curiously. What's up, head? The normally steady head doing this was quite out of character. Zhou Yujia rubbed his head. It's nothing. Sat too long. Stretching a bit. Forgot I was in the car. By the way, the mechanic all arranged. Arranged, at Xiao Lu and the others' pace. We'll meet up with the mechanic at 11 tonight. Tell them not to hurt anyone. That's our guild's treasure. Zhou Yujia pulled out a gold-glowing blueprint, snapped it to tributes, and sent them to me. Can this trade for your batch of potions? I clicked the image, and one look had my eyes widening. Hold on. You sure you didn't send the wrong screenshot? Thunderstorm 7-barrel rapid-fire cannon crafting blueprint. Gold builds an onboard rapid-fire cannon. Requires huge electrical power to drive. Mind your energy. Requires high-grade special steel ×10, synthetic rubber ×1, flexible metal ×5, cooling component ×1. My eyes shot gold light. This was the most top-tier weapon blueprint I'd ever seen, not even encountered at the traveling merchants. So my first thought was he'd sent the wrong one. Didn't send the wrong one, trade it for it. This thing needs huge electrical power to drive, and none of our guild's vehicles can use it. Sure, absolutely no problem. Not trading would be idiotic, wouldn't it? Intermediate enhancement potions I could have as many of as I wanted. How was this any different from free? Just didn't know whether the flexible metal and cooling component were easy to get, and I still had to sort out ammunition. Zhou Yujia said unhurriedly, but you'll have to add a bit. 10 units of high-grade special steel with entries, 50 liters of living water. Seeing this, I turned to glance at the 3 girls hard at work. If I hadn't signed contracts, I'd have thought the team had been infiltrated. Bro, your intel's sharp, but isn't your appetite a bit big? There's only so many people in all of Zone 015424. Every power's intertwined. Info gets shared, nothing strange. Of course, right now only you can make high-grade steel. I won't shortchange you either. The flexible metal and cooling component the rapid-fire cannon needs, I've got here. I'll trade them over to you together. That works. But the ammunition. Zhou Yujia frowned. This kid's treating me like a nanny? Wiped his butt and wants me to wash too. Our guild has a survivor who produces universal ammunition. I'll give you the contact. Reach out yourself. The trade complete, I gleefully stared at the blueprint, but a big question mark surfaced in my mind. How come I feel like I still can't outdo these powers top brass? First, big plane swarms. Now flinging out rapid-fire cannon blueprints. I've got a system, you know. But thinking of my own system, I smacked my lips. Right. All my current resources were talent-produced. What the system gave was all vehicle components. Forget it, won't think about it. Oh, right. Bro, are there a lot of women in your guild? Ask around for me whether they've got medicine for washing down there to stop itching. Zhou Yujia wore a seen-it-all expression. These young people surely played fast and loose in the apocalypse. Getting infected was understandable. For this you've got to ask Li Mingmei. Her guild has lots of women, bound to have this sort of problem to some degree. Who's Li Mingmei? Rose Guild's head, ID Red Rose. Don't really know her. Bro, help me out? Zhou Yujia's eyes narrowed to a slit. Looking at the medicine I'd gotten, I felt a flutter of relief. Good thing it was the surface-applied kind, not the suppository type. I came to the potion room door and pushed it open a crack, discovered Chu Kursin was inside too. Quickly remembered to knock before entering, quietly pulled the door to and knocked. Come in. Huh. Qingyun Gij, didn't you just take the potions away? What are you here to find Sissimo for again? You little thing are managing me now? Can't I come exchange notes on a medical condition? What are you here for? Chu Kursin didn't catch what medical condition meant and replied naturally, flashing her two little fangs. Sissimo said there were finished potions and had me come get an injection. Then she got excited. Qingyun Gij, you know how much spirit that dose I just injected added? How much? 13 points. Remembering something, she rubbed her bottom and bit down on her silvery teeth. Not bad. Way better than your sis, yeah. Hers are all guaranteed minimum stuff. I looked at Yin Shumo holding a potion in her seat. By the way, did you use those 3? How much did they add? Yin Shumo said calmly. 15 points. Hold on. You unlucky kid. All 3 guaranteed minimum. I took out 2 bottles of medicine, 1 a wash, 1 an ointment. Kursin, help your sis Mo apply the medicine. Her hands touched somewhere they shouldn't have one too many times, so even the potions only come out guaranteed minimum. The uncomprehending Chu Kursin. Why don't you apply the medicine, Qingyun Gij? I rolled my eyes, about to gripe. I'd love to, but your sis Mo won't let me. But with this little thing present, better not run my mouth, lest it wreck the good image she had of me. So I quickly stepped out and pulled the door to. Chu Kursin looked at Yin Shumo, whose face had gone red as an apple, and only then caught on. Want me to help you apply the medicine, Sissimo? An hour quickly passed. New Ai's message came. The finished synthetic rubber traded over along with it. The stuff's ready. Don't forget to trade the catalyst over to me at 8 tomorrow morning. And that friend thing of yours. I didn't find the medicine here. You'll have to think of another way. Sure, I found medicine elsewhere. By the way, those 2 of mine to upgrade. Wait, I'll send them at 8 tomorrow morning. The gold one's no good. Takes a level 4 talent to handle. All right, no problem. I looked at the 6 units of synthetic rubber traded back. Synthetic rubber +1. Silver added to crafted or upgraded items. It grants various properties, with marked explosion proof, wear resistant, and auto repair effects. Not bad. No entry, but upgrading tires should boost performance quite a bit. I gleefully pulled out the modified tire upgrade blueprint. 6 units of rubber in place. Wonder if upgrading the tires could boost speed further. Uncertain whether to stop the truck, I came to the front control panel. Xiling, does using this blueprint require stopping? Hello, master. Detected the dump truck tire upgrade blueprint. The upgrade doesn't require stopping. Upgrade immediately. Getting the confirmation, I nodded. Upgrade. In the surveillance, the 6 giant wheels seemed to come alive. The black rubber surface flowed and churned slowly like liquid, the old treads gradually blurring and vanishing, replaced by deeper, brand-new grooves, as if precisely carved by an invisible giant hand, writhing at high speed from one side of the tread to the other. In a mere few seconds, dense new treads covered the entire tread surface, each one gleaming with a cold metallic light. The 6 tires completed their transformation almost in sync, the whole process quiet and swift, as if it were just one deep breath. Once done, the speed instantly picked up a few notches more. Tire upgrade complete. Speed raised from 160 km per hour to 200 km per hour. See tire info for details. I silently checked it. Tire strength LV2 durability 100/100 grip 1600. Reason for speed increase. Property. Auto repair. Restores 1 durability per minute synergy. High chance of transmitting this tire's special effect to other parts. Note, The enhanced tires can withstand conventional firearm bombardment, with greatly improved grip and significantly enhanced stability. Auto repair isn't all-powerful. Please use reasonably. Didn't expect tires to have durability too? With this property, I won't have to worry from now on. But what's this synergy mean? Transmit the special effect to other parts. Transmit to who? Before I could figure it out, Xiling chimed in again. Master, there's a silver treasure chest 150 meters ahead. Stop the truck, Before I'd finished, a blue-white figure had darted to the elevator. Boss, I'll grab it. Cooped up in the truck so long I'm dying of boredom. With that, Xia Zhixin entered the elevator and pressed for the first floor. I glanced at the radar. No monsters, so I let her go. I closed the tire interface, my gaze landing on the running intermediate refining furnace. I'd never been too satisfied with its efficiency, and now that feeling was stronger. Upgrading the vehicle to level 3 was just short of the last 2 units of high-grade steel. Though intermediate could substitute, why use the lesser when there's better? It's like choosing a wife. When there's a better one, who'd pick the worse, and it's not like you can't afford it. Boss, this silver treasure chest, guess what came out? Xia Zhixin said as she slipped off her slippers by the elevator. Seeing no box in her hands, I figured she'd already stowed it in the space ring. Don't tell me a semi-automatic boyfriend came out. Xia Zhixin gave me a helpless look, then glanced toward the potion room, leaning in to whisper. Boss, are you feeling a bit pin-up? Do you need me to help you relax? I was struck with solemn respect, my face all shock. Xiao Xiao, I never imagined I was this kind of person in your eyes. I was afraid this layer of relationship between us would make you feel pressured, which is why I'd crack a joke now and then to cheer you up. And you actually think this. You wound me deeply, making it sound like I'm controlling you through a contract rather than through personal charm. My hand slowly moved toward my right chest. Having you team up with me was for the two of us to live well. We support each other day to day and don't disturb each other. I've never used the contract to force you to do anything, have I? The red-faced Xia Zhixin froze. She'd kindly wanted to help the boss, and the other side instead turned to flirting with her. And what's with the heartbroken expression? The heart's on the left side of the chest. But she still had to save face. The boss is very good to me, like a friend. That's exactly why I offered to help you out. I didn't expect to misread your meaning. Sorry, I was wrong. This spot in the original is a more explicit bit. I've changed it into an exchange of mutual probing where each ultimately reins it in. The two of them clarify the line right here, and neither actually crosses it. I changed the subject. By the way, have you ever had a boyfriend? I have. How many? One. Pursued me for 6 months, and the first day he won me over he wanted to hit the sheets with me. So I kicked him to the curb. I felt reassured. The keep herself clean type. No need to worry about getting saddled with some weird trouble. In this world, I had good fundamentals and a high probability of surviving, plus a system to lean on. No need to take risks. All right, back to business. What did you open? Take it out, and let's see. Broad daylight, and look where your head's gone. Seeing her press her lips and drill the floor with her toe, I gave her a shake. She came to and wiped the corner of her mouth. Opened a special item. I'll show you. A thing the size of an egg appeared in her hand from thin air, giving off a pink sheen, round and smooth like polished jade, faint flowing light shimmering on its surface. Looked like some sort of high grade. Ow, don't shove it in like that. You won't get it back out. Seeing me roughly cramming it into a groove on the console, Xia Zhixin quickly stopped me. My face went dark. This thing's just an ornament. Where do I put it if not here? What if I put it elsewhere and it doesn't take effect at the crucial moment? Right now, that glass at the front of the truck is the biggest weak point. But you can't force it in either, you'll break it. I looked at that pink egg, exasperated. I thought it was some adult toy, but it turned out to be a special item. Dispel orb, silver when someone inside the vehicle falls into a state of unease or takes an unbearable impact. This item can help block it once. It vanishes immediately upon taking effect. Please place it somewhere conspicuous in the vehicle. Xia Zhixin set the dispel orb in place. What followed was another bit of affectionate interplay between the two of us, cut off by Chu Kursin's, "What are you two doing?" The details here are likewise omitted. I'll just say one thing. After traveling together all this way, what's between us is no longer just a contract-bound master and servant, but more like partners who've tied their lives to one boat. What's up, Kursin? Weren't you waiting on potions? Those 5 intermediate spirit potions, all used up. Xia Jixin straightened her collar and asked. Chu Kursin looked at me, all smiles, eyes narrowed to slits, then looked at Xia Jixin's flushed face, muttering inwardly. Blowing out a speck of sand, why so hard at it? Face all red from holding her breath. Still short 1 bottle. I figured the high-grade steel's about enough, so I came out to check. Upgrade to level 3 early, and our forward speed can pick up quite a bit too. Couldn't tell this little thing new priorities, not bad. I studied the girl before me, and in a daze seemed to see 2 figures. One was the Chu Kursin before me, the other my sister, who'd passed away several years ago. As a child, my sister was just like this, twin ponytails, jogging over on tiptoe to share the joy of coming in first, that wholehearted reliant look in her eyes exactly the same as Chu Kursin, tilting her head up at me now. Seeing me stare fixedly at her, my eyes seeming to mist at the corners, Chu Kursin reflexively touched her face. What's wrong, Qingyun Gij? Is there something on my face? I turned my head aside and rubbed the corners of my eyes. It's nothing. Thought of family. The word family seemed to trigger something. Chu Kursin's expression abruptly crumpled, tears falling drop by drop as she jogged over to me. I reflexively gathered her into my arms. She must be missing her brother, just like my sister. I slid my hand into her twin ponytails and gently stroked the top of her head. Xia Jixin watched the scene, a little at a loss, hesitated, then came over too, the 3 of us hugging together with Chu Kursin in the middle. There, don't cry, Kursin. Be good, your brother will surely be fine. Xia Jixin comforted her, looking up at me, only to see my gaze rest tenderly on the Chu Kursin in my arms, gentle as flowing water, absolutely not the kind with wicked intent. She could tell what was in that gaze. It was a kind of emotion she'd never experienced firsthand. Xia Jixin had grown up under harsh aunts and uncles since childhood, never feeling the warmth of this kind of familial love, and couldn't help pressing her own face to my chest too, listening to the strong heartbeat, a faint mist gradually rising at the corners of her eyes. So this was what it felt like to be held like this, to be treated as someone in need of protection. The potion room door was pulled open a crack by Yin Chumo. She poked her head out for a look, conjured up something else in her head about this scene, and shrank back as if it stung her eyes, sitting back in her chair with her thoughts a tangled mess, figuring this team wasn't as placid as it looked on the surface, and wanting to go take another look. I suddenly appeared in the doorway. Oh ho, what are you sneaking around for? I'm going to use the toilet. She skirted around me and walked off quickly. This woman, even going to the toilet, she has to be furtive? That little misunderstanding of hers, I only learned about later. I shook my head and stepped into the potion room, sweeping that batch of unqualified ones on the rack into the space ring. This batch of potions has to be dealt with fast. Heaven and Earth Freedom already took a batch, so they won't sell at a high price for a while. So should I go to the Human Alliance or the Traceless Convoy? I thought it over and clicked on Nuai. At the construction site, Nuai rubbed her nose. What's going on? This hot, and I can still catch a cold. Su Xiaoyang came over, face grave. The Alliance's rearmost team has already been caught by the zombies. The bomb firearms we issued earlier are no use at all against the endless zombies. Can you still upgrade out stronger weapons? Or squeeze out some high-performance rubber to speed up the people in the rear? Nuai shook her head. Teacher, you know we don't even have enough rubber for our own planes. Can't spare any. And my talent can be used at most 3 times a day at the same level. Su Xiaoyang sighed. Such a shame, some 10,000 people. Thousands of kilometers away, an endless mass of zombies hemmed a huge convoy in airtight, layer upon layer. On the heavy armored vehicle at the very center, white-clad Peng Yu yelled at his assistant. Where's the support I asked for? Captain, HQ only gave food and ammo, told us to hold out. I want powerful equipment. I want high-grade vehicles. What good are food and ammo? Those few level. For zombies, can ordinary ammo handle them? The assistant's voice dropped. Captain, have we been abandoned? Peng Yu's heart lurched. Afraid this kid had been affected by the soul shocker, he stared straight at him. Captain, don't look at me like that. I'm not affected. Peng Yu nodded, but secretly grew wary. At the very outermost edge of the zombie sea, A bus that only did 80 crested a hill, and the driver slammed the brakes. Down the slope, dense masses of zombies stretched beyond sight. Over 1,000 vehicles trapped in the center of the encirclement. He swallowed and turned off the rave DJ. The cabin went instantly silent, and the zombies' growls poured clearly into everyone's ears. I'll just summarize here. This was the Human Alliance's very rearmost, lagging behind convoy, average speed only 60-some, lured into the zombie sea by coordinates the Alliance had given. A level 4 elite named Soul Shocker reduced the driver's brain to mush from a distance. Soul Shocker, level 4 elite strength, 260 constitution, 180 agility, 150 spirit, 60 intelligence, 3. Soul Shock, a high-frequency shockwave that throws a single target into one of fear/stupor/collapse negative states for 30 minutes. A vehicle without 60 magic defense cannot resist, but it's capable of far more than just soul-shocked. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. I won't write out the carnage inside that bus in detail, just the result. Those who resisted were quickly eliminated, while those who curled up motionless and gave up resisting were instead ignored by the zombies, like a flock of lambs left for the slaughter, yet luckily stealing a moment's survival. These zombies had command and division of labor, disciplined as an army. Peng Yu, hemmed in at the center, lowered his binoculars and murmured, "Hope we can cut a bloody path out." This lagging convoy was beyond saving. All they could do was break out, save however many they could. He looked at 3 already started fuel tankers, holding the fuel meant for 10,000 people. Here I have to slow down and tell of one person. In a black sedan sat a man and a woman. The man in his early 20s, the woman past 50. "Xiaohu, will we make it out of here alive?" The woman's voice was oddly calm, without a trace of fear, as if she'd long seen through everything. Xiaohu glanced at his mother's kind face in the rearview mirror, his tension suddenly easing, and let out a hard breath. "It's fine, Ma. Don't worry. The captain said he'd get us out, so we'll definitely get out." He forced a smile, gave the protective charm his mother had sewn a squeeze, and tucked it into his pants pocket. A squad of fully armed people in plank-assembled board armor jogged over outside. The mother turned her head and asked, "What's this?" Xiaohu, face calm, turned to look at the back seat. "Ma, in a bit I have to go help the captain with something. Might not make it back in time to drive. The people outside are here to pick you up. Just go with them." The woman stared into her son's eyes for 2 seconds, her lips moving, but in the end only nodded. "Okay. Come back soon. Stay safe. You take good care of yourself." He shoved the door open and gave a nod to the familiar teammates outside. He'd taken just 2 steps when he stopped and turned back. The car door was still open, his mother lowering her head to undo her seatbelt, gray-white strands of hair falling to cover half her face. "Love you, Ma," he said softly, then turned and ran, catching up to the team ahead. In the rearview mirror, his mother's hand rested on the seatbelt buckle, unmoving for a long while. Xiaohu and 5 others followed up to the captain. They'd originally been from the Mutual Aid Society's 5th Brigade, 3rd Squad, reorganized as of yesterday into the Human Alliance's 13th Company, all among Su Zhaoyang's earliest followers, with conviction in their hearts. Peng Yu stood ramrod straight and snapped a salute, his guard squad behind falling in unison. The 7 stood at attention and returned it. "Comrades, the time the people test us has come. I've already laid out the specific mission in the group. Now, anyone who wants to withdraw, take 1 step back." No one moved. "Very good. Humanity will remember you. Those of you with family have all been brought aboard my vehicle." The guard squad held out several bowls, enamel, earthenware, chipped, all sorts, handed to the 7. Fresh water was poured into the bowls, glaring in the sunlight. Peng Yu held his bowl with both hands, his gaze sweeping each face. "This godforsaken place has no wine, so I use water for wine, to see you off." He tipped his head back and drained it in one go, the water trickling down his chin, flashing gold in the sun. Crack, 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 crack. 7 bowls smashed onto the road at once. The 6 split into pairs and walked toward the 3 fuel tankers without looking back. Peng Yu kept his saluting hand raised, and the guard squad behind him did too. "Heroes live forever." He growled low, turned, motions crisp, and pointed at the guard squad. "1st, 4th, and 8th squads withdraw first. second, third, and fifth follow. The rest bring up the rear. You're responsible for spreading the word. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Inside the armored vehicle, Peng Yu yelled at the gunner. Keep your eyes sharp and a bit. If you see any rolled-over tanker that hasn't exploded, finish it with an RPG. Yes, Captain. He leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes, the cabin holding only the engine's low roar and his own heartbeat, audible to him alone. Hope it works, otherwise 10,000 lives all end here. The three fuel tankers started up in sequence, an armed pickup leading the way, driving to the highway's frontmost edge. There stood a makeshift defense line, large vehicles assembled into a crooked steel city wall, just barely holding the zombies outside. Many spots already torn open by mutants, but mercifully the line directly ahead still held. Open fire, full force. Clear a path. The pickup's horn blasted out a roar. In an instant, countless bullets poured forth, incendiaries and grenades smashing out sheet after sheet of a sea of fire. The zombies 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters ahead were shredded, blown over, set ablaze, and a bloody path was forcibly cleared down the center of the highway. Break down the bus wreckage blocking the way. The obstacle gone, 100-some meters of clear highway revealed. Screech. The first fuel tanker charged out like an enraged beast, followed by the second, the third. Xiaohu rode in the third, as the assistant, responsible for igniting the explosives at the final moment. If the driver went down, he'd have to take over. Through the reinforced windshield, he saw dense masses of zombies surging up on both sides, all held back hard by the position's gunfire and swallowed. Who's he scared? The man in the driver's seat suddenly spoke, calm as if doing something trivial. Xiaohu laughed and turned to look at him. Scared? If I were scared, I wouldn't be Who's. The two laughed together. The defense line began contracting across the board, holding fast only within 10 meters of the highway and abandoning everything else. At the very front, two heavy machine guns roared, raking the sides of the fuel tankers, the gunners gritting their teeth, not loosening the triggers even as their gums bled. The squads charged out past the line one after another. Just then, the frontmost fuel tanker abruptly accelerated, its modified engine erupting in a low, savage roar, plowing over zombies as it tore ahead, the body rocking violently like a ship in a tempest, as if it would roll the next second.